Read. Chapter 1. Ren Ran walked aimlessly on the street, with pedestrians passing by, avoiding her and covering their noses, their faces filled with disgust. She was well aware of her current state, dirty, filthy, emitting a foul stench. "Excuse me, miss." Ren Ran turned her head and looked at the deserted fortune-telling stall by the roadside with hollow eyes. "I have no money." The stall owner was a young Taoist priest who, despite wearing Taoist robes, lacked the aura of a cultivator. "I find your physiognomy quite interesting. Today, I won't charge you. Let me read your fortune." Her physiognomy interesting? Ren Ran's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Her life itself was interesting, wasn't it? She was a harbinger of disaster. Wherever she went, calamity followed. She brought about the death of her mother, her grandparents, and her younger brother. Her biological father, fearing her jinx, severed all ties with her early on. Her boyfriends who were involved with her either got hit by a car one day or got robbed the next. People who were close to her either suffered from food poisoning or encountered thieves whenever they went out. In short, anyone who had a close relationship with her would be tainted by her ill fortune, becoming unlucky. Some would experience minor illnesses and misfortunes, while others would face major illnesses and disasters, even losing half their lives. As for herself, she was constantly plagued by misfortune. Her first job was a sham company where the boss disappeared after 3 months, leaving her unpaid. The second company turned out to be a pyramid scheme. After working there for a month, just as she was about to receive her salary, the police raided the place. She narrowly escaped eating prison food. Thanks to the astute police officers, she was released, but there was no hope of getting her salary. Finally, she managed to find a job in the third company. On her third day there, the boss ran away with his mistress, leaving behind a debt-ridden boss lady. With these 3 glorious work experiences, no normal company would ever hire her. Fully aware of her predicament, she didn't dare to seek employment again, fearing she would fall into another trap. She could only rely on picking up scraps and doing odd jobs to make a living. Even though she earned very little, thieves would occasionally pay her a visit. No matter how well she hid her belongings, they would still be stolen. She couldn't understand why, when she was already so poor, the thieves still wanted to steal from her, as if they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't take all her money. Her daily life was full of peril. Sometimes while walking on the road, flower pots would fall from the sky, narrowly missing her. Other times, when buying food, she would encounter robbers and end up as an innocent bystander injured in the chaos. There were even instances where she almost choked to death while eating noodles. Luck had never favored her, but misfortune clung to her relentlessly. She thought she had already suffered enough misfortune, but little did she know that today she was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. The doctor told her she had no more than 2 months to live. Just as she left the hospital, an unscrupulous driver splashed her with filthy water, leaving her in a pitiful state, resembling a soaked dog. And now someone was telling her that her physiognomy was interesting. Reflecting on her past, wasn't it indeed interesting? The young Taoist priest seemed oblivious to the self-mockery on her face. "We have a connection. I promise I won't charge you." Ren Ran looked at him with a numb expression. Her life had been a mess, and she was curious to see what kind of sweet talk the young Taoist priest would come up with. She took a seat opposite him. "Please provide your date and time of birth," he requested. Ren Ran revealed her date and time of birth. The young Taoist priest lightly pinched his fingertips and murmured incomprehensible words under his breath. After a moment, he looked up at her, carefully examining her and furrowing his brows. Unconsciously, he muttered to himself, "Strange. Strange." Ren Ran didn't feel much looking at the young Taoist priest. Most fortune-tellers followed this kind of routine, but she still asked out of politeness, "What's so strange?" "Based on your date and time of birth, you have a Ziwu double-wrap destiny, which is considered an auspicious destiny. In all my years of divination, I have not seen anyone with this destiny," the young Taoist priest explained. "A noble destiny?" Ren Ran chuckled self-deprecatingly. Was there a destiny more noble than hers in the world? The young Taoist continued, "However, your facial features are quite interesting. The main palace has a black malevolent aura, and misfortune surrounds you. It's a sign of a short life. According to your facial features, you should have died 2 years ago. It's truly a profound blessing that you've made it this far." Ren Ran sighed. "Taoist, I really don't have any money." She opened her pocket and found only a few coins. "You don't have much time left," the young Taoist said with certainty. Ren Ran's hollow eyes showed a slight emotional fluctuation, like stagnant water with ripples. Something's not right, it's too abnormal. How can the destiny and facial features be at 2 extremes? Ignoring Ren Ran's words, the young Taoist remained silent in his own world, constantly calculating with his fingers and murmuring words. Gradually, his expression became more solemn, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "This is truly wicked." Ren Ran was puzzled. The young Taoist said in a deep voice, "According to your destined fate, you should have enjoyed a life of riches and honor, a blissful and happy family. But someone used underhanded means to swap your destiny, making you bear the malevolent and calamitous destiny that originally belonged to another person. Swapping destinies? Such a thing was too unimaginable, something she had never heard of before. You mean? She trailed off as if the young Taoist knew what she was about to say. You were originally destined for a life of prosperity and blessings, but someone stole your destiny, causing your family to fall apart and leaving you in misery, he explained. Since her mother's death, her grandparents' departure, and her father severing ties with her life had been filled with nothing but suffering. And now she was being told that this was not her true fate. Surprise? Doubt? Hatred? Pain? Various emotions intertwined in her heart. She had always believed she was a harbinger of disaster, the one responsible for her family's ruin. For so many years she had lived with guilt and pain. But now someone was telling her that she wasn't the culprit. Is what you're saying true? If what he said was true, then who had swapped her destiny, causing her family's ruin and leaving her alone and destitute? The Taoist's clear eyes nodded firmly. I am the 87th generation disciple of the Zhangyi sect. I never deceive people. Aren't destinies innate? How can they be swapped? She didn't understand. The Taoist shook his head. Fate is predetermined, but one's actions can make a difference. In this world, there exists a special type of fate known as the Pishio's wealth-attracting destiny. If one finds a person with this fate and keeps them by their side, it can bring them good fortune in official positions and abundant wealth. Some individuals who have committed great sins will keep people with strong birth charts around them, specifically to ward off evil and ensure their own safety. As for someone like you, the young Taoist priest's voice paused. Changing one's fate is extremely rare. I have never encountered it before, and my master has only mentioned it in passing. I never thought there would be someone who could change their fate. Truly, there are exceptional individuals beyond ordinary humans. Taoist, is there a way to break this curse? If he was a fraud, then he had succeeded. His appearance was like a lifeline thrown to someone deeply trapped in a swamp. Before the young Taoist priest could respond, a harsh screeching of brakes, the sound of a vehicle crashing, and the screams of pedestrians suddenly erupted from the street. An out-of-control dump truck careened recklessly towards their direction. The Taoist immediately pulled Ren Ran and moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the truck as it flew past them, crashing into a stone pillar behind them and igniting sparks. Are you all right? The Taoist asked, looking at Ren Ran. Just as Ren Ran opened her mouth, a metallic taste of blood rushed out in large gushes. She lowered her head, and a piece of iron had pierced through her chest, puncturing her heart and lungs. There was even a cut across her throat. It seemed as if the heavens were afraid she wouldn't die, so they had given her a double assurance. The Taoist hastily took out a talisman paper from his bag, but it quickly burned out in his hand. He sighed helplessly. If only they had met a little earlier, perhaps their fates wouldn't be like this. From his expression, Ren Ran understood that this was her end. Thank you, she struggled to say the two words with great difficulty. She could keenly feel her life slipping away. She only resented that she had met the Taoist too late, without enough time to find the mastermind behind it all, seek justice for herself, or avenge her mother, grandparents. She hated the cunning and treachery of the person behind it all. In a daze, she heard a sigh, a voice that seemed to drift from the heavens. Ultimately, it was too late. Fish 2, I am not in love. Chapter 2. Ren Ran, will you be my girlfriend? A buzzing rang in her ears, as if countless flies and mosquitoes were flying around. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on her shoulder, with such great force that it jolted the dazed person back to her senses. Ren Ran opened her eyes, the piercing sunlight causing a spell of dizziness. Ren Ran, are you so happy you've lost your mind? She squinted, looking at the youthful and pretty face before her, still with a hint of childishness. Suli. Suli smiled and said, you can't really be so excited you've lost your mind. Hurry up and say yes, Pei Ming is still waiting for you. Ren Ran looked towards the dormitory entrance, where a heart-shaped bouquet of roses was placed with a handsome youth standing. In the middle, holding flowers and gazing at her with smiling peach blossom eyes, full of self-assured confidence in his bearing. Glancing around, she saw faces that were unfamiliar yet familiar, the greenness faded from them, and she could vaguely make out that they were her high school classmates. Memories that had once been blurred slowly became clear. This sensational confession ended abruptly when the teacher advisor stormed in. Pei Ming and her, as the female protagonist of this incident, were both brought to the office by the teacher advisor for a lecture, and were subjected to school-wide criticism at the next day's morning exercises. The two of them read their statements of repentance before the entire school's teachers and students, serving as a warning to others. She never could have imagined that Pei Ming would shamelessly claim in his statement of repentance in front of the entire school that she was the one who seduced him, that she had threatened suicide and forced his hand, and that he had only done this for the sake of her life and safety. He profoundly repented his own improper conduct that had created a bad influence. It was from this incident that she became a laughingstock of the entire school, a bad example in parents' eyes. Unable to bear the gossip and rumors, her grades plummeted as she developed depression. It was her mother's attentive care that gradually pulled her back from the abyss bit by bit. But when she finally recovered, her mother passed away. Having returned to this day, she would never let this incident happen again. Pei Ming, the debt from our past life will have to be repaid. Ren Ran saw the teacher advisor wearing a fake wig approaching, and she yelled loudly, Pei Ming, have you looked in a mirror? Pei Ming's expression froze. The onlooking classmates were also confused, but the quicker ones understood and stifled their laughter. Be my girlfriend? You think you're worthy? If you're not handsome, don't think so highly of yourself. Pei Ming was stunned speechless, seemingly not having expected her to say this. Suli went to pull on her sleeve. Ren Ran, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you like Pei Ming? That was you who liked him, wasn't it? Not daring to confess yourself, but using my name to admire men. I didn't call you out before because we were friends. But you really shouldn't have come here to disturb my studies. Pei Ming wanted to refute her, but Ren Ran's mouth ran off rapidly, not giving him any chance. My parents sent me to school to study, not to fall in love. You only have frivolous thoughts in your mind, while my mind is filled with math, physics, and chemistry. Whoever tries to make me fall in love, they're my enemy. Standing outside the crowd, the teacher advisor was shocked by her words, greatly impressed as he looked at Ren Ran with admiration in his eyes. Feeling the strange gazes projected at him, Pei Ming's face flushed red, though it was unclear whether it was from her scolding or from embarrassment. What are you all gathered here for? The teacher advisor yelled, and the students quickly gave way. He glared at Pei Ming, you again. Come with me to the office. The rest of you should disperse. What image do you present clustering here like this? After the two left, the rest followed and dispersed as well. Suli grabbed Ren Ran's hand. Ren Ran, what's going on with you? Aren't you happy that I'm fulfilling your wish? You're not happy about it, she said sarcastically. Shaking off her hand, she didn't have time to act out a deep sisterly bond with her here. When she was mired in gossip and rumors, Suli as her friend not only did not help her, but instead confirmed the accusations against her behind her back, thoroughly nailing her to the pillar of shame. She wanted no part of such a good friend. Shaking off the annoying Suli behind her, she hurried home. Pushing open the villa door and seeing her lively mother in the living room, longing and grievances surged forth in this moment, and she rushed forward to hug her tightly. Ren Suya looked at her little firecracker of a daughter in her arms, patting her on the back. Ren Ran, what's wrong? Ren Ran didn't speak, only hugging her mother tightly, with tears silently falling as faint sobs gradually turned into wailing cries. This abnormal behavior frightened Ren's mother badly. Did someone bully you? Tell Mom and Mom will get justice for you. No one bullied me, I just missed you. Mom, I missed you so much. Her voice was choked with sobs. Ren Suya stretched out a hand to wipe away the tears on her face, gentle and doting, you silly child. We just saw each other a while ago, could you have missed me that much? Tell me, did something happen, or are you short on spending money again? I had a terrible nightmare where you left me and I could never find you again. Ren Suya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You girl, even nightmares can scare you like this. Is your courage made of a rabbit's? After calming down, Ren Ran clung to her mother's side. Regaining what was lost felt so good. Just then, the villa door opened and her father Kong Liji came in holding a bouquet of flowers. Ren Ran looked up at her much younger-looking father, not showing an ounce of joy, only hatred. The adoration from before had disappeared when he brought his mistress and illegitimate daughter to their door, driving her mother to death. She had thought her father loved her mother, loved her. But she watched with her own eyes as her once kindly father protected his mistress, protected his illegitimate daughter. No matter what they did, her father unconditionally believed them, venting all his anger at her and her mother, hurling abusive words at them. Her mother could not accept her father's betrayal, could not accept that his past affection was all lies. On a stormy night, she committed suicide by taking sleeping pills, abandoning her. Kong Liji looked at mother and daughter and handed the bouquet of flowers to Ren Suya, also giving Ren Ran a box of pastries. Ren Ran, Dad brought your favorite durian puff pastries. In the past, she would have happily hugged her father and acted spoiled, but now she didn't have the energy for it. Kong Liji looked at his daughter strangely, noticing her red eyes as if she had been crying. He asked with concern, what's wrong? Who bullied my precious daughter? This girl had a nightmare. Kong Liji laughed. You girl, Dad thought something had happened to you. Looking at the father before her eyes, she only felt disgust. How could he pretend to be a caring husband and kindly father before their eyes like this? Did he not feel disgusted with himself? She wanted to expose his true colors to save her mother from repeating the same fate. Seeing his hypocritical thoughtfulness and hypocritical love, Ren Ran's hands tightened into fists. These three suspect. Chapter 3. Endure. She had to endure it. She was not going to beat around the bush. She had to uncover her father's hypocrisy bit by bit. She wanted her mother to realize it gradually, accept the process slowly. Not like in her previous life when she found out about it suddenly and couldn't take the blow, which made her collapse completely and let the mistress ride roughshod over them. Kong Liji saw his daughter did not rush over to hug him as usual, and wondered in his heart. Just then he saw her grab her mother's hand and say coquettishly, "Daddy, I'm not going to eat this. I want to lose weight." The doubt in Kong Liji's mind instantly disappeared. He smiled and agreed, okay, if you don't eat, your mom and I will eat this. Let's see how long you can endure it." The mother patted her daughter's hand indulgently. "You little glutton, don't cry and yell regret later." Ren Ran acted like her past self, sticking out her tongue mischievously. In the evening, she coaxed to sleep with her mother. The couple could not refuse her request and agreed. After closing the door, it was time for private talk. "Mom, what kind of person do you think Dad is?" Rensuya thought for a while. "Your dad is a responsible man who cares for the family. He is a great father." "Mom, can you tell me how you and Dad met? Did you pursue Dad or did Dad pursue you?" Ren Ran acted out an inquisitive child eager for gossip about her parents' past. Pestered by her daughter, Rensuya recalled with a smile. "Once on my way back to school, I ran into a group of hooligans. Suddenly your dad appeared and helped fight off those hooligans. We met several times on campus afterwards and our relationship grew closer." Looking at the bliss on her mother's face, Ren Ran felt a surge of sourness. Because she knew none of this was true. There was no hero saving the beauty. There was only a calculated approach. She really wanted to tell her mother that her father did not even like her at all. His heart belonged to someone else. He only chose her mother because he did not want to struggle in life. "Mom," Ren Ran could not bear to listen anymore and interrupted. She hugged her mother and said, "Mom, Dad would never betray us, right?" Rensuya was surprised. She felt something was off about her daughter today. What she said now seemed to have hidden meanings. "Ren Ran, did you hear some gossip?" "I'm just asking casually." Although Ren Ran said so, her face clearly expressed, "I'm so worried." How could Rensuya not see through this? "Now you've started keeping secrets from Mom?" I. Ren Ran struggled, then seemed to make a decision. She looked at her mother worriedly. "I saw Dad being intimate with a woman." "Don't overthink it, Mom. I might have seen wrong." Rensuya felt her daughter's concern. "Ren Ran, don't tell your dad about this. I'm afraid he would feel hurt, thinking you don't trust him." Silly child. Looking at her daughter's worried, cautious eyes, she stroked her cheek. "Mom won't say anything. I believe in your dad's character." Ren Ran buried her head in her mother's arms, feeling awful inside. She knew one or two sentences could not shake her father's status in her mother's heart. But she was not afraid. She believed in dripping water wearing away a stone. One day her mother would see through the true colors of the man beside her. Today she would plant a seed in her mother's heart first, and let her discover and nurture it bit by bit until it grew. The process might be painful, but she would be by her side, removing the tumor in their hearts together little by little. "Mom, who all knows my birth details in Botsi?" Although Rensuya felt it odd, she still replied, "Our family members know. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and also maternal grandpa and grandma. Others probably don't know the details. Speaking of which, I just recalled that your aunt, mother's cousin, asked about your birth details in Botsi some time ago." Aunt? Her mother was her maternal grandparent's only child. This aunt was her mother's cousin. The two families had a good relationship. Why did Aunt suddenly ask about my birth details in Botsi? "You silly girl, did you forget? Last month, the Buddha pendant Aunt gave you." Because it was too long ago, Ren Ran had forgotten about it. When her mother reminded her, she recalled there was such an incident. Earlier last month, Aunt's family went on vacation in Thailand. They got a Buddha pendant that was said to be quite famous and efficacious from a temple there for each family member. Every family member had one of these safe pendants. "Ren Ran, why did you suddenly ask about this?" "I just wanted to see if you guys care about me." Ren Ran did not know that at this moment, in Rensuya's eyes, she was like an anxious child who desperately wanted to prove her worth through something. Rensuya lovingly stroked her daughter. "Ren Ran, whether it's Mom or Dad, we all love you." Mother and daughter fell asleep in each other's arms. Hearing the steady breathing beside her ear, Ren Ran opened her eyes wide awake. Her mind was wandering in the boundless cosmos. If what the Taoist said was true, the tragedy in her last life all stemmed from her fate being swapped. Only her closest family members knew her birth details in Botsi. Did her family intentionally leak the information, or was it unintentionally known by others? She could not let the hatred from her past life cloud her judgment and suspect whoever she wanted. She had to analyze calmly and find out who was behind it. Let's assume they intentionally leaked the information. Combine the various events in her past life and what the young Taoist said. There were two parties who benefited from this, and both were closely related to her. These two suspects were none other than her own kin. The first one, Kong Liji, her birth father. His mistress, whom he supported outside Ruan Fengru, could be said to have lived in splendor and glory in her past life, a famous businesswoman in the commercial circle. Their daughter Kong Lian entered the entertainment industry and squeezed into the top tier of starlets within just 2 years. She was a famous national goddess with a thriving career. Her love life was also enviable. It was said the top princes in the entertainment industry were her suitors. Although this was not without Kong Liji's help, using the assets of their Ren family, it could not be denied that she and her mother lived wonderful glorious lives in the past life. The second one, Ren Shu and her aunt. Aunt's family had always been on good terms with them. They often dined together and exchanged gifts during holidays. Ever since their family started declining, Aunt's family had been rising instead. She used to be the child of others in adults' conversations, an example relatives could bring up. Yet at some unknown point, this person became Aunt's daughter Su Ying. The glory and praises that were once hers were all transferred to Su Ying. At that time, Aunt's husband's supermarkets were thriving, rapidly opening over a dozen stores. After her mother was harmed by Kong Liji and Wan Fengru, she had sought their help, but they not only did not lend a hand, they even mocked and ridiculed. Ren Ran understood feelings fade over time, but their behavior was not just growing apart. It was kicking someone who's down. Ch4 tit for tat. Chapter 4. Originally, the relationship between them was very good, but in the blink of an eye they became sworn enemies who wanted to stomp each other into the ground. This change happened too quickly. From this it can be seen that the kindness Ren Ran's aunt's family had shown them before was done with ulterior motives. In their hearts they were probably resentful of Ren Ran's family the whole time. For people like them, it's not hard to understand why they would do something as vicious as switching destinies. While finding the mastermind behind it is important, the most urgent thing now is to figure out if her destiny has really been switched with someone else's. She thought of the young Taoist from her past life, who claimed to be the 87th generation disciple of the Jingyi school, but she didn't know his name or Taoist title. Even without knowing exactly who he was, she had to find him. The next day, as usual after eating breakfast at home, Kong Liji drove Ren Ran to school. "My precious daughter, do you have enough pocket money?" Kong Liji thoughtfully asked. "No." Ren Ran bluntly held out her hand. In her past life, after Kong Liji had kicked her out, Kong Lian had deliberately come to taunt her, telling her that their father gave her 500,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and often bought her bags and jewelry using the Ren family's money. In contrast, Ren Ran herself only received 50,000 yuan in pocket money each month. Her father was always brainwashing her mother, saying things like she couldn't be allowed to develop wasteful habits. For daily accessories and bags, her mother would buy them for her. The clothes she wore were all custom-made by her grandparents. The only places she could spend money were on snacks and social activities with friends. She didn't have strong desires to buy things, so 50,000 yuan was enough for her needs. When her father had first made this demand, she didn't have much reaction. But when she thought about how he gave his illegitimate daughter 500,000 yuan per month in pocket money, all spent from the Ren family's money, Ren Ran laughed coldly to herself. Clearly he had never loved her, even from the very beginning. Kong Liji took out a stack of red paper bills from his briefcase. "Here, take it." If it had been any other day, she wouldn't have moved to take it. After all, it wasn't like she lacked money. If she really needed money, she still had the supplementary card her grandparents had given her. But this time, she unhesitatingly reached out and took it, feeling the thickness probably 2 or 3,000 yuan. For ordinary people this was a lot, but for those of their social status it wasn't even enough to treat her girlfriends to a meal. Ren Ran grabbed his briefcase and directly took all the money inside. This action truly shocked Kong Liji. Ren Ran looked at him with a mischievous expression, like she had succeeded in some scheme. "Dad, that little bit isn't enough. You can't be stingy." She took out a few bills and stuffed them back into the bag. "Here, don't say your daughter doesn't love you. At least I left you money for a meal." Kong Liji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, my precious daughter loves me the most. Just this once, don't make it a habit." Ren Ran smiled and waved as she watched him leave. After he was gone, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. She had just entered the school when someone came running up to gossip to her. "Ren Ran, did you know Pei Ming was given a demerit?" It was her classmate Zhao Yi. In their past lives, she and Zhao Yi had an ordinary relationship, but when Pei Ming had falsely accused her, Zhao Yi had stood up for her. At school, Pei Ming was very popular among the girls, but Zhao Yi especially couldn't stand him. Now that Pei Ming was in trouble, she couldn't help sounding gleeful as she spoke. "Luckily you refused him yesterday, otherwise you would have been implicated." Ren Ran frowned. "It was just a demerit?" Zhao Yi was surprised. "Yeah. Wasn't that enough?" Previously Zhao Yi had felt Ren Ran was interested in Pei Ming, but now it seemed there was no interest at all. In fact, it seemed like she held a grudge. "Oh." Ren Ran nodded. In their past life, the two of them had clearly been required to publicly reflect in front of the entire school's faculty and student body. Now it was merely a demerit. Could it be the effect of her, the butterfly, flapping her wings? Zhao Yi was shocked again. It seemed fellow student Ren Ran really wasn't satisfied with this punishment result. In the future, whoever dared to say Ren Ran liked Pei Ming was definitely deliberately smearing and slandering her reputation. When she entered the classroom, Suli was chatting with several close classmates. Seeing Ren Ran, she directly looked away, ignoring her. Some people are truly vicious if they didn't give others signals that they could love them. How could the other brazenly confess? Now they've gotten the other party punished but walk away innocent themselves. People like this are extremely dangerous. Who knows when they'll stab you in the back? Suli deliberately said loudly to the classmates around her. The eyes of everyone in the classroom shifted between Ren Ran and Suli. Ren Ran put her book bag down heavily on the desk. Some people obviously have a secret crush on the other person, liking them so much they're about to kneel down and lick their feet, knowing they're not good enough for them, only able to harbor their feelings like a rat hiding in the sewers. Even more despicable is that in order to openly interact with the other person, they use their good friend status again and again as an excuse to look for the boy, publicly claiming they're helping their friend. People who put on one face in public and another in private like this, everyone must be extremely careful, or you won't even know when she sells you out. Whether it was in the past life or now, she had never liked Pei Ming. Just now, she wasn't maligning Suli out of malice either. From the time she entered school, Suli had liked Pei Ming, for a full 2 years already. With Pei Ming's family background and looks, he was naturally top tier. Suli came from an ordinary family with only passably good looks, so she knew she wasn't good enough for him. Lacking confidence inside, but wanting to see Pei Ming at all times and let him know of her existence, she had always said things in front of Ren Ran like how outstanding Pei Ming was, how excellent he was, her face all but screaming, "I like him." She didn't dare approach Pei Ming alone, so she often dragged Ren Ran along to bolster her courage. After all, compared to Pei Ming, Ren Ran's family background and looks were superior or at least not inferior. As a good friend, she was naturally happy to help Suli attain her desire. If the two of them got together in the future, she could count herself as half a matchmaker. But she didn't know when rumors started spreading that it was her who liked Pei Ming. "You're spouting nonsense and smearing me," Suli angrily retorted. Ren Ran took out her phone, opened the chat interface, and clicked on a voice message. Suli's voice clearly came through. "Pei Ming is so outstanding. I'm not good enough for him. I just want to follow behind him and silently protect him. Do you need me to reveal more explosive information?" Suli's face flushed red. Feeling the strange looks being directed at her by the surrounding classmates, their eyes full of resentment towards her. "You have no shame." Suli charged over, trying to snatch Ren Ran's phone. Ren Ran pushed her away with one hand, and she lost her balance, heavily falling to the floor. Her eyes were fixed on Ren Ran, filled with hatred mingled with the humiliated tears welling up. Ren Ran was unafraid of her vicious gaze, looking down at her condescendingly. "Ren Ran, and I treated you as a good friend. I didn't expect you to treat me like this." Suli left these parting words, running out of the classroom aggrieved, leaving behind a group of classmates looking at each other speechlessly. "Is there something wrong with her brain?" Zhao Yi asked in surprise. She was the one who started things but got exposed instead, so how could she still act like the victim? Ch5 Private Eye. Chapter 5. Zhao Yi's words spoke for most of the students, but there were still some whose views were always different. "Ren Ran, this is a violation of privacy and an illegal act," a good friend of Suli echoed. Before Ren Ran could retort, Zhao Yi jumped out first. "Oh my, I really don't know when proving one's innocence has become a crime. Don't you think it's a crime when your boss falsely accuses others? You guys are setting double standards here. Don't be a hypocrite." "You." "What about me?" Zhao Yi put her hands on her hips, vigorous and powerful. "Show evidence if you have the guts to prove that what she said is not false." She ran away directly, most likely because she has no evidence. If there was evidence, it would have been taken out long ago. Then Ren Ran wouldn't be able to talk nonsense here. "Classmates, am I right?" "Right. Well said." A male classmate who liked to watch the fun and didn't care shouted loudly. The others laughed even harder, and the one with a flushed face covered her face and ran out of the classroom without looking back. Seeing this, several other students who were close with Suli did not dare to speak out, and lowered their heads to reduce their presence. Ren Ran looked at Zhao Yi. "Thanks." Zhao Yi shrugged at her indifferently. In her previous life, of course, there was no such thing as Suli framing her. At that time, she was going to be punished together with Pei Ming, but she didn't expect to be framed by Pei Ming. She wasn't the female lead in the novel who had her mouth glued shut with 502 glue and didn't defend herself. She refuted and was about to take out her phone, but Suli told her that she had accidentally lost her phone. That day when she returned to school, Suli said she wanted to borrow her phone to make a call. As a friend, how could she think too much about it? She naturally gave it to her. She didn't expect Suli to stab her in the back. She must have done this at Pei Ming's instigation. He wanted to preserve his own reputation and pour all the dirty water on her. As Pei Ming's lackey, facing his request, how could she refuse? So in her previous life, she was at a complete loss for words. At that time, she realized that Suli had betrayed her for a man, or perhaps she had never regarded her as a friend at all, only regarding her as a bridge and tool to connect with Pei Ming. Between a tool and a male god, which would a lackey choose? It was obvious. In her previous life, Ren Ran's creed was to treat others sincerely. Only by giving true feelings could she get true feelings in return. So for her friends and family, she treated them all sincerely with no defenses. But the experience of the previous generation made her understand that true feelings may not necessarily be reciprocated, but may come with hidden malice instead. She would not repeat the same mistakes in this life. This life she didn't fall into the trap, wasn't taken away by the teacher, so Pei Ming naturally didn't need to ask Suli to steal anything. This made it convenient for her to prove her innocence and let Suli take her previous position so that she could also experience the contempt and scorn that was thrown at her in her previous life. After making a scene this morning, Suli didn't dare to cause more trouble, but she could feel the resentful gaze staring at her from time to time. After school, Ren Ran sent a text message to her mother to report that she would be back late. Then she took a taxi to Jiangbei district. When she got out of the taxi, she looked at the dated decor that exuded a sense of history according to the address. She looked at the door number, then looked at the store name. The address was correct. The only difference was that the store name was different. She was looking for Detective Agency 007, but now the store name was Laundromat 007. Ren Ran pushed open the door. There was a row of washing machines inside the computer and a small door at the back. She pushed open the small door, and there were several office desks inside, with various documents scattered on the desktops, and the whiteboard was covered with various words. The messy office environment was daunting. In her previous life, when she was down on her luck, this detective agency did something shocking that caused an uproar across the internet. If she didn't clearly remember this, just looking at the work environment here would be daunting. The person on the sofa heard the movement, tore off the newspaper on his face, and looked at the coming person with sleepy eyes. "Little girl, the laundry is outside. You can't come in here." "Is this a detective agency?" The man on the sofa straightened up and looked her up and down. "I'm looking for someone." Su Zhang scratched his messy hair, his voice rough. "Are you an adult?" "I'm already 18 years old and have the capacity for civil conduct." Ren Ran handed her ID to the other party. Su Zhaoing took a glance. "Who are you looking for?" "The 86th generation disciple of Zhang Yi Dao." "Do you have a photo?" She shook her head. "Name?" She shook her head again. "Distinguishing features?" Su Zhaoing frowned. Ren Ran described the appearance of the young Taoist priest based on her memories of her previous life. As Su Zhaoing listened, he drew along. "Does it look like this?" "The eyebrows are too thick, make them a little lighter. The bridge of the nose is too blunt, make it a little sharper." According to her description, he modified it over and over again, and the figure on the drawing board became more and more like the Taoist priest she had seen in her previous life. "Yes, this is what he looks like, but he would look younger." Su Zhaoing nodded. "The information you provided is not too much, so it will be more difficult. The price will be higher." "How much?" 50,000. "Deal." Ren Ran paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan. The remaining 40,000 yuan would be paid after the person was found. "How soon can you find him?" "It's hard to say for sure. At the fastest, within a week. At the slowest, 3 to 5 months, or even longer. Searching for someone is unpredictable. The disciples of Zheng Yi Dao's disciples seem to have a narrower scope, but in fact many Taoists dared to call themselves that, and the information provided by the client may not be accurate. Time waits for no one. She didn't have that much time to wait. The matter of fate was too esoteric. If fate was really changed by someone and luck declined, obstacles would be encountered everywhere. There is a common saying that timing, geographical advantage, and harmony among people are important. This is no joke. The misfortune she experienced in her previous life made her deeply aware of the invisible terrifying power. No, to be more precise, the power of the rules of the heavenly way. "If you can find the person within a week, I will give you an extra 50,000. Within half a month, 20,000. Su Zhaoing's eyes lit up. It's a deal. He hadn't gotten a job in a long time and was starving. Wow, finally got a job today, and a lucrative one at that. Su Zhaoing excitedly took the job and happily escorted the money god to the door to see the money god off. In the autumn afternoon, the scorching heat of summer had faded away, and the breeze brought a hint of coolness, making people feel sleepy. Ren Ran sat in the stands of the school field, watching the teenagers wielding their youth below. Zhao Yi hurried over, looked around, and went straight to the stands and sat down beside her, panting for breath. She leaned in close and lowered her voice. "Ren Ran, be careful of Suli." She turned her head to look at her. Zhao Yi's eyes darted around, afraid of being overheard. "I just came from the grove and saw Suli with Pei Ming. It looked like they were talking about something. I couldn't hear it very clearly, but I vaguely heard your name." Ch6 Anxious White. Chapter 6. You have a grudge against the two of them, and now they are ganging up together. I feel uneasy about their intentions. You need to be careful, Zhao Yi kindly reminded. Thanks. Ren Ran replied. We're classmates. No need to be so polite, Zhao Yi said breezily with a smile. After class, Suli blocked Ren Ran's way. Ren Ran, she called. Yes. Ren Ran looked at her coldly. I have something to tell you. I don't have time for this, Ren Ran dismissed and walked away. Suli looked anxious. She quickly stepped forward trying to grab Ren Ran but was avoided. Ren Ran, for the sake of our years of friendship, can you spare me a few minutes? Suli pleaded with reddened eyes. Ren Ran just stood there with her arms crossed silently. Suli grew more impatient, her voice tinged with sobs. Ren Ran, she pleaded pitifully. In the past, whenever Suli showed such an expression, Ren Ran would give in. After all, they were good friends and Ren Ran would pamper and indulge her a little without any harm. But some people mistake kindness for weakness and take it for granted completely. Ren Ran started walking towards the rooftop. Seeing this, Suli was overjoyed. She quickly caught up. Speak, Ren Ran said, leaning against the door once they reached the rooftop. Her cold eyes looked at Suli. Suli gritted her teeth. Ren Ran, I was in the wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have said those things about you. I was bewitched by Pei Ming. He told me you seduced him and hinted at him, which made him bold enough to confess to you. I just confronted him and he let it slip. Only then did I realize he had lied to me. I'm such a fool to have believed his nonsense. My dear angel Ren Ran, please forgive your foolish friend, can you? With tears brimming in her eyes, she pleaded pitifully. Her weak and delicate appearance did look pitiful and heartbreaking. Unfortunately, Ren Ran felt no sympathy. If anything, she felt disgusted. She remained silent, just watching Suli. Suli grew uneasy under her gaze. Not daring to meet her eyes, she lowered her head subconsciously. Ren Ran, hit me, scold me. I absolutely won't fight back or retaliate, Suli said. Ren Ran still didn't move. Seeing no reaction from her, Suli became more anxious. Ren Ran, don't you believe me? I'll call Pei Ming right now and confront him. She frantically looked for her phone. I left my phone in the classroom. Can I borrow your phone to call him? You're my best friend. I don't want a man to come between us. Hearing the word phone, Ren Ran understood their intentions. For old time's sake, I'll believe you one more time. Ren Ran took out her phone, thoughtfully unlocked it and dialed Pei Ming's number before handing it to Suli. Suli suppressed her excitement and took the phone from Ren Ran's hand. Pei Ming, come to the rooftop right now. If you're a man, come here now. Don't be a coward. Don't make me despise you. Do you dare repeat what you told me before? Suli grew more agitated, slowly edging towards the roof's edge. Ren Ran leaned against the door, just watching Suli's performance silently. Suddenly, Suli let out a cry. The phone slipped from her hand and fell downwards. The corner of Ren Ran's mouth curved up mockingly, a flash of disdain in her eyes. Suli was flustered and afraid, but also apologetic. Ren Ran, I'm sorry. I didn't grip the phone just now and dropped it. Her gaze was fixed on Ren Ran's face, waiting for the anticipated anger, but she remained calm, making Suli feel uneasy. Ren Ran straightened up. It's dropped, so it's dropped, she said dismissively. Suli breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Ren Ran would still see her as a friend if she acted meek. But the next second, her up-tilted lips froze. That phone was the latest model from Pineapple. Not yet released in China. My uncle brought it for me from overseas. It cost 12,000 yuan. Just remember to pay me back. Suli stared blankly at Ren Ran's departing back, cursing under her breath after a long pause. Bitch, don't act so arrogant. When Ren Ran arrived downstairs, the phone that should have been smashed to pieces was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious someone had disposed of it already. She shrugged indifferently, touching the other phone in her pocket. Who doesn't have one or two spare phones? She hummed a tune, looking forward to their next act, and went home in a good mood. She didn't have to wait long for their grand drama. At lunchtime the next day, Pei Ming blocked her way at the cafeteria entrance. This was the liveliest area in school at this time, without a doubt. Ren Ran, Pei Ming stepped forward, blocking her path. Good dogs don't block the road, Ren Ran said. But he didn't move. Didn't you hear me? Good dogs don't block the road, Zhao Yi spoke up. Pei Ming glared at Zhao Yi, frightening her into silence. Then he looked at Ren Ran again, his eyes now miserable, resentful, the very image of a man deceived by his girlfriend. Ren Ran, I just want to clear this up. If you don't like me, why did you look for me every day, bring me delicious food and gifts? Were you just playing with me? Was that fun? He roared out the last sentence. The cafeteria entrance was always crowded. Now with his yelling, those who hadn't noticed them before looked over curiously. News of Pei Ming's bold confession being rejected and him receiving punishment had already spread across school. Seeing the two involved in another spat sparked people's interest. Everyone wanted to watch the drama and be part of the peanut gallery. More and more people gathered to watch. Many didn't even eat, rushing over just for the gossip. Some were even more shameless, directly bringing their trays over to eat while enjoying the show. Seeing the growing crowd, Zhao Yi grew worried. She carefully tugged at Ren Ran's sleeve. Ren Ran shook her head at Zhao Yi, indicating it was fine. In the previous life, Pei Ming had pushed all the blame onto her in front of the entire school at the podium. This life he chose to replay it in the school cafeteria. More people meant it was easier to clear his name, but sometimes it could also easily drown him instead. Hearing his words, girls who admired Pei Ming easily took his side. He's right. If she didn't like Pei Ming with his looks and family background, he wouldn't have dared to confess so boldly. Could Pei Ming have been tricked by Ren Ran? Maybe Ren Ran knew the head of discipline was coming and said that on purpose to avoid being implicated. If that's the case, she's too ungrateful. This is like roasting Pei Ming over a fire. How despicable. Oh, hilarious. Since when do confessions mean reciprocated feelings? Following your logic, confessions would always succeed. Does that mean I can confess to Pei Ming and if he rejects me, he must be playing with me? After so many years of schooling, how can you all not have any brains? Ch7 Taoist message. Chapter 7. Does he dare to say that it should be true, right? This is hard to say. Sounds of agreement, rebuttal, and doubt were intertwined. Ren Ran sneered. Pei Ming, I know you are shameless and irresponsible, but today I have really seen it. She didn't intend to waste time talking. If it took too long, the teacher would come, and she wouldn't have time to put on a full show for everyone. You and Suli worked together, thinking that destroying my phone would lead to no evidence, right? As she spoke, she took out an identical phone from her pocket and smiled slightly at him and Suli in the crowd. Pei Ming and Suli's faces changed drastically. Classmates, let's witness the shamelessness of our classmate Pei Ming together. Ren Ran held up her phone high and uploaded all the audio recordings, chat screenshots, and Suli's performance on the rooftop earlier, all packed together for everyone to see all at once. I have packaged and sent the chat content to the campus network. You can download it. One by one, they took out their phones and logged into the campus network and they swarmed to the latest post. In less than half a minute, cries of F***CK rose one after another. So cheap. My god, Suli's slutty behavior on the rooftop was simply amazing. This pair of scumbag man and cheap woman are really disgusting. How can there be such disgusting people in our school? Pei Ming was about to splash dirty water on Ren Ran to whitewash himself. This behavior is too disgusting. Speaking of which, does he really like Ren Ran? This kind of person only likes himself. Fortunately, Ren Ran was prepared with a backup. Otherwise she couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Pei Ming had been the darling of heaven since childhood. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced so much malice and endured ridicule and curses from all directions. He pushed through the crowd and fled in defeat. Suli followed and fled. The few good girlfriends who had been around her before also distanced themselves from her, afraid of being implicated if they got too close. With one of the parties gone, the crowd around them dispersed one after another. Zhao Yi gave Ren Ran a big thumbs up. Awesome. I was worried that you would be pitted by them before. Still have to thank you for the reminder. You're welcome. As Ren Ran expected, the rumors that had fallen on her in her previous life were now multiplied several times over the two of them. Pei Ming asked for leave directly, but Suli couldn't. She could only face the contempt and verbal abuse from all directions alone. Ren Ran did not hide this matter from her parents and grandparents. The Pei and Ren families had some business dealings with each other, and their relationship was neither deep nor shallow, but they saw each other frequently. This is outrageous. My daughter's innocence was almost destroyed by him. This matter cannot be let go just like that. Ren Suyu was very angry. Kong Li continued to appease, wife, don't be impatient. I will contact President Pei about this matter to see what his attitude is before we make a decision. His son is *T on our daughter's head, and you can still endure it? Ren Suyi glared at him fiercely. That's not what I meant. If you don't stand up for our daughter, I'll let Dad handle it. No, can I go? At this moment, there were guests visiting, and the visitors were none other than Pei Ming's father and son. After letting them into the room, Pei's father was holding a whip in his hand, and Pei Ming was following behind him bare-chested. Brother Kong, sister-in-law, I have come to apologize to you today. It is because I did not educate my son well, which led him to act so recklessly. Today I brought him here for you to deal with as you see fit. Pei's father pushed Pei Ming forward. Pei Ming's face was constipated, but he didn't dare to defy his father and kept his head down without making a sound. Seeing Pei Ming's miserable appearance, Ren Suyi's anger dissipated a lot. If she really whipped him, that would definitely not do. The other party had already expressed their attitude, which was giving considerable face. Ren Ran did want to whip him, but she couldn't do that for no other reason than it would be too easy to expose herself. To demonstrate his sincerity, Pei's father whipped Pei Ming's back several times himself, and red marks quickly appeared on his back. Seeing this, Ren Suyi's anger subsided by more than half. After rounds of back and forth between the two patriarchs, Pei's father gave Ren Ran a set of jewelry worth over 1 million yuan, and the matter was considered settled. When he returned, Pei Ming would definitely not have it easy. Since he wouldn't have it easy, Suli wouldn't be let off easily either. Sometimes the mental damage caused by rumors and gossip is more tormenting than physical damage. In just a few days, Su Li's complexion visibly turned sallow, and her whole spirit became decadent. On Friday, Ren Ran received a message from Su Xiaoyin. Found him. After school in the evening, Ren Ran immediately went to the 007 detective agency. Su Xiaoyin still looked sloppy with a messy bird's nest on his head. The dark circles under his eyes were particularly striking, showing that this person had struggled for the extra 50,000 yuan reward. Take a look. Su Xiaoyin put a file in front of her. He picked up instant noodles for himself and started eating them in big mouthfuls. Looking at the young Taoist priest in the photo, she could confirm that this was the person she was looking for. Where is he now? Taiha Mountain. Su Xiaoyin slurped his instant noodles and took out a note from his pocket. His contact information is above. Ren Ran dialed the number on it, but no one answered. After calling several times in a row with still no answer, she directly sent him a text message explaining her intention. Su Xiaoyin finished eating the last bite of instant noodles, wiped his mouth satisfied. Boss, look at the fee. Ren Ran scanned to pay. Seeing the amount received, Su Xiaoyin's face was full of smiles, and his gaze towards Ren Ran became increasingly gentle. Boss, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. My business scope is not limited to finding people. Role-playing, being a dummy shareholder, cleaning, being a bodyguard, etc. are all possible. Your business scope is quite broad. Hee making a living, you know. There was no shame in making money. After leaving the agency and just walking out of the alley, she met an acquaintance. Seeing her, Su Li's face darkened. Ren Ran had no intention of paying attention to her. She stood at the side of the road, preparing to call a car to leave. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Pei Ming's car stopped at the side of the road with Pei Ming getting out from the car. Ren Ran's eyebrows ticked up slightly. She turned her toes and walked towards Su Li. What are you trying to do? Seeing her approach, Su Li looked at her warily. What can I do to you in broad daylight? Su Li thought about it and felt that she had overreacted. She stared at Ren Ran resentfully. Ren Ran moved closer and put her hand on Su Li's shoulder. Su Li wanted to shake it off but then heard her cold voice, don't move. Su Li, for the sake of our many years of friendship, do you want to get out of your current situation? Su Li stopped moving and let Ren Ran keep her hand on her shoulder. A glimmer of hope rose in her eyes. You will help me? After all, we were friends for many years. You just need to answer one question for me. What question? Su Li was still wary but looked somewhat moved. Was it voluntary or did Pei Ming force you? Su Li's eyes flickered. It was Pei Ming who forced me. Actually, I didn't want to, but he... She lowered her head. Ren Ran's gaze went past her and fell on the person hiding behind the roadside tree. The corners of her lips rose and she gently patted Su Li's shoulder, raising her voice a few degrees. Don't worry, after this blows over, I'll prove it for you. For this matter, thank you. Without you, I couldn't have succeeded. Su Li was puzzled. She completely didn't understand the monk scratching his head. She understood the first part but really didn't understand the second part. Before Su Li could ask, Ren Ran waved at her and left. What the hell? Su Li muttered. Hiding behind the roadside tree, Pei Ming heard the last sentence clearly. Fury rose within him as his fists tightened. Bitch? Pei Ming turned and left. He couldn't touch Ren's family, but could he not deal with a Su Li? From young till now, no one had ever schemed against him like this. And the other party was a lapdog he looked down on. Su Li waited for Pei Ming at the cafe for a long time but he never showed up. She called him several times but no one picked up. Seeing the cafe about to close, she left dejectedly. He must have been busy with something and forgot. She walked with her head low. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from her side and forcibly pulled her deep into a side alley. Before she could scream, a big palm covered her mouth. She struggled in fright, but a girl's strength was ultimately no match for an adult man's. A cloth was stuffed into her mouth as she was pinned to the ground. A group of people punched and kicked her mercilessly as she whimpered in pain. A passerby glanced at the scene and hurried away, not daring to get involved. 20 minutes later, the group left in a hurry, leaving the dying Su Li behind. Before losing consciousness, only one thought crossed Su Li's mind. It must have been that despicable Ren Ran. Ch8 asking for compensation. Chapter 8. Ding Ling Ling. Ren Ran stepped into the classroom right on time, morning self-study period. Everyone was buried in their review questions, consolidating their knowledge. Ren Ran was even more diligent than anyone else. She had been away from school for over 10 years now and had almost completely forgotten most of the high school curriculum. The college entrance exam was less than a year away now and she didn't want to have any regrets. In her previous life, she had been unable to study properly due to depression and had done extremely poorly on the college entrance exam, not even qualifying for a third-tier university. This had always been a regret deep in her heart. This time she wanted to test into a good university, to make her mother and grandparents happy. When the class bell rang, the previously quiet classroom instantly livened up. Zhaoi rushed over to her and pulled out the desk and chair beside her. Ren Ran, do you know why Suli isn't here today? Why isn't she here? She already knew but couldn't say. She really hadn't expected Pei Ming to act so quickly and ruthlessly. No matter what, Suli had treated him with utmost sincerity, but in the end he didn't even ask her a single question before directly ordering his men to cripple her. TSK, how vicious. Suli was beaten up. She was taken away in an ambulance last night, severely injured with both her legs and arms broken. We're in the final sprint stage now. Given her condition, she'll probably have to repeat the grade. Zhao Yi said with a giggle. With how awful she is, she must have offended someone out there who gave her a beating. Ren Ran's desk mate commented. Just then, a middle-aged couple appeared at the classroom entrance, scanning the room. Who is Ren Ran? The other students stared blankly, some instinctively looking towards Ren Ran. The middle-aged couple noticed this and followed their gazes to land on Ren Ran. After a brief ponder, Ren Ran remembered who they were. Suli's parents. Back when she was still Miss Ani, she had never met Suli's parents. Suli never brought her to visit her family, let alone introduce her parents. It wasn't until after her family's downfall that she once ran into Suli's parents on the street. Suli's mother had thrown a plastic bottle at her while Suli sat in the back seat watching her humiliation gleefully. Suli had even deliberately introduced her to her parents as her high school classmate. She would never forget what Suli's parents had said that day. So you're that young miss who was always following my daughter Lily in high school. Now you're reduced to picking up trash? TSK, how pitiful. Seeing as you were decent to our Lily in the past, here, this 20 yuan is for you. Suli's mother fished out a 20 yuan bill from her wallet and tossed it out the window. Suli's mother ignored the ugly expression on the other's face, continuing to revel in trampling her former social superior. You don't need to thank us too much. This is only right. Take the money and go get yourself a good meal. Suli's father said to his daughter in the back seat, in the future, stop mingling with such impoverished people. Once you get entangled with them, you can't shake them off. Suli smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Dad, I know. She smells so bad, why would I want to be around her? People like her aren't even fit to tie my shoes, I'd find it dirty. The memories were interrupted by Suli's mother's shrill yelling. It's you little bastard. You had my daughter crippled. You owe my daughter her life. Suli's mother charged at Ren Ran like a fierce beast. Ren Ran reacted quickly, getting up and backing away. So young yet so vicious. I'm sending you to prison. Suli's mother screamed furiously, her twisted expression frightening many students. The class bell rang and the onlooking students lingering outside reluctantly left. The teachers had been notified and rushed over, gently persuading Suli's parents as they held them back. Mr. and Mrs. Su, don't be impatient, don't act rashly. We can talk this out properly. Teacher Zhao was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Impulsiveness is the devil. Suli's mother yelled angrily. What's there to talk about? This little mongrel had my daughter crippled. What kind of students are you teachers raising to produce such a vicious one? She's responsible, and your school can't avoid involvement either. Her tirade left the teachers restraining her with very ugly expressions, but Teacher Zhao could not clash with the parent. He patiently placated. If it really was Ren Ran's fault, our school would definitely not gloss over it. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Just as Suli's mother was about to retort, she was stopped by Suli's father. All right, let's listen to the teacher. Suli's father said calmly. Teacher Zhao secretly let out a breath of relief. Thankfully there was still one rational parent among the couple. Ren Ran, come with the teachers. The rest of you self-study. Ah. Dissatisfied voices rose in unison. Teacher Zhao glared fiercely at the cheeky little rabbits and left with the involved parties. The moment they reached the office, Suli's mother tried to scratch Ren Ran. Ren Ran reacted swiftly, hiding behind Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao nearly had his face clawed up, his complexion darkening by several shades. The other teachers hurriedly held Suli's mother back. Don't move, listen to what the teachers have to say first. With Suli's father speaking, Suli's mother immediately settled down. The teachers unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. My daughter was beaten yesterday, now her legs and arms are wasted. The doctor said that even if she recovers, she'll be a cripple. Her hands will never be as dexterous as before. She's as good as ruined for life. My good daughter has become like this, how could I as her mother not be furious? Suli's mother cried bitterly. Hearing this, the office teachers could understand her perspective and no longer held her earlier mad behavior against her, instead sympathizing. Suli's mother pointed at Ren Ran. My daughter is well liked at school. The only person she offended is her. Lily told me that after meeting her, she got beaten up. This wicked girl must have held a grudge and deliberately sought revenge. Do you have any evidence? Ren Ran asked with crossed arms. My daughter's account is evidence. She's the victim. She heard those people report back to you personally. You can't get away. At this point Suli's father spoke up. Suli's medical fees, mental damages, and future losses, you're responsible for all of it. If you don't want to go to jail, compensate us 50 million yuan. We can provide a letter of understanding to exempt you from imprisonment. If you don't agree, we'll report this to the police. The teachers understood after thinking it over. Instead of going to the police, they had come to the school. Turns out it was about money. Teacher Zhao looked to Ren Ran. Ren Ran, with something like this happening, please ask your parents to come to the school. On the way here, I already texted my mom. She'll be here very soon. Teacher Zhao nodded satisfactorily. Ren Ran's tone then shifted. I also made a police report. Huh? Teacher Zhao was confused. The other teachers were also baffled. Suli's parents were similarly shocked as they stared at her. What do you mean? Suli's mother glared at her as she questioned. Ch9 Fiddling. Chapter 9. I've called the police for you. No need to thank me too much, Ren Ran said with a smile, bearing a hint of someone who has seen fame and fortune turn to dust. Aren't you afraid of being arrested by the police? Afraid? I've never done anything wrong, so what do I have to fear? It'll be great if the police come. They can prove my innocence. Oh right, the matter of you guys trying to extort 50 million from me and damage my reputation can be handled by the police altogether, Ren Ran said. Su's mother was left speechless by her shameless behavior, both angry and anxious. Ren Sua and the police arrived one after the other. On the way here, Ren Sua had already understood what had happened. Entering the office, she immediately rushed to Ren Ran's side, examining her daughter carefully to confirm that she was unharmed, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Seeing the parent arrive, Su's mother started blabbering nonstop. You're Ren Ran's mother, right? Your daughter got people to beat up my daughter into a cripple, compensate us 50 million, and we won't pursue this matter. Otherwise your daughter will be arrested. You don't want your daughter to go to jail, right? Ren Sua retracted her gaze from her daughter, finally having time to deal with the other people. Your daughter was beaten up. On what grounds are you saying it was done by my daughter? Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, this is slander. It's ruining my daughter's reputation. Seeing that they didn't admit it, Su's mother was immediately anxious. They didn't care at all about the life or death of that money-losing good for nothing. What they cared about was how much compensation they could get out of this incident. After receiving the news last night, they rushed to the hospital. Originally they didn't want to get her treated, but after hearing from their daughter that the person who beat her up was a rich family's young miss, the couple immediately hatched a plan. After getting a clear understanding of the rich classmate's circumstances from their daughter, they impatiently came to demand money early in the morning. They were determined to get this money. Whether she did it or not, she must be related somehow. Anyway, there was no way she could shirk responsibility. Just as the two sides were about to face off, the police officer spoke up. Do you have any evidence to prove this? Su's parents looked at each other awkwardly with forced smiles. Officers, it was like this. We don't have evidence, but my daughter heard with her own ears the attacker report to me. So there's no mistake about this matter. She herself wasn't there, she only heard the attacker give a report, correct? Yes. Su's mother nodded affirmatively. Other than this, is there any other evidence? Isn't this enough? The police officer gently said, is there any other evidence that can prove it? There isn't any. Regarding the police's line of questioning, Su's mother felt very uncomfortable. Officer, what do you mean by that? Isn't this enough to prove it? The police officer struggled to maintain a smile. Madam, the evidence you speak of cannot prove that this matter is related to Ren Ran. Su's mother was furious. Are you guys trying to shield and favor them? Are you police afraid of offending the rich? Seeing the two officers' faces darken, Su's father quickly pulled Su's mother back, plastering an ingratiating smile on his face. My wife misspoke, she didn't mean that. It's just that seeing our daughter beaten to such an extent, she feels awful inside. The two officers must not take it to heart. Changing track, he said. My daughter had a conflict with her these past few days and harbored a grudge. She has sufficient motive. Not to mention my daughter heard with her own ears that the person giving orders was her. One of the policemen made a call to his colleague, asking them to go to the hospital to take a statement from Suli. You said that your daughter personally heard the person who beat her report to me? Ren Ran spoke up. That's right. How did they report? Calling? Or what? Of course calling on the phone. What time? This. Both of them hemmed and hawed, completely unclear. The principle is that whoever alleges must prove. I'll be a good person and prove my own innocence, lest I get bitten by a mad dog. How annoying. Ren Ran placed her phone in the officer's hands. From last night until now, I haven't received or made a single call. The telecoms company can verify this, they have records that can prove it. How do we know you only have this one phone? Su's father retorted. Ren Ran scoffed. Phone numbers have real name registration now. One trip to the telecoms company can pull out the call records for all numbers registered under my name. You might not know this, but the police are very clear on it. Before they even contacted the telecoms company here, one of the officers already received a call from his colleague. After a while he returned to the office. Looking at the Su couple, he smiled and returned Ren Ran's phone to her. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su's mother refused to accept it. How does it have nothing to do with her? How did you police investigate it? Are you covering for her? Su's father also wore a dark expression. Su's mother stepped forward wanting to scratch Ren Ran again. Ren Ran grabbed her mother's hand as the two dodged behind the officers. It took Ren Suya several seconds to react. Ren Suya was an elegant, intellectual woman. The people she encountered were all very refined. She had never seen such a shrew before. If you continue like this, we have the authority to bring you back to the station, the officers angrily warned. Seeing the two officers enraged, Su's father pulled Su's mother back. Officers, what exactly is going on here? The officer finally had a chance to speak. An hour ago, a video appeared online. Someone happened to record a video of your daughter being beaten up. And after the person posted it online, it caught the attention of the Internet Information Security Center. They started an investigation and found the assailant in the video. Just now the assailant has been arrested, and information about the hirer was found on him. The station happened to know we were investigating this case, so they notified me. You can consider yourselves lucky we'll be bringing the hirer in soon. The Su couple were both dumbfounded. They didn't want to catch the real culprits, they just wanted to extort some money from this rich young miss. Seeing the couple's unhappy expressions, the officer knitted his brow slightly. Ren Ran curiously asked, who was the hirer? Although she already knew very well, she still had to put on an act and publicize it for that person. Also a student from your school called Pei Ming. The teachers were shocked. Ren Ran looked towards the Su couple. Uncle, auntie, don't worry. Medical fees for Su Li's injuries, compensation money, you don't need to worry. What do you mean? You don't know? Pei Ming is the son of the CEO of Hongli Group. Ren Ran said with an innocent look. Ch10 Upper Taiha Mountain. Chapter 10. Su's parents' eyes lit up with greed, not hiding their avarice at all. Oh daughter, I'm so sorry, I wronged you. Auntie, I don't need your apology. Ren Ran looked at the police officer. Officer, they came to my school to ruin my reputation and extort 50 million from me. The amount is huge, they should be jailed for years. Su's parents were dumbfounded. You vicious child, how could you be so malicious? Su's father quickly said, young lady, this is all our fault, we were confused and wrongly blamed you. I will discipline Lily when I get back. Your wife tried to hit me several times over this, I can't let this go. Ren Ran pretended to be angry. Su's father backhanded his wife in the face. Everyone present was shocked by this action. None of them had expected Su's father to act so decisively. After all, no real harm was done, it was just a small civil dispute at most, not criminal. The police could just ask them to apologize at most. Ren Ran was just trying to scare them. The teachers and two police officers, being smart people, persuaded her tactfully. Ren Ran agreed not to pursue their responsibility. After all, she wanted to watch the show. With the fighting power of this couple, it would be enough to keep Pei Ming busy. In the shady campus path, Ren Suya gently flicked her daughter's forehead. Why didn't you tell me immediately when something like this happened? Mom, I was wrong, I'll tell you everything from now on. Ren Suya looked at her daughter carefully, wondering if she was mistaken that her daughter seemed to have grown up, able to stand on her own already. Her daughter was stronger than her. Mom, you can't keep anything from me in the future either. Ren Ran gave her a warning in advance. Okay. After sending her mother away, as soon as Ren Ran returned to the classroom, Zhao Yi and others immediately showed her the videos online. She had already seen this video. Yesterday, after seeing Pei Ming looking for Su Li, she originally wanted to drive a wedge between them, but didn't expect Pei Ming to give her such a big surprise. After separating from Su Li, she temporarily gave Su Zhaoyin a mission to follow Su Li to see what tricks Su Li and Pei Ming were going to use next, so that she could respond in advance. As a result, Su Zhaoyin sent her the video. She also had Su Zhaoyin release the video through someone else. She did this for one purpose only, Pei Ming. There is a saying, don't come if you don't return the courtesy, it's impolite. He played a card, so she had to play a card to match his hard work. Sure enough, Su's parents did not disappoint Ren Ran. Pei's family was unwilling to give them the ideal compensation, so the couple went straight to the Pei's company gate to yell and cause a stir. This matter was also posted online, causing quite a sensation. The Pei family reacted quickly and suppressed the online news. Su's parents clung to the Pei's like leeches, not caring about their hospitalized daughter at all. Since they didn't give the hospital money, Su Li was kicked out by the hospital. Su's parents simply dragged her to the Pei's company gate for everyone to watch. Su Li even felt like dying. She wanted to stop her parents but couldn't persuade them now that they had money in their eyes. The Pei family was so annoyed by this couple that they reluctantly paid 5 million to get rid of them. After this incident, the affairs between the Su and Pei families became well known in Haishur. Pei Ming and Su Li also became famous in Haishur. Without the trouble caused by Pei Ming and Su Li, Ren Ran could calm down and focus on studying. In her previous life, her greatest wish for her grandparents was to see her go to college, but they didn't make it. In this life, she couldn't let them down again. She wanted to make them proud. While studying, Ren Ran never forgot one other thing. Every time she returned home, she would look for opportunities to secretly put a long hair in Kong Liji's clothes, or leave a lipstick mark somewhere. The past few days had been peaceful and tranquil, but she knew the tranquility was only superficial. She wouldn't be at ease until she uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes. Ren Ran, where are you planning to go for the long vacation? Let's go to the beach. How about you? My mom is taking me to Xinjiang. Xinjiang is great, it's beautiful there, Ren Ran said with a smile. After leaving campus, Ren Ran saw her mother's car parked outside. She said goodbye to Zhao Yi and got in the car. Ren Ran glanced at her mother. She could clearly feel her mother had something on her mind. Mom, are you very tired recently? I haven't been sleeping well lately. Her mother didn't want to talk more about it with her, so she didn't ask further. When disappointment accumulated to a certain extent, affection would disappear. She understood this truth. Mom, I made plans with my classmates to go to the beach for the long vacation, so... She rubbed her thumb and index and middle fingers together. Rensuya chuckled softly. Okay, I'll transfer it to you later. Don't tell your dad, or he'll say I'm spoiling you too much. I definitely won't say anything. The next day Ren Ran did not go to the beach but went to Mount Taihe with Su Zhaoyin instead. She had been calling the young Taoist priest these days but was never able to get through. Su Zhaoyin asked around and was also unable to find the person. The two agreed to go directly to Mount Taihe to look for him during the long vacation. Mount Taihe was the birthplace of Taoism, a famous 5 scenic spot. They arrived at the foot of Mount Taihe in the afternoon and stayed overnight, planning to set off the next day. The scenic area of Mount Taihe was very large. Where they were going this time was not the tourist area, but the unopened area where few people went. Only practitioners and ascetics would go there. Su Zhaoyin figured out the route in advance. They would need 2 days in the mountains before reaching the place where the young Taoist priests cultivated. Bringing enough supplies for outdoor survival, they entered Mount Taihe from the tourist area, then turned onto a sparsely populated trail and entered the uninhabited area. Entering the dense forest, the unspoiled scenery was completely natural. Although the scenery was good, the path below was difficult to walk. Following the compass, they kept walking along what could barely be called a path forward. Along the way, they left many markings to prevent getting lost. 2 days later, the two arrived at the mud hut of the young Taoist priest, battered and exhausted. After calling for a long time outside the door without seeing anyone, searching deeper into the mountains would be too dangerous. There were wild beasts coming and going in the woods, and they were unfamiliar with the terrain, so it was easy to get lost in the forest area. The supplies they brought were enough for 5 days of use. If they economized, it could last 7 days. After discussing it, they decided to pitch a tent outside the mud hut and wait for him to show up. They would go out and look around during the daytime but didn't dare go too far. 1 day passed without results. 2 days passed still with no results. The 3rd day was their limit. If the person still didn't show up today, they would have to go down the mountain tomorrow. From daylight until nightfall, the hoped-for person never appeared. In the flickering firelight, shadows danced on both their faces. Why are you so determined to find him? Su Zhaoyin asked curiously. 11 The Word of Life. Chapter 11. Help me. Su Zhaoyin was taken aback, clearly not expecting this answer. He looked her up and down and she appeared healthy without any visible issues. Who are you? Suddenly a voice sounded from behind them, startling the two into jumping up. A tall figure slowly emerged from the darkness, the firelight dispelling the darkness around him. In the dim light, one could vaguely make out his youthful and tranquil features, his hair tied up in a bun. You're Qingxian Taoist priest, Ren Ran said. Qingxian looked at the two. Many adventurous tourists came to Taihe Mountain, but these two did not seem like that type. You're looking for me? Ren Ran nodded. Yes. We've been waiting here for you for 3 days. Su Zhaoyin added. Qingxian's tranquil gaze swept over the two before he stepped towards his dwelling, lighting a candle after entering. Come in. The two followed him inside. The furnishings inside the house were simple, and the lamps primitive. 10 years of the same life was cultivation for them. Qingxian's gaze fell upon Ren Ran. I'm stepping out for a smoke. Su Zhaoyin said and left the house. I'd like you to read my fortune. Qingxian kept his stoic demeanor as he scrutinized her face carefully. Date and time of birth. Ren Ran reported her date and time of birth. Qingxian gestured as he calculated, lifting his eyes to study her face intently again. After a long pause, he muttered odd. Give me a moment, let me calculate again. Qingxian mumbled under his breath, his frown deepening. How could this be? Giving someone their first reading, yet the results differed between destiny and physiognomy. Her destiny was noble, yet her face faintly exuded an ominous air, though shallow, was enough to catch his attention. The faint ominousness would be hard for ordinary cultivation practitioners to detect, But as successor of the Zhengyi school, he had special methods to glean some insight, hence finding it unbelievable. With such a destiny, it was impossible for ominous energy to appear. Could he have made a mistake somewhere? Ever since appearing, he had kept a stoic face, putting on an aloof expert facade. He thought with his cultivation, reading destiny would be a walk in the park. But now his heart was in turmoil. Soon, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ren Ran noticed Qing Xian's odd expression and tentatively prompted, Qing Xian Taoist priest, could it be that the destiny and my birth details and physiognomy are completely opposite? Qing Xian's eyes widened in shock, unable to maintain his expert facade. You know. As expected, the other party had made their move. Ren Ran's heart sank as she thought of the calamities in her past life caused by ill fortune, and a chill rose from the soles of her feet. Just who were they? Before coming here, I met a grandmaster who told me my destiny may have been tampered with. He mentioned you and your master to me, saying only you could help me. This was 9 parts true, 1 part false. Qing Xian lightly tapped his forehead, wondering how he hadn't thought of this possibility earlier. Tampering with destiny was rare indeed. Even he hadn't noticed it right away. With this train of thought, Qing Xian no longer doubted his own lacking skills. Give me a moment. He got up and took out a tortoise shell and some old copper coins from a cabinet behind him. He put the coins in the shell, shook and poured them out, repeating this 3 times. Your destiny has indeed been replaced by the heavens. Fortunately, the time is still early. Is there a way to break this? Hold on. Qing Xian got up again and went into the adjoining room, searching the bookshelf until he found a worn ancient text in the topmost wooden box. He dusted it off and carefully flipped through under the oil lamp. Ren Ran quietly waited. After some time, Qing Xian finally found the section on tampered destiny and read it carefully before sighing heavily. This would be difficult. Qing Xian Taoist priest, have you found a way to break this? This was her main concern right now. It concerned the lives of her whole family. The misfortune brought by the tampered destiny led to the downfall of the Ren family. For these intangible things one couldn't see or touch, rebirth alone couldn't avoid it. You could stop your mother from taking sleeping pills and dying, but who's to say fate wouldn't lead her to another death some other way? There were experts for the esoteric arts. Relying solely on the foreknowledge from rebirth had a high chance of repeating the same mistakes. To be reborn once was heavenly grace. She didn't dare waste it or become complacent. Qin Xian Taoist priest's expression was apologetic. The method to break this is not specified in the text. I recall my master mentioning it before, so he should know how to break it. I sincerely ask that Taoist priest contact your master to help me through this plight. Hey! Qin Xian laughed awkwardly. Well, you see, my master has wandered off and I don't know where he is. Call him. My master doesn't like using high-tech things. He feels those gadgets corrupt the mind and are detrimental to cultivation. Ren Ran. Seeing her choking expression, Qing Xian quickly consoled, don't panic, don't fret. Tampering with destiny is not easily accomplished with such sinister means. Your destiny is determined by the heavens and has heavenly protection. Ren Ran was doubtful but did not voice it, letting him continue speaking. Unless your personal fortune declines. One's fortune can be affected by external factors as well as artifacts or talismans assisting. Note 1a. External factors? Qin Xian Taoist priest thought for a bit before explaining in layman's terms. Let me give a simple example. There's a saying the face reveals the heart, but physiognomy doesn't remain unchanged. Some people have gentle appearances when young, but life's tribulations and endless vexations change their mentality, and ill temper arises, affecting their appearance. Likewise, those with poor physiognomy when young, under the edification of good people and events, can change their mentality, and their appearance changes along with it. Ren Ran understood this clearly. She had an example right around her. A neighbor auntie was once a gentle, cultured wife, but over 10 years ago her husband went bankrupt and committed suicide, leaving her and 2 children behind, burdened with enormous debt. When Ren Ran saw the auntie again over 10 years later, her worn face no longer held the gentleness of the past, only sharpness and overbearingness remained. Qing Xian Taoist priest continued. Tampering with destiny is not so easily accomplished. First, they need to weaken your fortune. Create all kinds of troubles around you, so everything goes wrong for you, influencing your mentality. When you're anguished or your temper rises, your fortune will weaken. Next, pairing it with insidious artifacts that influence your aura, further weakening your fortune. The two complement each other, trapping you in the thorns they arranged. When your fortune has declined to a certain degree, they can then fully replace your destiny. If I'm guessing right, the other party should have already begun taking action. Ch 12 Careful Layout. Chapter 12. Perhaps you should carefully consider what has been happening around you lately? Is there anything that could change your mindset or trap you in a quagmire from which you cannot escape? Qing Xian suggested. Ren Ran felt a slight tremor in her heart. Even without Qing Xian's reminder, she already understood. Since when had her life taken a turn for the worse, plunging her into trouble? It all began with Pei Ming's bold confession and his subsequent slander in front of the entire school. Depression, the death of her grandparents in a car accident, her father's affair, the arrival of a mistress, her mother's suicide. By swallowing sleeping pills, being driven out of the family by Kong Liji, one incident after another started from that moment. The misfortunes of her past life started on that day. The first step was to ruin her reputation, plunging her into depression. The second step was the sudden departure of her grandparents, leaving her and her mother in deep sorrow. The double blow exhausted them both mentally and emotionally. The third step was her father's infidelity and betrayal, shattering the illusion of happiness and subjecting the already grieving mother and daughter to a double blow. The fourth step was her mother's death, leaving her alone and plunging her into hatred and agony. The fifth step was her father heartlessly abandoning her, taking away all the family's wealth, turning her from a pampered girl of the heavens into a vulnerable orphan. Falling from heaven to hell, the gap was unbearable for an ordinary person, let alone the constant ridicule and oppression from friends and relatives. Looking back at the trajectory of her past life, Ren Ran felt a chill. Those hands hidden in the darkness had meticulously planned each step, gradually destroying her spirit and plunging her into endless pain, exhaustion, and humiliation. She had initially thought that Pei Ming simply wanted to eliminate her completely, but now it seemed that things were far from being as simple as she had imagined. Pei Ming and Su Li were key players in this scheme. Having been reborn, she inadvertently disrupted their first step. The mastermind behind the scenes would undoubtedly continue their actions. Ren Ran recounted the incident she had encountered at school to Qing Xian, leaving out the subsequent events that had not yet occurred. The matter of her rebirth was something she couldn't reveal to others. Qing Xian nodded. Since you have disrupted their plans, the designer will certainly not give up easily. Qing Xian, I would like to ask for your help. Qing Xian hesitated. Well, Master Qing Xian, the person who can orchestrate such a grand scheme must have many means at their disposal. Even though I managed to evade their first attempt, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to escape the second or third. I humbly request your assistance in identifying the mastermind. As for the matter of compensation, as long as I can provide it, I will not hesitate. After a brief contemplation, Qing Xian said, We are destined to meet. Since you have encountered me, I will take care of this matter. Thank you, Ren Ran said joyfully. The previous life's kind-heartedness of Master Qing Xian still remained in this life. She couldn't go wrong by seeking his help. The next day, Qing Xian prepared a package and accompanied the two of them down Taihe Mountain, returning to High City. Ren Ran arranged for Qing Xian to stay in a spacious 500-square-meter apartment in the city center. It was a birthday gift from her late grandfather for her 18th birthday. Before their return, Ren Ran had the apartment cleaned by a cleaning service and prepared daily necessities so that Qing Xian could move in directly. After settling Qing Xian, Ren Ran returned home. Returning home, Ren Ran still didn't see her mother. She asked the housekeeper and found out that her mother was upstairs, so she went straight up. Mom. Pushing open the door, Ren Ran's mother hurriedly put something into a drawer. What is it? Nothing. Ren Ran had sharp eyes and immediately noticed that the thing was a lipstick. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the one her mother had put under her father's seat in the car. Since her mother didn't say anything, Ren Ran pretended not to know anything. Her mother would eventually come to her senses. When Kong Liji returned home, he sensed that something was off about his wife's demeanor. He looked at his daughter. Ren Ran, did you upset your mother? I didn't. Ren Ran stared, looking displeased. Dad, please don't wrongly accuse me. Suddenly, Kong Liji felt a pain in his shoulder as his wife fiercely punched him. Wife, what's gotten into you? Come with me. Rensua got up and headed towards the study. Kong Liji was completely puzzled but followed her upstairs. After closing the door, Rensua stared directly at him. Wife, what's the matter? Rensua said in a deep voice, Liji, how have I treated you all these years? Very well. If one day you no longer love me, please tell me directly. Don't let me become a fool, can you do that? This was the first time Kong Liji saw Rensua so serious and indifferent. He felt a sudden panic in his heart, took a couple of steps forward, wanting to grab her hand, but she easily avoided him. Wife, how could I not love you? Did you hear something bad? Kong Liji's heart tightened and he tentatively asked. Rensua looked at him, a trace of disappointment flickering deep in her eyes. No, it's just that when I saw Mrs. Lin's appearance I felt sad. Mrs. Lin was considered a friend of Rensuya's. Recently, her husband had an affair, and the mistress forced her way into the family, even going as far as physically assaulting her, making her a laughingstock in their social circle. Now the couple was in the midst of a messy divorce. Upon hearing this, Kong Liji breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Mrs. Lin is Mrs. Lin and I am me. I am not like them. Suya, do you really think I would betray you? I swear to the heavens that if I betray you I won't have a good death. Kong Liji raised his hand to take an oath, demonstrating his loyalty. He reached out to embrace her, and Ren smelled his scent, a familiar fragrance, but for some reason she always felt the scent of another woman's perfume on his shirt. The thought of him embracing another woman made her feel disgusted. Ren pushed him away. Tonight, you sleep outside. Wife, what's wrong with you again? Kong Liji wanted to hold her but was pushed away. Enough. I don't want to see any males right now. Alright, I'll go out. Don't be angry. If you get ill from anger, I'll be distressed. Kong Liji indulgently complied with his wife's unreasonable behavior. The next day, Ren Ran saw her father coming out of the neighboring guest room and she understood what had happened. It seemed that the marks she had left on him had been effective. Once upon a time, it was unimaginable for mother to drive father away to sleep. But now, with the recent turn of events, it became evident that mother's trust in him was gradually crumbling. The moment it shatters into pieces will mark mother's rebirth. During the morning break at school, Qing Xian came looking for her. They sat beneath a tree in the back mountains of the campus, and she took out the amulet that her aunt had given her earlier. Taoist Qing Xian, please take a look at this amulet and see if there's anything wrong with it. Since those people had meddled in her life, it was likely that the magical artifact affecting her luck was also in her vicinity. Unless she found this object, she wouldn't be able to find peace of mind. Qing Xian examined it carefully and broke open the protective casing of the amulet, revealing a hollow interior with a yellow talisman inside. He picked up the talisman and scrutinized it, occasionally sniffing at it with his nose. There was a faint smell of blood emanating from it. This yellow talisman was drawn with the fresh blood of an unjustly deceased person naturally tainted with grievance. Ch13 Aunt borrows money. Chapter 13. If something like this was worn for a long time, it would bring misfortune upon oneself. Someone with a light 8 characters reading is prone to illness. It's this. Ren Ran already had her suspicions, and now that they were confirmed, she wasn't overly surprised, just felt chilled to the heart. Who gave this to you? My little aunt. They went on a trip to Thailand before, asked about my family members' birthdays and 8 characters, and specially asked for protective Buddhist pendants. Let me take a look at the other Buddhist pendants. Ren Ran nodded. She had this intention. After school in the evening, Ren Ran didn't stay for self-study and directly took the bus to her grandparents' villa halfway up the mountain. The old couple were very happy about her arrival and had Auntie Wang cook up many delicious things, chatting with her grandparents for quite a while before bringing up the matter of the protective Buddhist pendants. She made up an excuse to take away both of their protective Buddhist pendants. The first thing she did when she got home was to take all the protective Buddhist pendants to Qing Xian. Qing Xian opened up each of these protective Buddhist pendants one by one, and each contained a talisman inside. In Ren Ran's eyes, these talismans looked quite similar, and she didn't know if they were the same. How is it? These talismans are all drawn with the fresh blood of people who died unjust deaths. Ren Ran's expression darkened. In their previous lives, her grandparents had died in a car accident. She didn't know if it was because of these things, or if their deaths were facilitated under the blessing of these. Either way, these were harmful objects. What about your dad's? Qing Xian looked at the 3 pendants in front of him. His is at his company, not convenient to take right now. She hadn't had a chance to take it yet. If this matter was unrelated to him, naturally she could take it. If it was related, she was afraid of startling the snake in the grass. Who gave these things to you? My aunt. Ren Ran carefully recounted where these Buddhist pendants came from. Now, combined with the trajectory of their past lives, it fit completely. How should these things be dealt with? I'll redraw some protective talismans to replace these. Ordinary people won't notice any difference unless it's the people behind the scenes. Qing Xian said confidently. Thank you. Qing Xian took out talisman paper and cinnabar from his bag and started drawing protective talismans. From the first stroke of the brush, Ren Ran could clearly feel an invisible pressure radiating from his surroundings. By the time he was drawing the second talisman, fine beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead, even though his stroke seemed to flow smoothly like clouds in water, exceptionally effortless. By the third talisman, the color had faded from his face, gradually turning pale. When he put down the last stroke, Qing Xian looked as if he had just run a 20-kilometer marathon, drenched in sweat from head to toe. Phew! Qing Xian put down the brush and let out that mouthful of stale breath, handing over the 4 protective talismans to her. You put them back in place. Thank you, Taoist. Qing Xian waved his hand unconcernedly, just a small matter. After school, Ren Ran went to her grandparents' villa halfway up the mountain again. Coming here 2 days in a row, her grandparents were very happy. Knowing you were coming, Auntie Wang specially stewed black chicken soup for you to nourish your body. Grandma looked at her granddaughter dotingly. How are your studies? Grandpa asked. Fine. You old man, why ask about studying? Aren't you just putting pressure on the child? Grandma glared at him dissatisfiedly. Grandpa quickly surrendered, not daring to retort. Watching the old man and old lady bicker with each other, Ren Ran felt sweet and warm inside. Seeing that she had finished drinking, Grandma prepared to serve her a second bowl but was declined by her. Grandma, I'm already full. She took out the Buddhist pendants from her pocket. Grandpa, Grandma, these are for you. Grandpa took them in hand. Ren Ran, is there some issue with these? Just as Ren Ran was about to speak, the doorbell rang, followed by Auntie Wang's voice from the entrance. Sir, madam, Miss Shuyun is here. Ren Shuyun. Upon hearing this name, Ren Ran's eyes darkened slightly. It didn't take long before her aunt's family of 3 entered, handing over gifts to Auntie Wang's hands, smiling and greeting them. Uncle, Auntie. Seeing Ren Ran, Ren Shuyun's face was full of delight. Oh my, Ren Ran is here too? She turned her head and glanced around. Did big sister and brother-in-law not come? They didn't come. Ren old lady welcomed the 3 to sit down. Auntie Wang brought tea, and Ren Shuyun turned to look at her daughter Su-ing. Little Ing, weren't you always clamoring about not understanding some things? It just so happens your sister Ren Ran is here, have her teach you. A flash of impatience passed through Su Ying's lowered eyes. When she raised her head, her eyes were smiling. Sis, let's talk outside. As she spoke, she reached out to hook Ren Ran's arm. Looking at her younger sister a year younger than herself, the smile didn't reach Ren Ran's eyes. She still remembered clearly the last time they met was outside a cafe, where she only did one thing: pour a cup of scalding hot coffee over her head from above, threw down a few $100s and strode away. That kind of disdainful, disgusted expression she remembered vividly. Ren Ran slowly pried her hand away, her voice flat. No need, I only came today to accompany Grandpa and Grandma. My seat's not even warmed yet before Auntie couldn't wait to see me leave. She was barely short of saying, you come and I have to go, who do you think you are? Ren Shuyun was startled, and quickly smiled apologetically. Oh my, little aunt didn't consider carefully. Her hand clenched tightly on her knee. Grandpa spoke up. Shuyun, did you come today for something? Ren Shuyun immediately sat up straight. Uncle, earlier Zhengyang made an investment, and the money had just been deposited not long ago, still not time yet, but our family happened to have a little incident. His no-good younger brother got scammed doing business outside, owing some debts. His younger brother came begging to him as the older brother he couldn't just sit by and watch, but really his own hands were a bit tight, unable to take out so much money all at once. So I'm here thick-skinned asking Uncle to give a little to tide things over for the time being. Don't worry, Uncle, as soon as the profits from that investment come in, we'll pay you back immediately. During this period, we'll also pay interest. At first Ren Ran didn't feel anything, but gradually, some fragments of memories from her sealed memories surfaced. Something like this also happened in their previous lives at the time she wasn't here, and it was only through bits of information revealed when her parents occasionally talked to each other that she found out about this matter afterwards. What little uncle owing debts? Clearly they too had failed investments and owed debts themselves. If they didn't pay back the money soon, the bank would repossess their current chain restaurant. As for interest, that was just lip service. In their previous lives, forget about giving interest, even the 50 million they lent out in the end wasn't paid back a single cent. Seeing the face of their deceased younger brother, Grandpa and Grandma took care of the two of them in many ways, helping wipe their butts countless times. But what did they do in return? They actually put those kinds of harmful things in the Buddhist pendants they gifted. The saying, help someone and they'll be grateful, harm someone and they'll seek revenge, was completely right. A family like them with wolf hearts and dog lungs wasn't worth Grandpa and Grandma's care. Before Grandpa could speak, Ren Ran was the first to say, Auntie, which temple did you ask for those Buddhist pendants from when you went to Thailand last time? My friend is planning to go to Thailand for vacation and also wants to ask for a Buddhist pendant. Her rhythm disrupted. Ren Shuyun felt uncomfortable in her heart, but still patiently said, I've forgotten specifically which temple. Those names are too tongue-twisting and hard to remember. I'll ask the tour guide who received us when I get back and let you know afterwards. Ch 14 remind Grandpa. Chapter 14. Then I'll have to trouble my aunt. Ren Ran said. Oh right, you have to carry the Buddha pendant with you at all times for it to have any luck effect, right? That's right, only then can it protect you and bring you good fortune, Ren Shuyun said with a smile. My friend wants to take a look, but I didn't have my Buddha pendant on me. Auntie, could you lend me yours for a moment so I can take a picture of it? Ren Shuyun was taken aback. She wasn't even wearing one of those things. Seeing her hesitation, Ren Ran smiled. Auntie, you wouldn't be that petty, right? You wouldn't refuse to lend it to me, would you? Oh no, of course not, she awkwardly smiled in response. Su Zhongyang, seeing his wife's awkward predicament, took out a Buddha pendant from his pocket. Here, you can borrow mine. Thank you, Uncle, Ren Ran said as she accepted it. As soon as she got up, Ren Shuyun discreetly elbowed her daughter Su-ing, signaling her to follow along. Noticing the little tail behind her, Ren Ran completely ignored it and headed straight for the bathroom. She closed the door behind her. She began taking apart the Buddha pendant, surprised to find that it was solid all the way through, completely different from the ones they had. She took out her phone and snapped a few pictures. When Ren Ran opened the bathroom door, she noticed Su-ing standing not too far away, pretending as if Ren Ran didn't exist. As Su-ing walked away, she put on a show of talking on her cell phone. Did you see the photo I sent you? It looks just like that. Don't get them mixed up later. Okay, sounds good. Thanks again, I'll be in touch. After ending the fake call, Ren Ran stood in front of Suing and handed her back the pendant, smiling as she said, "Here you go, make good use of it and pass it back to your dad for me." Suing nodded. "Aren't you going to use the restroom?" Ren Ran asked with a smile, looking at Suing just standing there motionless. The corner of Su Ying's mouth twitched a few times before she reluctantly went into the bathroom. Back in the living room, Ren Ran sat down next to her grandmother again. Su Zhengyang spoke in an ingratiating tone, still putting on airs. "Uncle, we're just short of 50 million yuan. It's not a lot of money." Just listen to that tone, saying it's not a lot of money. Not a lot? Then don't come asking to borrow. Thinking of that money going down the drain, Ren Ran wanted to speak up again. But suddenly, her grandmother took her hand and gently patted the back of it. Ren Ran understood her grandmother's meaning and obediently kept her mouth shut. "Uncle, I'll really need your help with this matter," Su Zhengyang said. Her grandfather put down his teacup. "First we'll need to look at the company's working capital situation before we know more. You two go back first and I'll let you know later." Su Zhengyang and his wife quickly agreed. After wasting their time chatting away for a while longer, they finally got up and left. As soon as they were gone, her grandparents looked towards Ren Ran. "Tell us what's going on," her grandmother said, placing the Buddha pendant on the table. As expected, her grandparents understood the meaning behind her actions. Her grandfather picked up the pendant and opened it slightly to reveal a talisman inside. "What's this?" Her grandmother picked up the talisman, squinting at it with her failing eyesight. Ren Ran recounted what had happened with the Buddha pendants. "The talismans inside have all been switched out already. I asked Auntie to borrow her pendant because I wanted to see if there was something similar inside theirs too. She did this to confirm whether or not they were innocent. My brother-in-law's pendant was solid all the way through, completely different from ours." In case her grandparents didn't believe her, Ren Ran took out the photos and videos she had prepared in advance and showed them. Sometimes just saying it outright doesn't necessarily convince people completely. Only by presenting evidence right in front of their eyes could it be more credible. Her grandmother sighed. Why would they do something like this? In the end, it always comes down to greed, Ren Ran said, holding her grandmother's hand gently to comfort her. "Grandma, don't let those ungrateful swindlers upset you. We've done nothing wrong. They're the ones in the wrong for their insatiable greed and lack of gratitude." Her grandmother patted Ren Ran's hand lightly. "Our Ren Ran has really grown up." "Grandpa, when are you planning to retire?" Ren Ran asked. Her grandfather raised his eyebrows, smiling at her. "What's this, you want to take over Grandpa's position?" "Yes," Ren Ran readily admitted. "Grandpa, you must guard your position well until I can come take over. Go fix something for this grandfather and granddaughter to eat," he said, shooing his wife away. After sending his wife away, the two of them went into the study and closed the door. Did something happen at home? As expected, her grandpa was as sharp as ever despite his age. If her grandparents had still been around in her last life, her father wouldn't have been able to seize control of the company no matter how capable he was. She couldn't tell him about what happened in her past life, but she could talk about what had already occurred in this life. "Grandpa, please don't get angry. Don't be upset, okay?" Ren Ran was worried for his health, afraid the old man would suffer some misfortune from rage. Her grandfather laughed. "Girl, your grandpa has seen all kinds of storms in life. Don't you worry." Ren Ran took a deep breath and lowered her voice, speaking with a hint of weariness and sadness. "Dad is having an affair." Her grandfather's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning cold and stern. "I even saw the mistress's daughter calling him Dad. She looks about the same age as me." Those simple two sentences carried tremendous meaning. Not only did he cheat right after getting married, it meant he likely never had any faithfulness to begin with. That was a huge amount of information to take in. Her grandfather had never looked favorably on Kong Liji to begin with. Now, upon hearing about something like this, even someone with excellent self-control would find it hard to remain calm and collected. Does your mother know? That's parents for you. Their first thought is always their child. She's likely had her suspicions, Ren Ran conservatively reported. Her grandfather had built up their corporation with his own two hands, nurturing it into prosperity. She absolutely could not let her father snatch it away, turning the Ren family's assets into the Kong or Wan family's possessions. In her last life, Wan Ling entered the entertainment industry riding on the coattails of being touted as the heiress of the Star Corporation. She used that title to establish an image in the industry as a rich, beautiful socialite, gaining herself countless fans. While Wan Ling enjoyed extravagant clothes and lifestyle, the real heiress of Star Corporation, her, was dumpster diving for bottles. Even if the corporation was handed over to outsiders in this life, she would never let it fall into her father or the Wan mother and daughter's hands. Her grandfather looked at the girl before him who he had watched grow from babbling baby to adulthood, taking care of her parents and worrying for them. She really had matured. "The corporation will be handed over to you. Grandpa will guard it for you." With those words, Ren Ran felt assured. Her grandfather would no longer gradually hand over power bit by bit to her father. That night, Ren Ran stayed at the villa up in the hills. Inside the master bedroom, the elderly couple took their supplements and leaned against the headboard. What did Ren Ran say to you? Ren Hungru took off his reading glasses and held his wife's hand. Liji is having an affair. He has a child with his mistress around the same age as Ren Ran. This meant Kong Liji was already cheating before he even married their daughter. That despicable scum. The old lady was furious. Don't get angry. Don't let Ren Ran see you upset. Seeing her partner wasn't angry at all, Madame Ren was puzzled. Ren Hungru held her hand, gently patting it. Ren Ran is more outstanding than her mother. Even knowing her own father did something like that, she didn't act rashly. She knows to protect us, and she has vision for the long term rather than just the present. It was best not to poke holes in this paper window. There was a lot of room to maneuver this way. Once poked through, it would ruin not just Rensua but the Ren family's reputation as well. Ch 15 They know each other. Chapter 15. It's all because mothers can't stand up after all. Otherwise, why would she, a child, have to worry about such things? Mrs. Ren felt sorry that her daughter married badly, but felt even more sorry for Ren Ran's child. Don't spread the word about Lee's affair. Let me get someone to investigate first. Although she was already convinced, some things still had to be figured out before making plans. They couldn't sleep. Ren Shuyun and her husband couldn't sleep either. Uncle is a little reluctant this time, Su Zhengyang said worriedly. If it doesn't work, you can ask your mother to say something. He will definitely give her face. Ren Shuyun nodded. Well, let your daughter hang out more with little Ran. Okay, I know. Ren Shuyun was annoyed. She hated in her heart that she wasn't Uncle's daughter. If she were Uncle's daughter, she wouldn't have to be so humble, but when she thought of Ren Suya's husband, and then looked back at her own husband, she was satisfied again. Ren Shuyun, who couldn't sleep, went straight to her daughter's bedroom. Xiaoying, how come you don't look for Ran Ran to play recently? Mom, I don't like her. I hate her pretentious attitude the most. You are also a daughter of the Ren family, so why can't I be like Ran Ran? Ever since she could remember, people had surrounded Ran Ran, flattering her. She was also a daughter born to the Ren family but was ignored by everyone just because she didn't take her mother's surname. Moreover, everyone compared her with Ran Ran. In learning, she was not as good as her. In talent, she was not as good as her. In looks, she was not as good as her. In family background, she was even more inferior to her. In other people's eyes, she was the antithesis of Ran Ran, an incompetent stupid child. While the little princess Ran Ran of Yaxing Group was the outstanding model in other people's mouths. She really hated Ran Ran. Xiaoying, how come you become more and more ignorant as you grow up? The family is having difficulties now. If you get along well with Ran Ran, she can help our family in the future. Yaxing will eventually be handed over to her. Seeing that her mother was about to start a long lecture, Suing perfunctorily agreed. Okay, I know. I'll take her shopping tomorrow. That's right. Ren Shuyun stroked her head affectionately. It's very late. Don't play with your phone. Go to sleep early. At noon, Ran Ran received Su Ying's invitation to go shopping on the weekend. She didn't intend to go at first, but thinking of what Taoist Qing Xian said, she had to look at the birth horoscope to confirm if it was the other party. Although all kinds of signs indicated that her aunt's family was the most suspicious, she still had to get the other party's birth horoscope to be cautious. To thoroughly resolve the fate, she also needed the other party's birth horoscope. She agreed to Su Ying's invitation. On Saturday, Ran Ran specially cleared her afternoon schedule. Usually she would arrive 15 minutes early, while Su Ying was often late, and her reasons for being late each time were far-fetched. She didn't feel anything was wrong before, but after repeating it once, she finally understood that it was deliberate. This time Ran Ran did not arrive early, let alone on time. Ran Ran walked leisurely on the street, eating ice cream nonchalantly, ignoring the vibration of her cell phone for the third time. Without looking, she knew it was Su Ying urging her. After eating the last bite of ice cream, she slowly walked towards the agreed place. Suddenly she stopped, her gaze locked on a back view. Pei Ming. A person she would recognize even if he turned to ashes. Her gaze went past Pei Ming and fell on Su Ying. The two seemed very familiar with each other. She quietly approached the two. Su Ying and Pei Ming seemed to be arguing about something, both focused on each other and didn't notice her approach at all. When she got closer, she could hear their conversation. I did so much for you, and now you tell me you want to break up? Pei Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at her. Su Ying had her arms crossed. Did you seduce Ran Ran like I told you? Su Ying, don't be so shameless. Pei Ming cursed at her for the first time. I'm shameless? Weren't you the one who volunteered to help me, and now that you've messed things up, you blame me? Su Ying was both angry and aggrieved. Pei Ming didn't want to argue with her anymore. He took a deep breath, faced her calmly. Are you sure you don't want to go abroad with me? Because of that incident, he was abandoned by the family and exiled abroad. He was abandoned by the family, abandoned by his parents, and now abandoned by his girlfriend as well. He felt that he was a fool to end up like this for a woman like her. It was his fault for being a poor judge of character. He deserved to end up like this. He pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty for his youthful ignorance. No. Suing rejected outright. Fine. Pei Ming stared at her. Suing, the feelings between you and me end here. The favor from back then has been repaid today. Don't contact me anymore from now on. Seeing him so decisive, Suing felt a hint of panic. She wanted to stop him but then heard a clear voice. Xiaoying. Suing looked up, past Pei Ming, and fell on Ren Ran. There was a flash of panic in Su Ying's eyes. She signaled Pei Ming to leave quickly with her eyes. Pei Ming also recognized the voice and saw her suddenly pale face. Although disappointed in her, he still maintained the last shred of dignity between them. He walked straight ahead. Ren Ran walked up and watched Pei Ming's back as he left. That person looks a little familiar, like our classmate Pei Ming. You must have recognized wrongly. He was just someone asking for directions. Suing quickly explained. Is that so? Ren Ran smiled slightly, enjoying Su Ying's poor acting, but he really looks like him. Many people look similar. It's normal for backs to look similar. I've seen Pei Ming before. How could I not recognize him? Suing wanted to end this topic quickly and immediately changed the subject. Sis Ran, you're late. Did you run into something on the way? I did run into something. What was it? Suing pulled her towards the LB luxury store. On the way here I met a Taoist fortune teller. He seemed quite accurate telling other people's fortune. I was going to get mine told, but then I thought of the time I promised you. So here I am, rushing over hurriedly. Ran Ran looked regretful. Suing smiled and said, we can go back there later. Sounds good. They frequented LB luxury goods often, so the sales staff recognized both of them. Suing was still standing next to her at first, but was soon attracted by the new products and left with the store clerk. Seeing her lack of interest, the shopping guy brought tea and snacks, then quietly retreated to the side without disturbing her further. Half an hour later, the shopping guy behind Suing was already holding several bags. Sis, look good? Looks good. Suing smiled and said, I think they look good too. What about this one? Ren Ran glanced at it perfunctorily and nodded. My sister has good taste. The bags she picked are nice. Suing was in a good mood. She said to the shopping guide, pack these up. The shopping guide moved very efficiently and packed up all 5 bags. Miss Su, your total for this purchase is 1.09 million. Okay. She turned to look at Ren Ran, who was sitting on the lounge chair scrolling through her phone. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention here, she reminded Sis. Hearing this, Ren Ran looked up and got up. Seeing her get up, Suing naturally stepped aside, waiting for her to pay. However, Ren Ran walked straight outside. Suing was stunned for a moment and quickly called out, Sis, you haven't paid yet. She's 16, she's not her. Chapter 16. As usual, the salesperson was about to hand over the credit card machine. Then pay quickly. The salesperson, who had extended his hand halfway, awkwardly drew it back. Suing was dumbfounded again. Sis, I used up my pocket money for this month. Can you cover for me first? Xiaoying, I have even less pocket money than you. Suing gritted her teeth. She could clearly feel the strange looks being cast her way, feeling both ashamed and angry, but didn't dare snap at her. Stepping forward with small steps, she affectionately put her arm around hers. Sis, didn't Grandpa give you a card? You can use that card. Knowing her granddaughter only had a little pocket money, Grandpa specially prepared a supplementary card for her. Ren Ran rarely used that card. She didn't have much desire for these luxuries. Low consumption desire, that's probably the kind of person she was. Once when shopping with Suing, she didn't have enough money. Ren Ran used the supplementary card to pay for her. Ever since then, Suing would ask to go shopping with her every so often, and every time she didn't have enough money, she'd ask to borrow from her. Over time, her using that card became a matter of course. In her previous life, she didn't mind because they were family, good sisters. She had always been generous to family. But this life, don't even think about using another cent of her money. For all those times before when she paid by card, she would have to go over it and have her pay it all back. I don't need that card anymore. I already returned it to Grandpa. You returned it? Su Ying's voice involuntarily became shrill. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought Ren Ran took away her card, judging by her expression and tone. She realized she had lost composure and quickly remedied. I'm just too surprised. Ren Ran impatiently urged, hurry up and pay up and let's go to the next store. I. You didn't even bring money when going out? No money but buying so much. Ren Ran asked incredulously. This spoke the minds of the salespeople, and also asked a question that made Suing flush red with embarrassment, unable to get off the stage. At this moment, Suing even felt like killing Ren Ran. The salesperson quietly asked, Miss Su, do you still want these? This question was like a loud slap, hitting her face painfully and shamefully. I do. She picked up her phone and went to the corner. Mom, Ren Ran bought handbags worth 1.2 million, but didn't have enough money, so she asked to borrow from me. What do you think? Ren Shuan cursed and painfully said, I transferred the money to you. For the sake of 50 million, she could only painfully pay this 100,000 first. One shouldn't hurt the child to catch the wolf. As soon as she hung up, the bank transfer notification came in together. Su Ying arrogantly came back, holding her head high, and arrogantly handed the card to the salesperson. Just charge the card. The salesperson's face was full of smiles as she took the card. Watching her manner, Ren Ran guessed that she must have swindled the money from Auntie. From her understanding of Ren Shiyun, she wouldn't be willing to spend money on her daughter this way. Xiaoying, you had money in your card, yet claimed to be broke. Later at Louis Vuitton you pay. Hearing this, Su Ying's face paled and the arrogance on her face completely disappeared. She didn't actually have money. She had just spent all the money she had tricked. Su Ying didn't dare refuse and gritted her teeth in agreement, sure. Under the salesperson's gaze, the two left LV, seeing her walking towards Louis Vuitton. Su Ying's eyes kept darting around, and finally thought of a reasonable excuse. Sis, where's that fortune telling you mentioned earlier? Look, the fish took the bait herself. Ren Ran pretended to think. I think it was near the Olympic Sports Center. Let's go there then. No hurry. Let's go shopping first, then go over. Su Ying was anxious but couldn't show it. Sis, these kinds of fortune-telling stalls are highly mobile. I'm afraid if we go late, they'll be gone. You were so interested, yet gave it up for me. How could I continue dragging you shopping? It just so happens I also want to see how accurate that fortune teller is. Under her pestering, Ren Ran reluctantly agreed. Fine then. Outside the perimeter of the shopping mall was a small square. Ren Ran took Su Ying around for a circle before finally finding the fortune-telling stall. Qing Xian was wearing a Taoist robe, wearing hip-hop sunglasses with a fake mustache pasted around his lips, and his hair was bleached white. At first glance of the man's getup, Su Ying's first reaction was he's a scammer. Seeing the two coming, Qing Xian put on an unfathomable air, stroking his mustache. After a reading by this Taoist, I divine that you two ladies have come for a fortune reading. The Taoist is truly clever and insightful. Ren Ran smiled and responded. Su Ying was speechless. If not to have your fortune read, what else would we come to see you for? This scammer, yet this fool Ren Ran actually believed him. So much for her being a top student. Pa, all that learning gone to the dog's stomach. Ren Ran turned her head. Xiaoying, this Taoist master is truly gifted. You're the younger sister, so you go first. Su Ying was about to decline, but remembered it was her who dragged her here, so she nodded. Young lady, are you having your love life or academics read, or perhaps your whole life? My whole life then. Young lady, please provide your birth date and time. Qing Xian stroked his mustache sagely. Su Ying reported her birth date and time. Qing Xian raised his hand and began making calculations. After some time he said, Young lady, your birth chart is extremely good, destined for wealth and honor. Su Ying's expression went from initially apathetic to slowly showing a smile. She felt cocky inside. Everyone loves to hear good things, even if they know it's fake. An hour later, Ren Ran parted ways with Su Ying. Once she left, Qing Xian walked to Ren Ran's side. It's not her. Before coming, Ren Ran already had this feeling faintly. Although her destiny is not as good as yours, it's still decent. The destiny that switched with yours must have been extremely poor. So that person is not her. If not her, who could it be? A face involuntarily surfaced in Ren Ran's mind. That face she would never be able to forget this lifetime. I'm going to the group. You go back first. She had to verify. Yaxing group. Ren Ran often came to play when young. As she grew up, her visits decreased, but it didn't stop the employees there from recognizing her. All the way unobstructed, she entered the general manager's office. Today was weekend, so Kong Liji was at home accompanying Ren Suya. The office was empty. She took out the prepared key from her pocket and began rummaging after entering the office. Small items like Buddha figurines definitely wouldn't be put on the shelves, they could only be in some drawer. Sure enough, she easily found it. In the bottom left drawer, she found the Buddha figurine. Closely examining it for a moment, she pinched it. The Buddha figurine had a solid core. Exactly the same as Uncle's family's. This meant only theirs had problems. She put the item back and left the office, walking to the company entrance. She took out her phone and called Ren Suya. The other end quickly picked up. Ren Ran. Mom, where's Dad now? CH17 testing Mother Nguyen. Chapter 17. Your dad is juicing fruit in the kitchen. Ren Ran, do you have something to ask your dad? No, nothing. Mom, I have a question for you. The Buddhist amulet my aunt gave us, did she give it to you herself? Ren Ran asked. Ren Suya thought for a moment. No. My brother-in-law gave the amulet to your dad. Your dad brought it home. Is it the same with the amulets at Grandma and Grandpa's house? Yes. Ren Suya was puzzled. What's up? Nothing. She hung up the phone hurriedly. Standing at the entrance of the high-rise, even though the sun was shining brightly outside, she still felt cold all over, a cold that penetrated her bones with fine stabbing pains. Why? Why would it be him? Although she had her suspicions about him, she still didn't want to believe that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, he was her own father. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, yet he had done it. Ren Ran eliminated the last shred of hope deep in her heart, and her eyes became tranquil to the point of being cold. She would repay this life to him, the one from her previous life. In this life, he was no longer her father. Inside the apartment, Qing Xian poured her a cup of hot tea. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qing Xian probably guessed some of what was going on. Neither said it outright, but they knew in their hearts. Qing Xian, I need you to help me with something. Tell me. My father has an illegitimate daughter named Kong Lian. The person who switched destinies with me is most likely her. I'd like you to go to the residential district where she lives and help me see if that person is her. In order to resolve the switched destiny, she had to find both parties involved, as well as the other person's birth details. No problem. Ren Ran took out some money. I'll have to trouble you these days. After leaving the apartment, Ren Ran also gave Su Zhaoan a list to investigate Wan Fengru and Kong Lian's birth details. It was best to prepare a backup plan for everything. There's no harm in being careful. Having done all this, she finally returned home. When she reached the front door, she stopped in her tracks, took 2 deep breaths to adjust her mindset, put on a mask, and only then stepped into the house. Everything in the house was still the same as usual, but upon closer look, there were subtle differences here and there. Yet the 3 main members of the household still maintained their roles from before. Everyone was acting before the window paper was pierced. Kong Liji had already acted flawlessly for over 20 years, fooling everyone. Her mother was also acting. The day she could no longer keep up the act would be the day she finally removed that man from her heart completely. She was also acting. Before making full preparations in resolving the biggest trouble on her, she had no choice but to act. She was afraid the other party would go down guns blazing, afraid her mother and grandparents would repeat past mistakes. A second chance was hard to come by. If she failed again, there might not be a next time. Therefore, even though she hated them, even though she wanted to swallow them alive, she had to endure. A good hunter had to endure loneliness. Her father Kong Liji was a prime example in this aspect. To swallow Yaxin group whole, he endured humiliation and waited patiently, keeping up the act for over 20 years. Compared to him, what did she have to complain about? This was a game. A game between the hunter and the prey. Who would end up as the hunter, and who the prey would depend on the final winner. Qinghebei, the famously upscale residential district in Haishu. These past few days, a fortune-telling stall appeared at the entrance. At first the security guards would come to drive the fortune teller away, but his skills won them over. Not only were the security guards convinced, even the property manager was won over and treated the fortune teller like an honored guest. With the property manager's overt and covert promotion, word spread that a famous fortune teller had arrived in their neighborhood. Especially when the fortune teller accurately revealed a few rich madams' pasts, his fame exploded in the residential district. When Wan Fengru and Kong Lian were returning from shopping, they noticed a crowd gathered in the central courtyard, with occasional exclamations coming from it. Out of curiosity, the mother and daughter approached. What's going on? Little Wan, you don't know, a master has come to our neighborhood. His fortune-telling is spot on. Do you want to get your fortune told? A kind auntie asked. As soon as she heard fortune-telling, Wan Fengru instantly lost interest. Qing Xian had already noticed them. After dismissing the person whose fortune he was telling, his gaze landed on Wan Fengru and her daughter. I'll pick one last destined person for today. Pick me, master. Pick me, pick me. Qing Xian's eyes locked onto Kong Lian. Young lady, may I tell your fortune? Everyone's eyes fell upon Kong Lian. Before the mother and daughter could react, enthusiastic aunties had already pushed Kong Lian in front of Qing Xian. The child is overwhelmed with joy. Seeing her up close, Qing Xian's eyebrows knitted slightly. There was an indescribable strange feeling about her that seemed familiar. Suddenly he thought of Ren Ran. He had sensed the same aura on Ren Ran, very faint. It would be overlooked if he didn't observe her carefully. It seemed the person who switched destinies was most likely her. Young lady, what is your birth date and time? Wan Fengru had regained her composure. She walked over and held her daughter's hand, smiling gently. Sir, we don't believe in these things. One auntie was puzzled. Little Wan, didn't you used to be a firm believer? The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado blowing Wan Fengru's composure into disarray. Her face darkened for a fleeting moment before she smoothed it over. After being tricked too many times, I don't believe anymore. Wan Fengru explained. Oh dear, but you've met the real deal today. This master is incredible, every prediction accurate. The auntie enthusiastically vouched for him. The surrounding people echoed in agreement, proving her words true. A flash of impatience appeared deep in Wan Fengru's eyes, but it didn't show on her face. Her voice was gentle. Nowadays we just go with the flow, everything is fated, no point forcing it. The more she resisted, the more it showed something was amiss. Qing Xian was already 99% certain the woman in front of him was the one. Seeing her insistence, the crowd sighed in regret. Master, if she doesn't want it, how about doing me instead? The resourceful auntie started promoting herself. Qing Xian shook his head. This poor Taoist only tells the fortunes of the destined. Since the destined one is unwilling, we shall stop for today. Back home, the first thing Wan Fengru did was warn her daughter. Keep your distance from fortune tellers in the future. I know, Mom. As long as you understand. Better safe than sorry. Things like switching destinies were extremely rare, but who's to say someone wouldn't see through it? They had to be careful before the destiny switch was complete. I understand. Kong Lian naturally understood her mother's painstaking intentions. Ever since she found out her awful destiny at the age of 10, her mother had visited masters and experts everywhere, searching tirelessly before finally finding a true master and getting the opportunity to switch destinies. Ch18 Kong Li transferred to another school. Chapter 18. Pei Ming didn't go into the pit and escaped. Relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself, so mother arranged for your transfer. Okay. Kong Lian obediently nodded her head and secretly hated it. That useless Su Ying, she had wasted so much time on her, giving her ideas openly and in private, but in the end she hadn't hurt a single hair on Ren Ran and instead lost the chess piece Pei Ming. Put your studies aside for now. When you get to number 1 middle school, your only task is to isolate her and make everyone detest her. Only when the Run family falls can Dad be with us and we can enter high society. Only then can you be the little princess of Yaxing Group. Wan Fengru lovingly stroked her daughter's head. Since she was little, she had known her father was snatched away. Only by defeating the mother and daughter could Dad return to their side and protect them. Mom, I understand. Kong Lian hugged her mother. She felt sorry for her mother. Her mother was clearly her father's most beloved. They had fallen in love first, yet because of that woman's power and influence, she had forcibly stolen his love, causing their family of 3 to be unable to reunite. Even without the issue of destiny, she would still fiercely trample Ren Ran underneath her feet. Not for anything else, just for her parents, for her incomplete childhood. Ren Ran and her mother deserved to atone for this. Qingya Courtyard. After taking a sip of water, Qing Xin finally spoke. It was her, no mistake. She has a similar scent to you on her body. How to put it, it's the scent of having one's destiny threads bound together. For this result, Ren Ran was not surprised at all. If we want to switch destinies, we still have to think of a way to get each other's birth date in time from their mouths. Only with the birth date in time can we proceed to the next step. Thinking of the other side's wariness, Qing Xian continued. They are very wary and won't fall for it at all. From my observations today, the mother and daughter will absolutely not easily reveal their birth date and time. Something as private as one's birth date and time, besides family, no one else knows. The birth date and time must be accurate, even being off by a minute before or after results in vastly different destinies. I've already had other people obtain her birth date and time. Taoist, have you contacted your master? The last sentence was the key. Qing Xian was half-baked, unable to break through such a rare means as switching destinies. Only his master could resolve it by taking action. At the mention of this, Qing Xian looked very embarrassed that, my master's phone is off. I guess the phone hasn't been turned on since he went out. When he misses me someday, he'll definitely call me. What if he never misses you? Ren Ran really wanted to say, but after thinking about it decided not to hit Qing Xuan's master. Do you have a photo of your master? If it came down to it, she could only spend a lot of money to find someone. Although the time period would still be long, it was better than doing nothing. I do. Ren Ran received the photo. The old man in the photo had a long beard, wore tattered Taoist robes, and had wise eyes. Without flashy clothes, he had an air of transcendence. Does the elder have any direction he likes to wander? Or has he mentioned to you any places he'll roughly go? Wandering is following one's nature with no fixed destination. Degree to degree. // This means no target. I remember now. Ren Ran's eyes lit up as she looked at him expectantly. Qing Xian happily said, Master likes going deep into the mountains and old forests. Wherever the spiritual energy is abundant, he will cultivate there for a period of time. You can have people look for him in the deep mountains and old forests. Ren Ran was stunned. Winky face. Great, the chances just got lower. Don't think it's easy to find people just because there's a photo. If it were really so easy to find people, there wouldn't be so many fugitives. The government has a huge surveillance system yet still can't easily find people in the vast population, let alone the private agency she would hire. But either way, money had to be spent, people had to be found. The next day, Ren Ran went to school as usual. Right after morning self-study, the head teacher brought a person into the classroom, and upon the person entering, many cries of surprise came from the students' mouths. Wow, so pretty. Her skin is so good. Is she a transfer student? The students below were all discussing, curiously sizing up the girl wearing a white dress standing on the podium. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders and the dimples at the corners of her lips. Her fair complexion and tranquil temperament made her average-looking features appear beautiful. It had to be set matching was very important. Suddenly appearing with a different look amidst the plainly dressed high school students naturally made her stand out. Ren Ran's gaze calmly looked at Kong Lian on the podium. She had finally come earlier than her last life. In this life she didn't fall into the trap, forcing her to come early. Last lifetime, Kong Lian had transferred in at the end of the term. At that time, she had been injured by rumors and become silent and withdrawn, extremely sensitive to outside voices. When Kong Lian transferred in, she was enthusiastic to everyone. All the students in the class liked her, even students from other classes liked her. Everyone felt she was beautiful and kind-hearted. She only took 2 short weeks to win over everyone's affection. Even if someone didn't like her, they wouldn't show it in front of her. As a beautiful and kind-hearted person, she naturally wouldn't isolate a despised bootlicker. She took the initiative to get close to her and often talked with her. When people ridiculed her for being a bootlicker behind her back, she would stand up for her and refute them. When people wanted to isolate her behind her back, she would take the initiative to keep her company. When people advised her not to get too close to avoid being affected by her reputation, she would unhesitatingly stand in front of her and protect her beneath her wings. At that time, she was wary of Kong Lian, no, more precisely, she was wary of everyone. Even though Kong Lian did so much, she still didn't let down her guard and accept her as a friend. Until that one time, the school organized an outing to relax body and mind by going into the mountains. Unfortunately, they encountered a flash flood. The teachers organized everyone to evacuate, but no one came to notify her. In such an urgent situation, disregarding the danger, Kong Lian came alone. The two were trapped in the mountains and nearly lost their lives. Not to mention a woman, even a man might not have been able to do this. It could be said Kong Lian took a gamble. Succeeding, she could gain her trust. Failing, she would be finished. Kong Lian had completely inherited the ruthlessness of Kong Liji and Wan Fengru. It was precisely because of the life-saving grace that one time that she gradually lowered her guard and took her as a friend. From that day onward, the relationship between the two became very good, and she also gradually became more cheerful. Seeing her condition improve, her mother was very grateful to Kong Lian, often buying her clothes and bags, treating her exceptionally well. CH-19 Program for High-Achieving Students. Chapter 19. Kong Lian is just like a lurking poisonous snake, always able to bite you hard at the most critical moment, making you suffer unspeakably. In order to get this bite, she has been acting with them for nearly half a year. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the media exposed that the young Miss of Yaxing group humiliated orphans. She was present at that time, but she cried and told everyone that she tried to stop it and was beaten by herself, showing her own injuries in front of the camera. The shocking wounds and the video of humiliating the orphans, plus the great achievements told by her classmates, made everyone determine that she was an arrogant, vicious, and sinister person. As a result, Yaxing group was also implicated. Online violence undoubtedly struck her already fragile psyche once again. When facing online violence, ordinary people may be depressed at best and commit suicide at worst. Not to mention, her mentality was already fragile at that time. That blow directly hit her vital point and almost cost her life. If it wasn't for her mother, she might not have persisted. Only those who have experienced online violence will understand its horror. Outsiders only see the simple 4 words online violence, but do not know that these 4 words kill people invisibly. In her previous life, she thought the hatred between her and Kong Lian was due to the reason between the legitimate child and the illegitimate child. Now it seems not that simple. At that time, she should have killed 2 birds with 1 stone, enjoying sniping and destroying her pleasure. An illegitimate daughter trampling on the legitimate child is a kind of inexplicable sense of accomplishment and pride for such people who cannot see the light. In the previous life, the good family atmosphere created by her father's deliberate disguise and care kept her innocent and ignorant of the world. They cheated her and her mother around, and they were like a bright target that could be seen through at a glance, not to mention Kong Lian was behind them, plotting schemes for them and covering up their disguises. In this life, they are equal. She knows Kong Lian's situation, and Kong Lian also knows her situation. Let's see who has the last laugh. Standing on the podium, Kong Lian glanced over the class, staring at Ren Ran below without any change in her expression. Her confidence inherited from her mother Ren Suao's beauty made her very uncomfortable. Why is she still an illegitimate daughter who cannot see the light when they are both father's daughters? Why is she the young Miss of Yaxing group and she is not? This kind of unfairness made her dislike looking at Ren Ran. The teacher called her twice before pulling Kong Lian's thoughts back. Kong Lian, introduce yourself. Kong Lian smiled sweetly at the students below with dimples. Hello everyone, my name is Kong Lian. Kong from the Confucian family, Lian from the elegant egret. In the next year I will work together with you to face the college entrance examination. I am good at foreign languages. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Let's work hard together and move forward together. The male students below shouted wow wow, and the other female students chuckled softly. The atmosphere in the whole class was great. In the dull intense third year of high school, her arrival was like throwing a stone into the calm lake, causing ripples. The head teacher glanced around and asked a male student, Ding Chong, you are tall, sit at the back. Kong Lian, you can take Ding Chong's seat. Ding Chong murmured, dissatisfied, teacher, why me? Before the teacher could speak, Kong Lian immediately said, Teacher Zhao, no need. I'll sit at the back. Ding Chong can stay in his original seat. Hearing her say this, Ding Chong felt a little embarrassed instead, scratched his head, I'm tall so I'll sit in the back. Really no need to do that. Kong Lian's voice was gentle and her bright eyes smiled at him. Ding Chong's face turned red and he immediately moved his things away. In the end, Kong Lian sat in Ding Chong's position, right behind Ren Ran. Okay, let's start class. Ren Ran looked up at the podium, ignoring the hot gaze projected from behind. Without saying, she knew it came from whom. After class, many people surrounded Kong Lian. Kong Lian, why did you transfer at this time? It should be known that transferring at this time is a big taboo. Without compelling reasons, no one would be willing to transfer in the third year of high school. Well, Kong Lian's voice paused. The principal invited me to come. The crowd immediately understood with "oh" sounds. A top student has come to our class. Only 2 types of people would be invited by the principal at this time. The first type is to boost the school's admission rate. The second type is to compete for the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Only these 2 types of people are worth the principal's effort. Everyone has an admiration for the strong. Their eyes looking at Kong Lian contain more admiration for top students. Where did you study before? Haishur International High School. Kong Lian said generously. The crowd exclaimed again. Haishur International High School is a famous aristocratic school in Haishur. There are only 2 types of people studying there, specially recruited top students, and the second generation of rich and official families. They looked at Kong Lian's clothes, obviously very expensive. Needless to say, she must be both a rich second generation and a top student. Such a beautiful, gentle top student in rich second generation is very eye-catching. In just a few words, she perfectly created an elegant superior image, one that makes people look up to. The first step was taken very steadily and perfectly. Ren Ran commented in her heart. In this life, she was not trapped in public opinion. She looked forward to seeing what means she would use to get close to her. She didn't make a move the whole morning. Kong Lian followed her desk mate and a few other girls to the canteen, and Ren Ran walked behind with Zhao Yi and others. Looking at her back, Zhao Yi gossiped, I can't believe the principal invited her. She must have some capabilities. I wonder what her grades are like. As she said that, she winked at Ren Ran. Dear, your competitor is here. Are you confident you can beat her? Ren Ran's grades were in the top 3 in the class, top 10 in the grade. She just smiled without answering. On the other hand, Guo Tungwen, who was walking in front, sneered when she heard it. She said to the person beside her, the principal specially invited Kong Lian to come. What does this mean? It means our grade is no good this year and we have to rely on outsiders. Although she didn't say this to their face, it was clearly meant to mock them. Ever since the first year of high school, this Guo Tungwen had never gotten along with Ren Ran. Ren Ran thought she had never offended the other party, but the other party just didn't like her. Zhao Yi wasn't timid with words. She said, nowadays when people scold others they scold themselves too. Such a person can only be stupid, bad, or both stupid and bad. Ren Ran gave Zhao Yi a big thumbs up. Guo Tungwen wanted to refute, but she thought that since she didn't say it to their face if she went over, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting she was both stupid and bad? Ch20 The Battle of West Point. Chapter 20. Kong Lian, who was at the forefront, listened attentively to the commotion behind her. She discreetly glanced at Guo Tungwen, making a mental note of this person. Throughout the day, Kong Lian was like a gentle princess stepping out of a castle, effortlessly captivating many people including Guo Tungwen. Impressive speed indeed. As soon as she realized that Guo Tungwen was not her adversary, she immediately approached and won her over. After school, still carrying her backpack, Kong Lian walked out with Zhao Yi and a few others. Just as they reached the school gate, they saw a luxurious car parked by the roadside. A well-dressed, silver-haired butler respectfully bowed to Kong Lian. Mississippi. Uncle Wang, Kong Lian called out and then turned to her new friends, the newcomers to her circle. See you all tomorrow. These students had never witnessed such a scene before. They had only seen something like this on TV, and suddenly encountering it in real life brought a sense of awe and novelty, like a country bumpkin entering the city. See you tomorrow. They waved at her. Kong Lian got into the car, and it started moving. She intentionally rolled down the window and waved goodbye to the people outside, deliberately displaying her social etiquette. It was almost as if her face said, I am a rich young lady. This display completely stunned the group of naive high school students. Even Zhao Yi couldn't help but marvel, her eyes looking at Kong Lian differently now, without the previous casualness, but with a hint of caution. She really is a rich young lady. If they didn't know about her background, they would have been easily deceived by her grandeur. A rich young lady? Ren Ran chuckled. Zhao Yi glanced at her sideways and noticed something different in her subtle expression. She lowered her voice and whispered, Ren Ran, do you have any information? Ren Ran cryptically replied, spoiling the surprise wouldn't be fun. Take your time and experience it yourself. The play hasn't started yet, and the stage shouldn't be dismantled too soon, or else it would be unfair to the grudges of being fooled and betrayed in past lives. Zhao Yi quickly understood. Oh, I see. Hee hee. The next day, everyone hurried to school, and as soon as Ren Ran put down her backpack, all eyes were on Kong Lian as she entered the classroom carrying a large bag. She asked her desk mate for help and distributed exquisitely crafted pastries to her classmates. Each pastry was delicately designed and visually appealing. Wow, these pastries are so beautiful, someone exclaimed. They look like works of art. Kong Lian, where did you buy these pastries? They're so pretty. Kong Lian smiled and replied, my dad just hired a Western pastry chef. I think they turned out quite well. I wanted to share them with everyone. This statement revealed her extraordinary family background, being able to hire a pastry chef at home. Ren Ran didn't even need to look at the chef, but her ears caught every bit of information. A slight curve appeared on her lips. She really had no idle days. On the first day, she established her character, gained the support of the principal, and made others too afraid to offend or bully her. On the second day, she further solidified her rich and beautiful image. At the same time, she used small favors to win over her classmates and gain their favor. Today's action achieved two goals at once, many benefits to reap. She couldn't wait to establish her position and win people's hearts. Kong Lian walked up to Ren Ran, holding a tray of pastries. Ren Ran, she said. She placed the pastries on his desk. Ren Ran looked up at her, pretending not to recognize her, and smiled politely. Thank you. If there's anything you don't like, remember to let me know, Kong Lian said sweetly. All right. Kong Lian was about to say something else when Guo Tongwen approached and pulled her aside, afraid that they would become too close and develop a friendship. Kong Lian, the pastries from your family are delicious. I heard that pastry chefs, just like chefs, have different levels. What level is your family's pastry chef? Guo Tongwen asked. I'm not sure, I don't really pay attention to such trivial matters, she replied in a gentle voice. Trivial matters. That phrase was used so well. Ren Ran thought to himself. Kong Lian quickly changed the subject. I heard from our aunt that he used to work as a pastry chef in a 5-star hotel. Zhao Yi took a bite and exclaimed, why does this taste so familiar? She turned to look at Ren Ran and said, Ren Ran, the pastries you brought from home before also had this taste. Guo Tongwen smiled and said, that must be because Ren Ran bought them from a 5-star hotel. After all, not everyone can afford to hire chefs from 5-star hotels. They might as well have said, Ren Ran is lying. It's not surprising that they would think that way, and the reason is simple. Ren Ran was not wearing designer clothes, she wore custom-made ones. She didn't have a strong desire to buy things, nor did she pursue luxury goods. Let alone the fact that Ren Ran took the bus to school by herself. From top to bottom, there was no sign of wealth in her, and no one knew that she was the little princess of the Yaxing group. There were several reasons for this, partly because she didn't like to show off, partly because of Kong Li's guidance, and partly for her own safety. In her past life, her classmates only found out about her identity after it was exposed online that she had abused children in an orphanage. Kong Lian's heart tightened for a moment. She had asked her father to hire a pastry chef to make a batch of pastries, and she didn't expect her father to hire someone from Ren's family. Kong Lian was a little worried. If Ren Ran noticed something, it would be troublesome. She instinctively looked at Ren Ran, and before Ren Ran could speak, she quickly remedied. Wow, your mom's cooking skills are amazing, Ren Ran. If my mom was this good, I would be so happy. I envy you. One sentence directly diffused Guo Tongwen's mockery and also praised Ren Ran's mother. That's the power of language. Ren Ran naturally understood her intentions and wanted to let it go, but why should she go along with her? She took a bite and found that the taste was not unrelated to the pastries at her home, but rather exactly the same. The taste is indeed identical to the pastries made by the pastry chef in my family, she casually commented, placing the pastry down. The information contained in her words stunned everyone present. Your family also has a pastry chef? Guo Tongwen questioned again. Are you trying to give Ren Ran trouble? You're actually asking for trouble for yourself. Kong Lian wished she could shut Guo Tongwen's mouth. Ren Ran paid no attention to Guo Tongwen and kept his gaze fixed on Kong Lian. Being able to create desserts on par with Pi Qiao, you must be a renowned pastry master. Pi Qiao has always wanted to catch up with an old friend, and it seems his wish can come true. As a favor to Uncle Pi Qiao, may I ask who that person is in your family? Confidently revealing her own dessert chef's name, Ren Ran's calm demeanor made Guo Tongwen's previous words seem like those of a clown jumping around. Someone quickly looked up who Pi Qiao was. Oh my goodness. Pi Qiao is one of the top 10 pastry masters in the World Pastry Cup. The gazes of the crowd toward Ren Ran changed instantly, filled with curiosity, admiration, and questioning. Upon hearing Ren Ran say the words she least wanted to hear, Kong Lian grew even more resentful towards Guo Tungwen. What an idiot. CH21 the third daughter. Chapter 21. If it weren't for knowing that Guo Tungwen was jealous of Ren Ran, she almost couldn't help suspecting that this person did it on purpose. Seeing that Kong Lian was hesitating and hadn't answered for a long time, Zhao Yi helped Ren Ran ask again, Kong Lian, what is the name of the pastry chef in your home? Being able to make pastries as good as the famous pastry chef Pierre Herm, he must also be a very famous pastry chef. What's his name? Kong Lian didn't know any famous pastry chefs, so she could only equivocate, I don't pay much attention to these things. I'll ask for you later. She didn't know if it was the effect of what Ren Ran said yesterday, or if she had learned to read micro-expressions, but she always felt that Kong Lian was a little flustered. If it was really as she thought, it would be interesting. Zhao Yi's face showed a smile, waiting to watch the show and eat melon. Is Ren Ran's family so rich? Why didn't I know before? I really can't see that Ren Ran's family is rich. I always felt that Ren Ran's family was well off. Although the things she uses don't have any logos, the quality feels very good, you can tell they're expensive at a glance. There's a saying online that puts it very well. Truly rich people are very low-key, only upstarts like to show off. Zhao Yi said meaningfully. Most students didn't think much of it, only a few understood the implication. Yeah, the more lacking the more they like to show off. The carefree students ate Kong Lian's pastries while stabbing her with their words. What was even more annoying was that they were just chatting innocently from their hearts. Kong Lian unconsciously clenched her fists. Even though she knew they didn't mean to target her, she still felt uncomfortable inside, like being pricked with a needle. Seeing the topic of discussion move from her to Ren Ran, she even had the illusion that someone else was making clothes for Ren Ran. Ren Ran and Kong Lian clashed for the first time. Kong Lian KO. Guo Tungwen also seemed unwilling to see everyone focusing on Ren Ran. She opened her mouth and asked, wow, I didn't know before that your family was so rich, Ren Ran. You don't treat us as friends. Hearing this, Kong Lian's eyebrows twitched slightly. This fool wasn't so stupid after all, she even knew to set a trap, implying something. Zhao Yi chuckled lightly and simply acted as Ren Ran's mouthpiece. If Ren Ran talked about it, people who didn't know would think she was showing off. If she didn't talk about it, that would also be wrong. With this kind of mouth, no matter who it was directed at, they would be the most reasonable one. Everyone understood. Curiously, someone asked Ren Ran, what does your family do? Facing everyone's curiosity, Ren Ran frankly replied, my family runs the Ashta Group. From the corner of her eye, she had been watching Kong Lian's every move, and clearly saw a flash of jealousy and hatred on her face. Wow! A group exclaimed in surprise. They were too shocked. The Ashta Group was a famous listed company in Haicheng, one of the top companies in Haicheng. How could this not shock them, having such a rich classmate among them? Ren Ran turned to look at Kong Lian. Kong Lian, what does your family do? Not waiting for her to answer, Ren Ran answered her own question in puzzlement. Your surname is Kong. It seems like there are no Kong families among the top families in Haicheng. What does your family do? Everyone's attention shifted from her to Kong Lian. My family is from another province. Kong Lian didn't dare say Haicheng, it would be too easy to expose, especially with Ren Ran here. Saying she was from this province also carried the risk of exposure, only claiming to be from another province was safest. Shandong? Someone asked curiously. No. Kong Lian shook her head and didn't say exactly which place she was from. What does your family do? Ren Ran pressed step by step. Kong Lian almost gritted her teeth to squeeze out. My family has many industries, I'm not very clear on exactly what they do. You should at least know your family's company name, right? Zhao Yi asked. Well, someone asked for her, saving Ren Ran some spit. Kong Lian quickly came up with a name. My dad is called Kong Mingcheng. Kong Mingcheng, this name was completely unfamiliar to the students present, but not at all unfamiliar to Ren Ran. Kong Mingcheng was the chairman of Haixiang Group, a Fortune 500 company mainly engaged in industry, an old established enterprise. The students weren't slow and immediately looked up Kong Mingcheng's information. Wow, so Kong Lian is the daughter of Haixiang Group. Our class really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Kong Lian smiled, enjoying everyone's envious eyes. Zhao Yi was a little surprised and subconsciously turned to look at Ren Ran, noticing the hooked corner of her lips. That angle, that micro-expression, how did it seem mocking? Need to keep watching this matter. Sure enough, she then heard Ren Ran opening her innocent big eyes, with a face of innocence issuing a doubtful question. Does Uncle Kong have a daughter? How come I've never heard of it? Kong Lian's smile froze instantly. The previously envious classmates now looked at her with doubtful, probing eyes. At that moment, Kong Lian almost couldn't maintain her composure. Just then, the bell for class rang, ending the conversation. Kong Lian inexplicably felt relieved, like surviving a calamity. She carefully recalled Ren Ran's actions just now and became suspicious at heart. Could she have noticed something? Kong Lian observed Ren Ran's reactions throughout class and didn't see anything unusual. It seems I was just being paranoid. At noon, a group of people surged towards the cafeteria. This was the rare rest time for everyone and also prime time for gossip. Kong Lian laughed and chatted with some classmates as they walked to the cafeteria. The students in front didn't notice those behind were shamelessly gossiping about her. Do you think Kong Lian is really Kong Mingqing's daughter? Someone raised the question. Naturally, they believed Ren Ran's words over Kong Lian's. After all, they had studied together for 2 years. Even if they weren't bosom buddies willing to live and die together, they were still closer than the new transfer student. Kong Lian doesn't seem to be lying either. Yeah, being picked up in a luxury car, having a dedicated butler, desserts made by a 5-star hotel's pastry chef, these are all things ordinary people can't access. Plus, she has no reason to lie to us. There's no benefit. Many agreed with this view. In that case, there's only one possibility. What? Those slower to catch on still didn't understand. She must be an illegitimate daughter that has to be hidden, born to a mistress or concubine. The person said with a smile. Damn. Several exclaimed in shock, immediately understanding. Things that previously didn't make sense could now be fully explained. I said, a girl from another province, also the daughter of Haixiang group, why would she leave her home province and instead come to our Haiqing? It didn't make sense from the start. But if she's an illegitimate daughter that has to be hidden, then it would be very normal. No wonder Ren Ran doesn't know her, has never heard Kong Mingqing has a daughter. CH22 calculation with each other. Chapter 22. I didn't expect she was the daughter of a mistress. Not necessarily a mistress, she could be the daughter of the 4th or 5th lover, who knows? I thought she was some rich man's daughter before, didn't expect she is an illegitimate child that has to be kept in the dark. Kong Lian and her friends walking behind heard everything clearly. The few classmates beside her glanced at Kong Lian furtively, with curiosity and doubt in their eyes. Kong Lian struggled to keep a smile on her face while hating those girls intensely in her heart. But the one she hated most was Ren Ran. If it wasn't for her, the mysterious rich conglomerate heiress image she had carefully constructed wouldn't be so cracked, even stained. As expected, the two of them were destined to be enemies. My father protected me very well, so it's normal that the outside world doesn't know. There are too many bad people in this society nowadays, one has to be careful. I didn't expect such a huge misunderstanding to happen. Kong Lian explained lightly as if it didn't matter, then casually said, things like this to each his own. What those classmates beside her thought, only they themselves knew. Guotangwen walked up and spoke up in support, I believe you. What illegitimate child would dare to be so high profile? Just like Ren Ran, we didn't know before that she was the heiress of Yustar Group either, must be for safety reasons too. After all, kidnapping rich businessmen and their children happens frequently, nothing wrong with being careful. The way Kong Lian looked at Guotangwen became much more amiable, finding her agreeable now. The others quickly echoed in succession. Although she tried her best to remedy it, she still couldn't get back to how it was initially. The perfect rich second-generation image ultimately had a crack left. Qinghebei high-end residential area. Kong Lian threw her school bag onto the sofa ventingly and sat on the sofa sullenly, the gloomy aura radiating from her whole body telling everyone around that she was very unhappy, very annoyed. Ruan Fingru came out from the kitchen, holding a glass of juice and a plate of fruits. What happened at school? Wan Fengru sat down beside her. Kong Lian recounted what happened, getting angrier the more she said. Mom, if not for those few sentences from her, the perfect image I constructed earlier wouldn't have capsized. That mother and daughter pair from the Ren family, no matter the elder or younger, are disgusting. Kong Lian's face became twisted from anger. Wan Fengru didn't hurry to placate her, letting her vent. Only after she vented enough and got tired, then she slowly spoke. Do you think it's all her fault? Under her mother's calm gaze, Kong Lian gradually regained her rationality. No, it's because I didn't consider things thoroughly. Admitting one's own mistakes is a good start. What's most scary is those who know they're wrong but refuse to admit it. These kinds of people often accomplish nothing in life and live life in constant defeat. If when I was constructing this image, I had imagined every loophole, plugged everything up, then a few sentences from her wouldn't have caused me to fall into scandal, wrecking my own plans. Seeing her daughter feeling dejected, Wan Fengru gently patted her shoulder. Having failed once, you won't take the same path next time. Lian, remember that there is no 100% perfect plan. As long as you ensure your imperfect plan can achieve your goals before being exposed, that's enough. Understand? I understand. She nodded. What's your next step? She knew her mother was testing her, as well as teaching and imparting experience. Kong Lian didn't hurry to answer, carefully pondering in her heart. Think of ways to dispel the rumors, make them believe my identity. Wan Fengru shook her head. Kong Lian continued thinking, taking much longer this time, no longer answering impetuously. Change direction. Wan Fengru's encouraging gaze let her know she had found the right direction. Win people's hearts. Wan Fengru revealed a smile. You finally understand. Your focus isn't on constructing an image. Your purpose in constructing an image is to more easily win people over, gather everyone to your side, then isolate Ren Ran together at the right time. Kong Lian nodded. She almost went down the wrong path, fortunate that her mother's pointers prevented her from going further down the wrong road. Now you should understand what you need to do? I understand. A smile reappeared on Kong Lian's face. While mother and daughter plotted how to scheme against others, Ren Ran was similarly not idle. Eye drops were something that couldn't be stopped. Ren Ran returned home and glanced around, not seeing Kong Li Ji. Auntie Li, is Dad not back yet? Auntie Li poked her head out from the kitchen. Master hasn't returned yet. Madam went for a SBA, she should be back soon. Auntie Li, please make me a fruit platter. All right, Mississippi. Back in her room, Ren Ran started on her workbook. Having reborn, the responsibility she bore on her shoulders wasn't just to salvage her family's fate, she similarly couldn't slack off on her studies. She wasn't used to the intensity at the start, but her tribulations in her past life had tempered her disposition well. Calming her mind, she quickly entered a studying state. After finishing the second set of practice papers, her room door knocked and Ren Sua entered. Mom, Dad's not back yet? An important business partner came suddenly. Ren Sua simply said, how's studying? Still all right. Ren Sua looked at the stacks of papers on her daughter's desk, feeling very distressed. Studying is important, but your health is more important. Don't listen to what Grandpa and them say, that you must get into some famous school. Ren Sua stroked her daughter's head. Mom, do you still remember Kong Mingqing, Uncle Kong? Of course I remember, what's the matter? Does Uncle Kong have a daughter? No. His family only has 2 sons, you've met them before. Then it's strange. The new transfer student in our class said she's Uncle Kong's daughter. Ren Sua immediately thought of an illegitimate child. Don't say things like this carelessly. I understand. She deliberated for a bit. That girl is quite arrogant. Gets picked up and dropped off by luxury cars every day. I heard her monthly allowance is 500,000. Ren Sua pinched her nose. Running out of money? Knowing her mother misunderstood, but she didn't explain. What she was doing now was all to trick her father into lowering his guard, so that when her mother knew the truth that day, today's words would become poison, to make her mother thoroughly abandon her father. It's not that, just feel the difference between people is so huge. 50,000 and 500,000, the difference was tenfold. That transfer student is pretty gracious, specially made pastries to give every classmate. The pastries she gave tasted very similar to Uncle Pete Xiao's. I almost thought Uncle Pete Xiao was moonlighting as a deliverer man. CH23 come for her. Chapter 23. The things Ren Sua said before, she didn't think too much about at first, but the last sentence made her have to think deeply. Ren Ran. Ren Sua suddenly shouted, and the words that were about to come out got stuck when she looked into her daughter's clear eyes. After pausing for 2 seconds, Ren Sua stood up. Don't stay up too late, pay attention to rest. Okay. The door closed, Ren Ran turned her head to look at the tightly closed door. Mom, the pain of a broken dream, but ultimately has to be accepted. She understood her mother's mood, because in her previous life she had gone through the same experience. Ren Sua went downstairs and looked out the door. Her husband hadn't come back yet. Madam, nothing's the matter, I'll go to rest first. Aunt Li, where's Pete Xiao? I don't know. Yesterday, Mr. Pete Xiao was called away by the master's phone call. Should I call him? No need. You go rest. Okay. Madam, you rest early too. In the huge villa, only one light was on, and under the dim light, the person sitting on the sofa became blurred. Kong Liji returned home and had just walked into the living room, almost scared to death, looking in surprise at the person sitting upright on the sofa. Wife, why are you sitting here? He walked over and very naturally went to put his arm around her waist, but was avoided by the person opposite. Sensing her abnormality, Kong Liji asked with concern, Wife, what's wrong? Did something happen? Ren Sua looked at Kong Liji, just looking at him quietly, her eyes made Kong Liji inexplicably uneasy. Just as the atmosphere between the two was about to reach a breaking point, Ren Sua finally spoke, You've been coming home later and later. Kong Liji breathed a sigh of relief, also got irritated over such a trivial matter. He took her hand, Wife, next time I'll try my best to keep my secretary from scheduling too full, and leave more time to be with you and our daughter. After speaking, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Ren Sua went upstairs. Kong Liji sighed helplessly and followed upstairs. Tonight would be a sleepless night. Tomorrow he would have to let Feng Ru give him a good supplement. Ding ling ling. High school didn't have PE classes, but today the class teacher, in order to relieve their tense mood, specially didn't let the PE teacher get sick. On the sports field, the PE teacher was equally thoughtful, directly organizing the male students to play basketball, the female students to play volleyball or free activities. The students who had been burying their heads in studying all cheered in excitement when they heard the PE teacher's wise arrangement. Zhao Yi pulled Ren Ran to play badminton. You can study anytime, it's rare to relax, you can't miss this opportunity. Happy times are always short. As soon as the bell rang, everyone returned to the tense study atmosphere. The students who returned to the classroom still hadn't recovered from the freedom of the last class, chatting about things unrelated to learning with great interest. Ah! A scream broke the lively and noisy happy atmosphere. Everyone's eyes fell on class logistics member Tanjia in unison. What's the matter? Tanjia looked anxious. The money in my bag is gone. There was over 2,000 yuan in class fees. Call the class teacher to check the surveillance video. Class monitor Maojun reacted very quickly, making a judgment at the first moment. Ren Ran looked at Kong Lian subconsciously, and seeing her barely contained excitement in her eyes, she made a judgment in her heart. Teacher Zhao heard that the class fees had been stolen and hurried over. Teacher Zhao, before the PE class, the money was still there. After the PE class, when we came back, I found the money was gone. The money must have been stolen during this time period. Tanjia said anxiously, with tears welling up in her eyes. Don't panic. Teacher Zhao called security to check the surveillance video. The security office quickly gave an answer that the surveillance had been broken yesterday and they hadn't had time to fix it yet. The security office was going to fix it over the weekend when school was not in session. Now it would be very difficult to find out what happened. Kong Lian asked. Were there any outsiders who entered the school today? No. Tanjia said, then it must have been someone from the school. During class, most students were in class. Someone who was familiar, knew I had money here, and had time. It must have been someone familiar. As soon as she said this, there were whispers in the classroom. No way. That means there's a thief among us? Tanjia's analysis makes sense. It's impossible that a teacher specifically came to steal it, right? That's not impossible either. I think there's more of a problem within our class. We had PE class last period. It was free activity. We can basically use the process of elimination. Yes. Why make it so complicated? Just search everyone, won't that settle it? Everyone discussed. Teacher Zhao, why don't we just search and see? You can start with me. Maojun said. I agree. I also agree. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the better. I agree. My conscience is clear. I also agree. Voices of agreement followed one after another. Even if someone was unwilling at this time, they didn't dare pour cold water on it at this moment because it would make them seem very suspicious. Seeing most of the students had this idea, Teacher Zhao asked as usual, is anyone opposed? If someone opposes, we'll find another way. If so, raise your hand. The classroom was silent. No one spoke up. Since no one objects, then let's investigate. Teacher Zhao, Tanjia and Maojun checked everyone's bags and desks in order. Ren Ran was seated by the window. The check started from the aisle side, so her row would be checked last. Ren Ran stood with her hands in her pockets, waiting for what would happen next, totally calm. What's this? Gua Tungwen looked at the few dozen 100 yuan bills that appeared in her purse, and was dumbfounded. Gua Tungwen, is this money yours? Teacher Zhao asked. It's not hers. The one who answered wasn't Gua Tungwen, but Tanjia. She pointed at the red bills. I marked these bills. She took the red bills from Teacher Zhao's hand and said, for each person's class fees they gave me, I would write that person's name on the back of 100 yuan bills to prevent receiving counterfeit bills. A few students around looked closer, and names were indeed written in pencil on the back of the 100 yuan bills. It really is. Oh my god, I didn't expect Gua Tungwen to be this kind of person. Her grades are good, didn't think her character was so bad. Gua Tungwen was so anxious her eyes turned red. There were tears in her eyes. It wasn't me. I don't know how the money got in my bag either. Someone mocked. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Right. The money was found in your bag. Ren Ran watched this scene a bit dumbfounded. She thought it was directed at her. She didn't expect it to be directed at Gua Tungwen instead. This dramatic twist was unexpected. Guessed wrong. CH24 She is the Virgin. Chapter 24. Her gaze turned to Kong Lian, her eyes narrowing slightly. No, it can't be that simple. There must be something she had overlooked. Given her understanding of her, Kong Lian would never target Gua Tungwen for no reason. She must have some purpose in mind, trying to achieve her own goal through this incident. No matter what Kong Lian's purpose was, the end result was aimed at her. Stealing things. Gua Tungwen herself. The nature of stealing was vicious. Gua Tungwen and she were at odds with each other. How to make it backfire on her? An answer came to mind immediately. Some students seemed to have thought of something and spoke up. Teacher Zhao, during PE class, I saw Gua Tungwen going into the teaching building. That's right, she did leave for a bit. I also saw her going to the teaching building. With these testimonies, her guilt was basically confirmed. I didn't steal it, I really didn't do it. No matter how Gua Tungwen defended herself, no one believed her. People were more willing to believe what they saw with their own eyes. Ren Ran noticed Kong Lian's raised chin and spoke first before she could. I believe her. Her sudden voice made Kong Lian's words stuck in her throat. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Facing the astonished gazes, Ren Ran said word for word. I believe Gua Tungwen did not steal the money. Gua Tungwen looked at her in disbelief. Zhao Yi was so shocked that she almost dropped her jaw. Damn, what was Ren Ran doing actually speaking up for Guotongwen at this time? It was common knowledge that Guotongwen and Ren Ran did not get along. Although the two had never fought openly, there had been minor conflicts between them. At this time, even those who were on good terms didn't dare speak up, yet the one who didn't get along with her spoke up. This was much more convincing, not to mention the speaker was Ren Ran. Kong Lian was dumbfounded, staring blankly at her. What was going on with her? How could she speak up for Guotongwen? Damn. Was Ren Ran an angel? The two were not on good terms, yet she acted saintly and spoke up for the other party. She must be sick. Thinking that she had stolen her lines, Kong Lian was furious. This girl was so hard to deal with. Tin Jia spoke up. What evidence do you have that can prove the money wasn't stolen by her? This spoke the mind of everyone present. Guotongwen herself was also puzzled. It's simple, report to the police and collect fingerprints. Ren Ran stepped forward and glanced at the banknotes. From the time of the incident until now, Guotongwen hasn't touched the money. The people who have come into contact with the money and could have left complete fingerprints on it are probably 3 people, Tan Jia and Teacher Zhao, and the person who framed Guotongwen. Mao Zhen raised doubts. The banknotes have passed through many hands, there must be a lot of fingerprints on them. For this small amount, the police usually don't want to spend a lot of manpower and resources to do this. This was true. Let me check the situation of fingerprints on banknotes a minute ago. If the environment is low temperature and dry, they can persist for a long time. If it's high temperature and humid, they won't last that long. Complete fingerprints on paper only remain for a few hours. Incomplete ones remain for varying lengths up to years. Ren Ran's mind was clear and she spoke clearly. We are in the south, and the current temperature is high, so other people's prints won't remain for long. It's been over a month since the class fees were handed in, so this method is feasible. As for the police being unwilling to expend manpower and resources, you can rest assured. The Yaxing Group, which owns pharmaceutical companies, I can arrange for professionals to collect fingerprints. Everyone was dumbfounded. In this short time she had already considered the follow-up steps. Ren Ran went on. Some may feel I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but in my opinion this matter is very serious. This is not simply a theft, it is framing and implicating others. The nature is extremely serious. If we don't clear Guotongwen's name today, she will have to bear the reputation of a thief. For her, this is not only the destruction of her reputation, but also emotional trauma. The slightest carelessness may lead to depression. Finding the mastermind is not only for Guotongwen, but also for everyone present. Just think, there is such a sinister person lurking among us ready to take action. Who knows what else she might do in the future and who the next target will be. What started out as a simple theft had been elevated by Ren Ran to an extremely dangerous level. Some people kept nodding. Ren Ran is right, we must find the mastermind. That's right. We can't let her hide among us. Who knows who the next victim will be. Let's report to the police. Ren Ran, we're relying on you if the police don't collect fingerprints. Zhao Yi said, right, send it for examination. We must find the mastermind. Teacher Zhao looked at the excited students and felt somewhat headache. How had he not noticed before that this girl had such a glib tongue? Kong Lian was furious with Ren Ran. How could this girl be so hard to deal with? Teacher Zhao looked at Guotongwen. What about you? Teacher Zhao, I want to report to the police to clear my name. I didn't steal it, I really didn't. I don't know who is so vicious trying to frame me. No matter who it is, I must find her and get to the bottom of this. Guotongwen's eyes were determined. Ren Ran's words gave her enough confidence. She was genuinely grateful to her from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of how she had looked down on Ren Ran in the past because she always scored higher than her, yet at the moment she was falsely accused, Ren Ran was the first to stand up for her regardless of past grievances. She was deeply moved and remorseful. She wished she could travel back in time and slap herself twice on the face. The generosity and broad mind that Ren Ran had shown was beyond her. She was not as good as her, she admitted wholeheartedly. Tan Jia's eyes flickered. No need to report to the police, right? Once it's reported, it will inevitably alarm the whole school. Our class would be. Ren Ran's staunch support and Guotongwen's determination had convinced most people 7 or 8 parts out of 10. Zhao Yi said, yes, send it for examination. We must find the mastermind. Seeing how things were developing, Kong Lian was both angry and anxious. According to her original plan, when Guotongwen was questioned by everyone, she would stand up and speak for her while providing technical assistance at the same time. With the money in her hands, she could simply tell everyone there were Ren Ran's fingerprints on it. She had no grievances with Ren Ran, no reason to frame her. Everyone would surely feel that Ren Ran was taking revenge on Guotongwen. After all, the two did not get along before, so she had the motive. With Guotongwen's personality, she would surely harbor extreme hatred for Ren Ran while also being grateful to her. This move could completely achieve killing 3 birds with 1 stone. She would win people's hearts by appearing kind. At the same time, smear Ren Ran, making people feel she was narrow-minded. Finally, she could also turn Guotongwen into a pawn in her hands. In the future, whatever plans she had, she could easily get Guo Tungwen to carry them out in her stead, while she reaped the profits. Ch25 Use Reverse Use. Chapter 25. Such a perfect plan. I didn't expect Ren Ran, who was usually against Guo Tungwen, would come out to support her. She was not surprised at all that others supported Guo Tungwen, only Ren Ran's support was the most unexpected and also the part she could not figure out. She was sure that Ren Ran did not know about her plan. The only explanation was that Ren Ran, this fool, was just a saint. When you don't kick others when they are down, it is already benevolent and righteous. To lend a helping hand, it's absolutely saintly. She was not defeated by the plan, but by Ren Ran's saintly attributes. This feeling made her not know how to get angry, and it felt powerless like punching cotton. Ren Ran noticed the slight distortion of Kong Lian's smile from the corner of her eye, and understood that she had taken the right path. Previously, she had only guessed that perhaps her fingerprints would be left on those banknotes, and then Kong Lian would use these fingerprints to frame her, causing others to doubt her character, smear her, and isolate her. So she wanted to take preemptive action and keep things in her own hands. Whether or not there were her fingerprints, she had the final say. As for how Kong Lian got her fingerprints, with her father Kong Liji it was easy. Ren Ran looked at Teacher Zhao's hesitant expression, and her gaze swept across Tanjia, Kong Lian, and Guo Tungwen's faces. A plan was born in her mind. Ren Ran said, "Teacher Zhao, let's do this. In order not to affect the school's reputation and not to disturb other students. We will not call the police for now, but we can find out who the mastermind is. I will take this piece of evidence and have professionals extract the fingerprints, then compare them with the fingerprints of everyone in our class. As for who is making trouble behind the scenes and making everyone panic, I will tell only you privately. I also hope here that the person will be more cautious in the future. If something like this happens again next time, we will suspect you first." Teacher Zhao felt this was the most sensible approach. The college entrance exam was coming soon. Too many troubles would be detrimental to studying, and it could also give that child a chance to repent and reform. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Teacher Zhao nodded in agreement. The teacher had agreed, and the other students did not object either. Guo Tungwen said, "I am the victim, I have the right to know too." "Sure." Ren Ran nodded. The matter was settled like this. Kong Lian was not flustered by this because there were no fingerprints of hers on it at all, so she did not need to worry. She only regretted that her plan was thwarted by someone again. As for whether she was worried that Ren Ran would splash dirty water on her, she was not worried at all. After all, the two of them had no grudges. They had little interaction with each other. With Ren Ran's saintly temperament, she would not wrong anyone. She was quite reassured on this point. While all the students thought the matter had passed, for Ren Ran, this was just the beginning. During the afternoon break, Zhao Yi pulled Ren Ran to the school store and chattered nonstop along the way. "How did you suddenly want to help Guo Tungwen? If I were you, I would be satisfied with not kicking others when they're down, let alone speaking for her. Impossible. I have to say, I really admire your temperament and mind." Zhao Yi gave her a big thumbs up. In fact, many people were surprised by her actions. Ren Ran felt undeserving of her praise. She spoke up for Guo Tungwen not purely for her sake, but for self-protection. If she did nothing, it would play right into Kong Lian's plan. "I'm not as noble as you say," Ren Ran said with a smile. Zhao Yi took her words as being modest. Just as they walked to the entrance of the teaching building, Guo Tungwen blocked their way, her gaze fixed on Ren Ran. "Can I talk to you?" Zhao Yi looked at both of them and tactfully left. "I'll go back to the classroom first. Call me if you need anything." After she left, the two walked towards a lawn nearby. "What's the matter?" Guo Tungwen said, "I'm sorry, thank you." Ren Ran raised her eyebrows. "I'm sorry, I always targeted you before. I used to be jealous of you. Before you came I was the best among the girls, but since you appeared, I'm not as good as you in everything. I resented you in my heart, so I always targeted you. Here I apologize for the things I did before. I was narrow-minded and petty." As she spoke, she bent down and apologized sincerely. "There's no need for that. They were just some verbal arguments, nothing compared to Ron and her daughter, Kong Liji and the others. If one held grudges over everything, life would be very dark." Her generosity made Guo Tungwen fill the gap between them even more, making her past self look like a clown jumping around. "Thank you for speaking up for me today. If it weren't for her righteous words, she would have fallen into endless rumors. She could not guarantee that her mentality would remain the same under the rumors. Once unstable, her grades would definitely plummet. In this important period of senior year in high school, being in this situation was tantamount to ruining her future. Ren Ran's favor to her was very great. I just told the truth." No matter what she said, Guo Tungwen remembered her kindness. Not far away, Kong Lian watched the scene with her own eyes, and her heart felt like it was being sliced. The one who should have been standing there accepting Guo Tungwen's gratitude was her. She had again made wedding clothes for others, and this other person was still Ren Ran. Huxia next to Kong Lian noticed that her face was very ugly and asked caringly, "Kong Lian, are you feeling unwell?" Kong Lian retracted her gaze. I'm fine, just a little stomach discomfort, a small problem. Take care of your health. Okay. I didn't expect you to be so saintly this time. Next time you won't be so lucky. Ren Ran, let's wait and see. On the weekend, Ren Ran was doing workbooks and had just finished the math workbook when her phone started vibrating. A message from Su Xiaoyin came in. Ren Ran put down her pen and called Su Xiaoyin back. What's the situation? Su Xiaoyin got straight to the point without any nonsense. I just discovered another group investigating your dad. One of them happened to be someone I know, so I used a little trick to find out who their boss was. How much? Ren Ran was very efficient. Su Xiaoyin likes such efficient customers. Money is a small matter. You mean I don't need to pay? Ren Ran joked. Su Xiaoyin. I'm just making small talk. He cleared his throat lightly. Not much money, 10,000 will do. Okay, go ahead. The one investigating your dad is your mom. After saying this, Su Xiaoyin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This family was very interesting. The relationships in wealthy families were so complicated, truly beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Thanks. I'll transfer the payment to you later. You're welcome. My friend said he investigated for a long time but found no evidence of your dad having an affair, not even any suspects. His secretaries are all male. Most of the people in the general office are male. Even if there are females, they are all married and have children. CH26 Making Trouble. Chapter 26. Your father kept his distance from women, living his life wandering between work and social engagements, always coming home no matter how late it was. Su Xiaoyin admired that there were such few good men in the world who cared for their family like this, good husbands and good fathers. I haven't noticed anything abnormal with your dad so far on my side. Su Xiaoyin couldn't help but remind Miss Ren, misunderstandings are the most feared thing between family members. Being frank is one way to resolve things. Look, even these private detectives couldn't find evidence of father's affair. Staring at him like this, they couldn't find a shred of clues. It showed just how discreet and watertight her father conducted his affairs. No wonder in her last life, she and her mother were caught off guard. No wonder until the day Su Xiaoyin's grandparents died, they never knew their good son-in-law had ulterior motives like a wolf. Since she had been reborn and returned, father had not met with Ruan Fengru and her daughter face to face. His self-restraint almost made her feel like what happened in her previous life was just her own imagining. Uncle Su, please keep watching my dad. If anything happens, you must let me know as soon as possible. Su Xiaoyin wondered why this child was at odds with her own father. If your own father didn't have an affair, wasn't that a good thing? Guided by the principle that the customer is king, Su Xiaoyin agreed. After hanging up the phone with him, Ren Ran was in no mood to continue doing questions. Today's events, while not fruitless, at least allowed her to see the crisis of trust mother had towards father. Mother was starting to wake up and no longer immersed in the beautiful dream father had woven for her. That she could face the problem head-on meant she had taken a step forward. The last step, she had to help mother along. If father could refrain from taking the initiative to find Ruan Fengru and her daughter, then she would make Ruan Fengru and her daughter take the initiative to find him. Ren Ran still could not say she understood 100% what kind of person Ruan Fengru was, but at least she knew Ruan Fengru was someone even more patient than father. She still remembered that in her previous life, relying on the Ren family's assets, Ruan Fengru made great strides in financial circles, the so-called woman of strength in the media. Part of it was because she had the Ren family's assets to support her, but it could not be denied that she had this ability herself. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her to gain a foothold in that circle. Ruan Fengru she did not want to confront for the time being. The only target she could and should deal with was one person. Kong Lian. She went downstairs directly and found her father Kong Liji in the courtyard. Dad, it's almost your 18th wedding anniversary. Have you thought about giving mom some kind of surprise? Kong Liji put down his scissors, trimmed the branches of the bonsai. Your mother doesn't like fancy stuff. What she likes most is the dishes I make. Ren Ran sneered inwardly. Hearing this in the past, she only felt the love between her parents was very sweet and envied her mother for having such a loving husband. But after experiencing the previous life, she realized he didn't love mother at all. He was reluctant to spend unnecessary money on mother. He could fob her off with simply stir-frying a few dishes. With Ruan Fengru, he would buy her jewelry and accessories worth tens of millions and buy houses for his illegitimate daughter. If he spent money on mother, what money would he have left to support his mistresses and illegitimate daughters on the outside? Naturally, he would be miserly towards them, wrapping it up in the name of love to make it seem priceless. Ren Ran carefully recalled that since her earliest memories, the gifts he had given were either a small doll, homemade cards, taking her to an amusement park, or giving her a silk scarf. In short, they were of little value. She was not obsessed with luxury goods or fussy about material things, so her past self did not feel anything about this. She agreed that it's the thought behind gifts that counts. But under the guise of thoughtfulness, under the banner of love, the fact was he was unwilling to spend money on her. He wanted to save it for his illegitimate daughter. This was what she could not tolerate the most. What was even more disgusting was that he did not love her at all, did not love mother one bit. If he had even half love for her, he would not have pushed her into the abyss with his own hands in their previous life, watching coldly as she struggled in the mire. Dad, you're planning to cook for mom again? What's the problem with that? Seeing his daughter's contempt, Kong Liji smiled and said, your mother likes my cooking more than thousands in gold. Dad, don't blame me for not warning you. Mom hasn't been in a good mood recently. You know what happened with Wang Auntie is still fresh. Why bring up Lin Chairman and his wife's affairs again? The last time because of this his wife gave him the cold shoulder. Why couldn't she get over it? What rumors have you heard? Thinking of Rensuya's abnormal behavior recently, he leaned in ingratiatingly to ask. Ren Ran ridiculed him inwardly. I didn't hear any rumors. Kong Liji's expression immediately relaxed. I know you just overheard a little. I know you just overheard a little. Kong Liji said impatiently, his eyes urging her to continue. Wang Auntie said all men are no good. Love and affection are all lies. Any man reluctant to spend money on a woman is insincere. If you really love that woman, if you earn $10, you'd be willing to spend $9 on her. If you don't love her, even if you earn 10 million, you may not be willing to spend $100 on her. Kong Liji's eyes flashed an unnatural look. Your mother believed this nonsense? Ran Ran sneered inwardly. She didn't believe it. Kong Liji's expression immediately relaxed. Your Auntie Wang is not doing well now. What people say when they are down often carries negative energy. Remind your mom not to keep getting involved with her. Don't let her affect your mom's mood for no reason. Dad, I'm not done yet. Okay, go on. Mom didn't believe it, but it left a knot in her heart. She asked me the other day, do you love her? Would mom have asked this before? Ran Ran retorted. Kong Liji immediately thought of how Rensuya had asked the same thing before. Lin Chairman's ex-wife really was a troublemaker. Does your mom believe this nonsense? Ran Ran ridiculed him inwardly. She doesn't believe it. Kong Liji's expression immediately relaxed. Your Auntie Wang is not doing well now. What people say when they are down often carries negative energy. Remind your mom not to keep getting involved with her. Don't let her affect your mom's mood for no reason. Dad, I'm not done yet. Okay, go on. Mom didn't believe it, but it left a knot in her heart. She asked me the other day, do you love her? Would mom have asked this before? Ran Ran retorted. Kong Liji immediately thought of how Rensuya had asked the same thing before. Lin Chairman's ex-wife really was a troublemaker. Does your mom believe this nonsense? Ran Ran ridiculed him inwardly. She didn't believe it. Kong Liji's expression immediately relaxed. Your Auntie Wang is not doing well now. What people say when they are down often carries negative energy. Remind your mom not to keep getting involved with her. Don't let her affect your mom's mood for no reason. Dad, I still haven't finished. Alright, go on. Mom didn't believe it, but it still left a knot in her heart. She asked me the other day, do you love her? Would mom normally ask this kind of thing? Ran Ran retorted. Kong Liji immediately thought of how Rensuya had similarly asked before. Lin Chairman's ex-wife really was a stir of shit. Psychologically speaking, mom is feeling insecure. If you still do things the same old way, just cooking a meal, it absolutely won't work. In a few days, the auction at Wanbao will be held. I heard there is a set of rubies being auctioned. If you buy it for mom, along with red wine in your home cooking, do you think mom will still feel insecure? Ren Ran put her arm around his shoulder. Dad, whether you can give mom enough sense of security depends on you. Ch 27 hundreds of millions of jewels. Chapter 27. During this period of time, mother's abnormality, does he notice? Today this one carelessly talk can give the mother makeshift tent, simultaneously but also from the father body pulling out a layer under the skin. Based on her understanding of Kong Lian, she absolutely can't endure digging pits for father, but the bait is still not enough to make father feel pain. In the previous life, Wanbao auction did have auctioned off a set of ruby. That set ruby auctioned off 18 million. Compared to the value of that set ruby, already overpriced 5%. She wanted to empty father's pocket money. This set of treasure still insufficient. So she arrived at Banshan Villa at night. Grandpa, Grandma, can you lend me a set of jewelry? Ren Hongru was somewhat surprised. Ran Ran, how do you suddenly want this? I have uses. Talk specifically. Facing Grandpa's wise eyes, Ran Ran hesitated again and said her idea. The couple were greatly shocked after listening. The astonishment on Grandma's face was hard to take back for a long time. Ran Ran, you. Ren Hongru held his partner's hand and stopped her from speaking. Okay, come and get it after school tomorrow. Okay. Today the old couple didn't keep her overnight. After she left, the expressions on the couple's faces were solemn. Old man, don't you feel Ran Ran has changed, become very mature? That feeling was just like she was still an innocent little princess a moment ago. But in the twinkling of an eye, it was like being floating up and down in society after. She grew up. Grown up overnight. This kind of thing has happened to many people. And those who have this situation are often encountered the biggest hurdle in life. After getting over this hurdle, they will grow up overnight. Father's affair and a daughter who is a few months older than her outside is undoubtedly a hurdle in her life. This is a good thing. In fact, there was one thing Grandma didn't say. Just now she felt her granddaughter's coldness and hatred towards her father. This was what surprised her the most. She knew her granddaughter's temper best. Simply having an affair would not make her like this. Only if he had done more excessive things would she be like this. The next day, Ren Ran came to Banshan Villa as scheduled. Grandma personally handed her a set of jewelry worth 80 million. This set of jewelry is given to Ren Ran. No need to return it to Grandma. Grandma gently patted her hand, with distress in her eyes. Grandpa also prepared a gift for you. The study door was knocked. Come in. A woman in a suit with a bun walked into the study. Mr. Ren, Madam, young miss. Gowing greeted them one by one. Sit down. Gowing sat down on the sofa opposite. Ren Hongru said to Ren Ran, she is called Gowing and will be your assistant from now on to help you handle everything. Ren Ran's eyes widened slightly. Ren Hongru looked at Gowing, from now on, take care of all Ren Ran's affairs, remember it's all. Gowing was surprised but did not object. After leaving Banshan Villa, there was one more person by her side in the car. Gowing looked at the young miss beside her. If she remembered correctly, the girl in front of her was only in high school 3rd grade. From the personnel structure of Yaxing Group, after the chairman retires, brother Kong Li will inherit it. It will never be the turn of the half-grown child in front of her. But the chairman sent her to the young miss side. This move was a bit meaningful. The group seemed to be changing. Ren Ran noticed the confusion in her new assistant's eyes. She didn't explain, nor did she need to explain. She would understand after a long time. Now I give you a task. Do you see the bag beside you? Inside is a set of jewelry worth 80 million. I want you to put this set of jewelry into the auction items before the Wanbao auction. There was some difficulty, but no big problem. Gowing readily agreed okay. For this auction item, you have to ensure it falls into Kong Li's hands and must be higher than the market price. This was difficult. However, what surprised her most was the young Mrs. address of Mr. Kong, not Dad, but directly calling the IC name. Combined with the old chairman's actions and the young Mrs. attitude, Gowing smelled an unusual smell. The group seemed to be changing the sky. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Ren Ran spoke again. Any problems? No problem. Once Miss Ren Ran took over Chairman Ren's position, her status would also rise. This was good for her. As the first order from Miss Ren Ran, Gowing tried very hard and did everything very properly. It could even be said that she overfulfilled it. Ren Ran had just finished class and took out her phone to check the message. She saw the latest news sent by Gowing 5 minutes ago. Kong Li spent 98 million to bid down the set of jewelry Grandma gave her, and also bid down the set of ruby worth 18 million from the previous life. Although in the previous life it was sold for 18 million, under Ren Ran's deliberate manipulation this time, he paid 5 million more before he could take down the jewelry. Ren Ran gave Gowing instructions again. Gowing couldn't help frowning after seeing the above information. Publicize this matter, publicize it in a high-profile manner. Gowing didn't understand for a while, but it didn't hinder her actions. In the evening, Ren Ran was having dinner with Zhao Yi and others in the cafeteria, and she heard exclamations, accompanied by continuous eyes towards her. A classmate came to her and said, Ren Ran, your dad bid a set of jewelry worth over 100 million in the afternoon, as well as a set of ruby worth 23 million. 980 million, rounding it up naturally became 100 million. The media just simply took the headline like this. When Zhao Yi heard this, she quickly took out her phone to check it out. After seeing it, she exclaimed wow and wow. Ren Ran, your dad is so extravagant. Ren Ran smiled and revealed some information. My parents are about to reach their wedding anniversary. This should be the wedding anniversary gift he prepared for my mother. This answer once again caused exclamations from the melon-eating crowds. So romantic. What kind of fairy tale love is this? It feels like an overbearing president and his sweet wife. I'm so envious of Ren Ran's mother. That set of jewelry worth hundreds of millions must be for Ren Ran's mother. Could that other set of rubies be for you? Someone asked. Of course, Zhao Yi said with a smile. The classmates talked a lot. Ren Ran kept smiling without replying. Sitting not far away, Kong Lian listened to the discussion around her. Her mood had fallen to an extreme point. Kong Li was her dad. She really wanted to tell everyone out loud, but she couldn't and didn't dare to. What a fucking fairy tale love. Dad didn't love the mother and daughter at all. Everything was fake. How could that set of jewelry be given to that vicious woman? It must be given to her mother. That vicious woman didn't deserve such jewelry. Stage 28, The Dark Side. Chapter 28. Yaxing Group. The assistant pushed open the door of the general manager's office. Mr. Kong, there is something I need to report to you. The 2 sets of jewelry you bid on at the auction this afternoon are fermenting online. The assistant handed the hot news page to him for review. After reading it, Kong Liji was furious. Who leaked it out? The assistant was stunned, not expecting the general manager to react so strongly. This was not negative news but rather beneficial for the group. Find a way to take it down. Kong Liji was annoyed in his heart. This report undoubtedly disrupted all his plans. He had originally intended to give the set of rubies worth over 20 million to Ren Suya, and the other set of jewelry worth over 90 million, under the pretext of establishing foreign relations, would be given to Wan Fengru, reasonably transferring the money out. With this report coming out, it would be very risky for him to implement his plan again. Just as the dissatisfied Kong Liji returned home, he was greeted with a hug. Ren Ran happily said, "Thank you, Dad." Kong Liji was stunned. He peeled his daughter off and asked, "Thank me for what?" "Dad, don't keep it from me anymore. I already know. You bid on 2 sets of jewelry at the auction. 1 set was for Mom and the other set was for me, right? My classmates all know about it now." Ren Ran noticed her father's slightly changed expression, but pretended not to see it, and continued to chatter away. "Dad, you've never given me such an expensive gift before." The last sentence was like a muffled blow that instantly sobered him from his anger. Kong Liji endured the sting and said with a smile, "The ruby set is for you." "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best." Ren Sua's urging voice came from inside the house. "What are you two standing at the door chattering about? Come in quickly." The two happily walked into the house. Ren Ran whispered, "Mom saw the news and is in a very good mood today. Shouldn't you praise me a little? Little sly girl." Kong Liji lightly tapped her forehead with his finger, doting on her. Ren Ran chuckled. These past few days, Ren Ran was in high spirits in her class and everyone knew that her father had spent a fortune to buy jewelry worth hundreds of millions for her and her mother. This situation was the result of Ren Ran's acquiescence. She would pay attention to Kong Lian's changes every day, watching her look worse day by day, and calculating that it was time to deliver the final blow. And this opportunity lay with Guo Tengwen. Ren Ran had just come out of Teacher Zhao's office when she saw Guo Tengwen waiting at the door. The investigation results came out, right? Guo Tengwen had been concerned about this matter. Ren Ran nodded. She looked around. This is not the place to talk. Okay. Guo Tengwen nodded. The two went one after the other to the small grove behind the teaching building. Who was it? Ren Ran deliberated and said, "You might not believe it if I tell you this result." "I believe you," Guo Tengwen said firmly. From the fingerprints extracted above, there were only 2 people's complete fingerprints. Apart from the 2 banknotes that Teacher Zhao touched, only Tanjia's complete fingerprints were extracted from the rest of the banknotes. What does that mean?" Guo Tengwen didn't react for a moment. "Maybe the person who framed you was wearing gloves, so only Tanjia's fingerprints were left," Ren Ran explained. Guo Tengwen was stunned for several seconds before it sank in. "Do you think it's possible?" Guo Tengwen sneered. She thought of what Tanjia had said when she mentioned calling the police that day, and she sneered even more in her heart. Ren Ran shrugged. Hard to say. Apart from Teacher Zhao, they had only extracted Tanjia's fingerprints from above, and Ren Ran was telling the truth without lying, being completely truthful with both the teacher and Guo Tengwen. She did not mention Kong Lian at all. Exposing Kong Lian now would allow her to see Kong Lian get into trouble in the short term, but from the perspective of long-term planning, this little gain was not enough for her to do so. "Have you ever offended Tanjia?" Ren Ran asked curiously. "No." Guo Tengwen wanted to flatly deny it. "Then it's strange." Not only was it strange to Ren Ran, but she also felt it was strange herself. Although her relationship with Tanjia was not great, it was not to the point of framing her. Ren Ran went on, "A person wouldn't do this for no reason, there must be some purpose behind it. Just like in TV shows, for example, she wanted to achieve something by framing you. Or someone else instructed her to do it and so on. There are possibilities." Guo Tengwen kept nodding, taking in her words. "I'll go ask Tanjia to get to the bottom of this." Ren Ran stopped her. "Don't be impulsive. It would be better to ask privately. Teacher Zhao doesn't want to blow up this matter. He wants to give the other party a chance to mend their ways. But I don't think you'll get much out of asking. After all, only her fingerprints being extracted is not enough to convict her. If you want to find out who it was, you still need to." Guo Tengwen understood what she meant. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to get it out of her." During lunch break, Ren Ran saw Guo Tengwen calling Tanjia away. It was the same small grove behind the building at noon and the same 2 people, but the atmosphere was not as harmonious as before, filled with tension and oppression. "What did you want to see me for?" Tanjia pretended to be calm and asked. Guo Tengwen looked at her with a smile. "Tanjia, I didn't offend you, right?" "No. I didn't offend you, but why did you want to ruin me?" Her expression turned cold. Tanjia's heart tightened. "What do you mean? You're still pretending at this point? Does that make any sense?" "I don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Tanjia turned to leave. How could Guo Tengwen give her a chance? She grabbed Tanjia's arm with such force that she almost pulled her down. We haven't finished talking and you want to leave? Let go of me. Tanjia couldn't break free. She stopped and glared at her furiously. What exactly do you want to do? I should be asking you, what do you want to do? The results are out. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? I just want to know, why did you frame me? I didn't. She still wanted to leave. This time Guotungwen didn't stop her, but said faintly behind her, if you dare to leave, I'll tell everyone about this immediately. I'm going to make you unable to stay in this school. Even if you transfer, I'll still go after you to whichever school you transfer to and spread the word about your glorious deeds. Tanjia whipped around, eyes wide open, looking at her as if looking at a madman. You think that if you say it, others will believe you? Do you have any proof? Proof? Don't worry about that. Do you think I can't do what you did? Guotungwen had her arms akimbo, full of confidence. You did the first move, don't blame me for retaliating. I, Guotungwen, keep my word. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. You. Guotungwen went on, are you doing this for someone else? Think it through carefully before you answer. I didn't. I just don't like you. This undoubtedly told her that someone was behind her. Guotungwen laughed. Tanjia, don't treat everyone as a fool. Things I can guess, do you think she can't guess it too? What? What do you mean? Tanjia finally panicked. Ch29 to be used as a knife. Chapter 29. Noticing the change in Tanjia's expression, Guotungwen became more convinced of her guess. Thinking carefully about what Ren Ran had said, she admired Ren Ran even more. It was lucky that she was smart and could think calmly about the hints and subtleties between her and Tanjia after getting back. It was lucky that she understood what Ren Ran had said earlier, although Ren Ran did not say it directly, but had already hinted that there was someone behind the scenes manipulating this. Now deceiving Tanjia, the truth came out as expected. These years in the palace fighting and family fighting were not watched in vain. You don't dare offend that person, so you dare offend us? Since you've guessed it, why do you keep asking? Tanjia frowned. I want you to admit it yourself. Tanjia was annoyed by her until she didn't care anymore and blurted out, since you already know she instructed it, do you think you can fight her? Look how smart Ren Ran is, not getting involved herself but letting you do it instead. She is wary of that person, what basis do you have to dare oppose her? Guotungwen was stunned. She thought the manipulator was Pei Ming or Suli, but listening to her tone and what she said, the manipulator was not them, but someone else, and this person was probably the only person in the class who could rival Ren Ran, only one person, Kong Lian. So it was her. Guotungwen suddenly realized. You tricked me. Tanjia reacted and became anxious and angry. She thought they already knew, so she dared to say that. Even if Kong Lian knew, she couldn't blame her. But now she realized she had been fooled and blurted it out like an idiot. Hey, I didn't trick you, but you have a guilty conscience. Except for professional criminals, how many people have such high psychological quality? Guotungwen, please don't spread this out, okay? You and I are both knives in their hands, there is no need to injure each other for their sake. Although she was unclear about Kong Lian's specific reasons for targeting Ren Ran, the differences were minor. It was normal for people of their status to compete with each other, not to mention Ren Ran's words last time that easily offended people and made the other party resent her. It was understandable. She gave me 100,000 yuan, I can split half with you. For you this didn't cause any loss and you can get 50,000 yuan, why not do it? Tanjia tried to persuade her with reason and emotion. 100,000 yuan was a huge sum for high school students. Even adults who had worked for many years might not necessarily have so much money in their pockets. Her silence in Tanjia's eyes was acquiescence. No one could resist the lure of money. Where are you going? Seeing her about to leave, Tanjia was dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted. Guotungwen turned to look at Tanjia. I won't tell her, but I don't need your money either. Tanjia stood there watching her leave, stunned. Returning to the classroom, Guotungwen subconsciously glanced at Ren Ran, who had her head lowered and was seriously doing exercises. Did she know? Or didn't know? After struggling for an afternoon, Guotungwen finally couldn't stand it anymore, and went over to Ren Ran and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi glanced at her without saying a word. After dinner, the three walked to the lake. Zhao Yi very tactfully walked ahead, keeping some distance between them. Do you know who is behind the scenes? Yes. Ren Ran nodded honestly, not hiding anything. You want to use me against Kong Lian, right? Whether it's using or cooperating depends on how you see it. What do you want me to do? Don't worry. It's not something illegal or criminal. You just need to compare my parents with hers in front of Kong Lian. That's simple. Guotungwen was surprised. Of course, or did you want to do something else? Ren Ran looked at her amused. Okay. Aren't you afraid of me using you as a knife? Ren Ran asked. Guotungwen shook her head. I'm willing to be used by you. At least you're more honest than her. One was passive, the other took the initiative. There was still a big difference between the two, not to mention Kong Lian pulling her into this. They were already enemies. Now it was just cooperating with someone who could oppose her to teach Kong Lian a lesson. It couldn't be called using, it could only be said they were helping each other. It had to be said, Guo Tungwen was a master of subtle sarcasm. When she occasionally compared her with Kong Lian, her intentional and unintentional praise and criticism were definitely top-notch skills. Kong Lian's face grew worse day by day, until finally whenever she saw Guo Tungwen open her mouth, she would directly turn around and leave. Her combat effectiveness was definitely given full marks by Ren Ran. Kong Lian probably wouldn't last much longer before making a move. Ren Ran gave Gowing the third task. Investigate this woman, all her information. The assets under her name, large expenditures over the past decade, etc. The more detailed the better. Remember, be careful, don't let the other party notice. Ren Ran sent Ruan Fengru's information to Gao Ying's phone. Gao Ying glanced over the basic information of the mission target, although she was unclear about the young Miss's purpose this time, but she could confirm one thing: the young Miss must have follow-up plans. This was just like the previous two tasks. The first time, she still didn't see through it. By the second task, she understood the young Miss's real intentions. She moved her father's private money into her own pocket, without having to spend a cent. Each of the young Miss's steps were calculated very well. What she executed were the final steps. The previous steps were all completed by herself, and she didn't let Chairman Kong notice. Just based on this, Gowing didn't dare look down on this high schooler. Sunday afternoon, Ren Ran was doing exercises when her phone on the table vibrated slightly. Su Jian sent a message. Kong Liji is shopping at a mall in Hangzhou with a mother and daughter. On the other end of the phone, Su Jian felt very complicated sending this text, a little guilty and ashamed. He almost made a big mistake. Previously, he had always thought Kong Liji was a good father and husband, but now seeing him hugging other women, the girl at his side calling him dad. The family of three were happy together, making Su Jiaoyin unable to resist wanting to slap himself a few times. In less than a minute, Su Jiaoyin received a reply from his employer. Keep close watch, share location. After Ren Ran sent Su Jiaoyin the message, she went to the yard to find her mother arranging flowers. Mom, where did Dad go? There was a last-minute meeting today. He went back to the company. Ren Suya didn't look up, calmly and elegantly arranging the flowers. This tranquility and peace was about to cease to exist in a few hours. For a moment, Ren Ran felt she was very cruel, personally destroying this peace. The flash of reluctance in her heart was quickly occupied by reason and reality. Mom, I found a restaurant. Let's eat there tonight. My treat. Rensua raised her head. Let me call your dad to see if he's free. 30 witnessed the affair. Chapter 30. Ever since the private detective she hired gave her the results, Rensuya's attitude toward her husband had turned for the better again. Kong Liji did not stop her. The phone was quickly answered. Dear, what's going on? Our daughter wants to treat us to dinner. Can you make it back tonight to dine together with us? In the mall in Hangzhou, the moment Kong Liju uttered dear on the phone, Kong Lian immediately pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. After hearing the other person's words, she pouted pitifully, giving her father a woeful look. Seeing his daughter's pitiful appearance, Kong Liji said to the person on the other end of the phone, something's come up that's tricky. I can't make it back for the time being. Next time I'll keep you two company. Rensua nodded understandingly. All right. Pay attention to getting some rest, don't overexert yourself. I will. The call ended. This result was not surprising at all to Ren Ran. It would be truly surprising if he agreed. Your dad can't make it back. Let's go next time. Rensua didn't want her husband to be absent. Ren Ran walked over and affectionately put her arm around hers. Mom, just because Dad can't make it back, does that mean we mother and daughter can't spend time together? You love Dad, not me. All right, I'll go with you. Ren Ran called Gowing and had her personally drive them. From Haishir to Hangzhou took just over 2 hours. When Gowing saw the location the young miss had sent, she was rather surprised. After the car left the city and got on the highway, Rensua was somewhat puzzled. Ren Ran, where is this restaurant you picked that you have to travel so far just for a dinner? You still have school tomorrow. Rensua considered things for her. Mom, this one dinner is more meaningful than going to school. Just what is it you're selling in that gourd of yours? She smiled without answering. After passing the toll gate and entering Hangzhou, it was around 5 p.m. already. According to the location Su Jian had sent, it was a private kitchen. Looking at the tastefully decorated private kitchen before her, Ransuya didn't see anything particularly special about it. When Su Jiaoyin saw his employer arrive, he had originally intended to go up to her, but upon seeing the person accompanying her, he silently halted his footsteps and sent her a message. Your dad went in with them about 10 minutes ago. Reservations are required to get in here, so I can't go in. I'm not sure which private room they're in. Rensuya reflexively moved to go inside, but Ren Ran didn't budge. She turned her head to look at Gowing. Sissing, please help us get some takeout food packed up. A mix of meat and vegetables as long as it's clean and hygienic. Ren Ran looked all around them, then brought her mother over to sit on a bench outside a storefront across the street. This spot perfectly allowed an unobstructed view of the entire private kitchen. Sitting on the bench behind them was none other than Su Xiaoyin. They exchanged a knowing look with each other. Ren Sua truly could not figure out what her daughter was trying to do. Gao Ying brought over the takeout, and the three of them ate inexpensive fast food straight from the plastic containers. This was Madame Ren Suya's first time eating this kind of fast food. Ren Ran, is this the tasty food you wanted to take me to eat? Ren Suya could hardly believe it. Ren Ran nodded. Mom, this food is really tasty. It has the scent of mundane life. Watching her daughter heartily shovel down the food, Ren Sua felt she was not even as good as her own child. She tasted a couple bites. The flavor was a bit heavy with too many seasonings added, but seeing her daughter eat with such relish, she got over the initial discomfort and slowly adjusted to it. The three ate their boxed meals in silence. After finishing their meals, seeing that she still wasn't leaving, Ren Suya followed her gaze to look at the private kitchen across the street. Ren Ran, is there something you're hiding from me? Mom, how many kinds of emotions might one experience in their lifetime? Ren Suya looked deeply at her for a long while before answering, familial love, romantic love, friendship, mentorship, and so on. Out of those emotions, which do you feel is the most indispensable? She did not answer, instead asking back doubtfully, Ren Ran, just what is going on? Mom only needs to answer my question. Ren Suya suppressed the doubts in her heart, and after brief consideration said, familial love. Ren Ran then recounted some allegorical stories that even the most obtuse person would understand what was about to happen. Is he inside? The he went unsaid. Ren Ran nodded. At this time, a family of three walked out of the private kitchen, a middle-aged man and woman affectionately walking arm in arm, and a chattering girl at their side. Any outsider seeing this scene would certainly think they were a happy family. Only the people involved knew that they were in existence that could not see the light of day. Watching her husband be so intimate with Ruanfengru, the heart of Ren Suya, which had just begun to heal, split open inch by inch. Kong Liji caringly opened the car door for Ruanfengru and even kissed her on the face before getting in. That sweet atmosphere, who could watch without envying their affection? The three got in the car and quickly left the premises. They were still unaware that a group of spectators had witnessed the entire tender scene of their affectionate family of three. Upon seeing Mr. Kong come out with another woman, Gao Ying was not surprised at all and was even more convinced when she saw Ruanfengru. She had known all along that the person the young miss had asked her to investigate must not be simple, not to mention that in the process of investigating she had also caught a whiff of some unusual business scandals, even intricately tied to the group headquarters. Sensing her mother's slight trembling, Ren Ran hugged her, pillowing her head on her shoulder and softly said, Mom, did you see that girl by his side? Ren Suya had naturally noticed her. She transferred into our class this year. Her name is Kong Lian. She said her dad is called Kong Mingqing. She gets 500,000 in monthly allowance. Her dad often buys her jewelry and handbags, and she gets picked up and dropped off every day in luxury cars. As she recounted, the words her daughter had whispered in her ear in the past floated clearly through her mind. Ren Suya raised her eyes brimming with tears and looked at her daughter. Illegitimate daughter, picked up and dropped off in luxury cars. Her daughter took the bus every day. Illegitimate daughter, 500,000 in monthly allowance. Her daughter only had 50,000 monthly. Illegitimate daughter, frequently receiving jewelry and handbags. Thinking back now the gifts he had given their daughter, Ren Suya's heart felt like it was being sliced to pieces. What bullshit about not letting her become prodigal and instilling values about money in her. It was all excuses. Why should an illegitimate daughter be treated better than her own daughter? Why should something that could not see the light of day supersede her own daughter? She was the heiress of the Ren family, not that illegitimate child. The husband she had thought loved her actually treated their own daughter so poorly behind her back, wrapping it prettily with glossy packaging, making them ingest poison wrapped in candy coating. Ugh. Ren Sua suddenly pushed Ren Ran away and hurriedly got to her feet, walking under a roadside tree, bracing herself against the trunk as she dry heaved. Seeing her mother so uncomfortable, Ren Ran's heart ached. Had she been too cruel? But thinking of her mother's fate in the future, she suppressed that hint of remorse. Ch 31 The Truth About Love. Chapter 31. Ren Ran went forward and gently patted her back to help calm her down. She didn't make a sound but waited quietly for her mother to settle down. There were some things that only she could go through herself. She believed her mother would get through this. Half an hour later, the two sat in a corner of a cafe. Ren Suya's face was pale and the brightness had gone from her eyes. Seeing her mother like this pained Ren Ran. Mom, are you okay? Ren Suya looked at her daughter before her, seeing the concern in her eyes. Suddenly she smiled and the smile brought tears to the corners of her eyes. The smile was bitter. Ren Ran, your mom is useless. I've let you down and made you suffer. Ren Ran took her hand. Mom, I'm not suffering. Facing her understanding daughter brought waves of pain to Ren Suya's heart. When did you find out? 2 months ago. Since she had been reborn. Why didn't you? The words tell me stuck in her throat as she thought back to the things her daughter was always whispering in her ear. At the time she hadn't thought anything of it, but looking back now her daughter had been warning her every time. She had just been too foolish, believing in that man too much. Were those traces of lipstick in your dad's car and those women's marks on his clothes you're doing? Since Kong Liji had taken his mistress and illegitimate child out of town to shop in other provinces, it was clear he was being cautious. Someone so cautious wouldn't have left such obvious traces on himself. Yes. Do your grandparents know too? Ren Sua glanced outside at Gao Ying. Ren Ran nodded. Ren Sua gave a bitter laugh. She was useless as a daughter, needing her parents and daughter to worry about her. Back then her parents had told her he wasn't the right one for her, but she hadn't listened, insisting on marrying him. Thinking back now, she understood her parents had keen judgment. If it hadn't been for her unexpected pregnancy with Ren Ran, her father wouldn't have given in so quickly. Noticing her daughter's actions, Ren Sua said, "Just tell me everything. Don't worry, I can handle it. Your mom isn't as fragile as you think." In her previous life, her grandparents' sudden passing and her father's affairs had left her exhausted. Heartbroken, it had driven her to the extreme. But in this life, her grandparents were still healthy, and she had her own warnings ahead of time. Her mother wouldn't go down the same path again. With that thought, Ren Ran took out the information from her bag and placed it on the table. Here is some of the information about Wan Fengru and Dad. There's more we haven't fully investigated yet. Ren Suya took it and started flipping through, her expression growing colder and paler. The information recorded the love story her mother had believed was real. These documents were obtained by Gao Ying from Ren Ran's grandparents. After Ren Ran had warned her grandfather, he had started investigating her father. After finding out who his mistress was, sly grandfather Ren had investigated Wan Fengru as well. One destination of the money had caught grandfather Ren's attention. Starting the second year after her mother married her father, Wan Fengru would transfer money to an account every year. The amounts ranged from small sums of tens of thousands to over 100,000. To someone of her grandfather's stature, these amounts were negligible. But her grandfather was very shrewd and began investigating the account holder, easily finding the person behind it. People they could buy off with money naturally crumbled before wealth. From this person, they learned that the damsel in distress story when her parents first met had been a scam, a trap to catch her mother. Kong Liji and Wan Fengru had sent the petty crook to harass her mother on purpose. Then her father appeared to play the hero and save the beauty. After beating off the crook, her father had been injured. To repay his kindness, her mother often visited her father in the hospital, and they grew acquainted. Wan Fengru and her mother were classmates, so she got close to her mother on purpose to learn her preferences. She then told them to her father. Her father crafted the perfect gentleman to match her mother's ideal type. Over time, her mother discovered her father's principles and way of life were highly compatible with her own. He made her feel utterly comfortable. The innocent, untouched girl fell right into their intricately woven trap. Her mother became convinced her father was her soulmate. At the time, her grandfather had also investigated Kong Liji, but he hadn't crossed paths with the crooks yet, so nothing came up. If he had found it, they absolutely wouldn't have let her mother marry her father. If it hadn't been for her mother's unexpected pregnancy with her, her grandfather wouldn't have given in so quickly. Learning of her father and Wan Fengru's scheming, Ren Ran couldn't help but suspect her mother's drunken encounter that led to her own conception had likely been staged as well. Ren Sia's face turned ghastly pale. "Mom," Ren Ran said worriedly, going over to hug her. "You still have me, grandfather and grandmother. We all love you." She gently patted her mother's back over and over to calm her. Half an hour later, her mother's emotions finally settled down, though her complexion still didn't look well. Ren Ran, they're all liars." "Yes, all liars." They were more than just liars. Downright sinister. After returning from Hangzhou, Ren Sua drifted along in a daze, unable to move past the blow for the time being. As the car neared home, Ren Suya, who had sat motionless the whole time, suddenly spoke up. "I don't want to go back. I don't want to see him." "Okay, we won't go back. Let's go to the villa in the hills," Ren Ran agreed readily. The car changed direction toward the hillside villa. As soon as Ren Suya saw her aged parents, she couldn't hold back her tears. On the drive back, Ren Ran had already told her grandparents everything. Grandma went up and embraced her daughter, gently patting her back. "Don't be scared. You still have us in Ren Ran." No matter how old she was in her grandparents' eyes, she would always be their little princess. "He deceived me. He made me suffer so much. Mom, I hate him. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I was wrong, so incredibly wrong. Why did they do this to me?" Grandma dabbed at her tears as well. Grandfather Ren wanted to go up to them but didn't know how to cut in. He stood to the side with Ren Ran, watching the mother and daughter weep in each other's arms. After an hour, the crying finally stopped and they both calmed down a lot. But everyone's faces still looked poor. "You've never suffered much in this life. Now you're enduring some losses which will teach you a lesson," Ren Hongru said solemnly. Ren Suya didn't refute him, acquiescing. Ren Hongru looked at Ren Ran, a probing look in his eyes, seeming to want to say something but holding back. Just ask what you want to ask, grandfather. Ren Ran guessed what her grandfather wanted to ask. Ch32 Born Again. Chapter 32. Ren Sua looked puzzled, her gaze shifting back and forth between Ren Hongru and Ren Ran. Ren Ran, how did you know all this? If it hadn't been for her granddaughter's reminder, he would have been deceived by this wolf in sheep's clothing. A person who had disguised himself in the same way for more than 20 years, little by little causing them to lower their guard. This was not something an ordinary person could do. His prudence and patience made her admire him completely. How did her granddaughter notice this kind of person? Some excuses could fool a naive mother, but deceiving Grandpa was clearly not enough. Of course, Ren Ran had never thought about deceiving them. She didn't say anything before because the matter of rebirth was unbelievable. Even if she had said it, they might not have believed it. Waiting until they started to doubt and think about it before revealing everything would make it more convincing. Ren Ran looked at the three most important people in her life and said in a low voice, word for word, "What I'm going to say next will go beyond your cognition, but every word I say is true." Her daughter's solemn expression made Ren Sua unconsciously sit up straight and listen carefully. "I am reborn." Grandpa and Grandma's pupils shrank slightly and Mother stared with wide eyes, almost thinking she was having an auditory hallucination. In my previous life, this year, because of Pei Ming's framing, my reputation was completely ruined, and I developed depression. Next spring, Grandpa and Grandma will be in a car accident. By then Father will have taken control of the group. Soon after, he will bring his mistress and illegitimate daughter to the door. Mother will not be able to accept it and argue with him. He will beat Mother. The next night, Mother will take a bottle of sleeping pills and leave with it. I will be furious and fight with them, but in the end, I will be violently beaten by him. He will directly kick me out of the villa. Yaxing Group will also go directly from the Ren family to become Kong Liji's property. Wan Fenru and her daughter will rely on Yaxing Group to mix into successful career women in the financial circle. Their daughter Kong Lian will enter the entertainment industry and become the envied rich lady of Yaxing Group. As for me, penniless me could only sleep under the bridge every day. When I was hungry, I could only beg or rummage through the trash can for food. At this point, the complexions of Grandpa, Grandma and Mother became extremely ugly and the tears in Mother's eyes kept streaming down. They didn't interrupt her and listened quietly. Until Grandpa's secretary Chin Quan found me and gave me some money to settle me in a rented house in the urban village. He took my ID card and found a job for me. Afterwards, I relied on myself to interview companies every time. Listening to her recount her unfortunate life one by one, even if it was not their personal experience, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That day I came out of the hospital with a report of terminal stage gastric cancer. I met a Taoist priest. He gave me a free fortune telling. He told me that I was supposed to have a noble fate, but someone had swapped my fate. They took my noble fate and replaced it with a fate of loneliness and misfortune. I thought it was a turn for the better, but an out-of-control car rushed towards me, and I died under the wheels. As soon as the words fell, Ren Sua could no longer hold back and hugged her tightly. My Ren Ran, my daughter. Grandpa's face was calm, but his clenched fists trembled slightly, obviously angry. From her narrative and actions, it was not difficult to understand what kind of role those people had played. Was it your father who swapped your fate with that illegitimate daughter? Ren Sua asked. Ren Ran nodded, yes. The more miserable I was, the better their days would be, and the fate could be completely swapped. Even without elaborate details, this one sentence was enough to glimpse the life she had lived in her previous life, far more miserable than what they had heard. Beast. Ran Hongru heavily threw the teacup in his hand to vent his anger. Grandma hurried over to pat the old man on the back. Don't get excited, pay attention to your health. Although she said that, her heart was also extremely angry at Kong Liji. The daughter and granddaughter he had always loved and pampered were tortured and abused by him like this. He wished he could cut that man into thousands of pieces. In the previous life, their Ren family was too miserable, swallowed up by that vicious wolf, stepping on the blood and flesh of their Ren family to build his career, enjoying the fruits of victory with the blood of the Ren family. Grandma asked, didn't your younger aunt's family collude with them? Grandma thought of the Buddha pendant, thought of what her granddaughter had said. Ren Ran told in detail how Suing met Pei Ming, and what Pei Ming did to her at school. At the same time, she also gave a detailed account of her younger aunt's family living a rich life in the previous generation. She had no evidence to prove that her younger aunt's family was in collusion with Kong Liji's family, but all the signs had already shown that her younger aunt's family would definitely not be innocent in overthrowing their family. As for what role they played in it, she had not found out yet. Your good niece's family is not a good bunch either. Grandma sneered. Last time when Ren Shuyun's family came to borrow money, they were disrupted by Ren Ran. Ren Hongru found an excuse not to lend them the money. The couple then invited their sister-in-law to borrow money. Ren Hongru was willing to take some private money for his late younger brother's sake and lend it to them. Now it seemed unnecessary. They are all ungrateful dogs. Grandma angrily scolded. This time it was Grandpa's turn to soothe Grandma and tell her not to get angry. Regarding your fate. Ren Ran explained in detail about Taoist Qingxian and his master Yun Yu. This kind of thing still needs to be handed over to professionals. Make an appointment another day, I want to meet that Taoist priest. Okay. Dad, kick him out of the company. When Rensua thought about how he treated her daughter, she couldn't stand it. Thinking of the hardship her daughter had suffered in her previous life, her previous dissatisfaction, the pain of betrayal, all turned into hatred. Foolish. Ren Hongru said in a low voice. Rensuya was scolded by her father and felt a little aggrieved. Ren Ran held her mother's hand and explained in a low voice, Mom, you should see that they approached you with a plan from the beginning. They only have one goal, Yaxing Group. Ch 33 run out of tricks. Chapter 33. He stayed in the company for so many years. He must have fostered no fewer insiders. Before we could pull out all his people from the company, we couldn't act recklessly. No one knows what kind of crazy move he would do once driven into desperation. We have to do this slowly. Saying this, Ren Ran sighed and said somewhat helplessly, in front of us, in front of Grandma and Grandpa, and in front of outsiders all these years, he built an image of a good husband, good son-in-law and good father. Even if we tell others that he cheated, others will still find it hard to believe. Let alone cheating, it's too common for people in this circle. Keeping the company is one thing, but just keeping the company, I'm not resigned to it. I want them to also taste the suffering I suffered in my last life. I want his decades of scheming to collapse in an instant. When she said the last sentence, Rensua was startled by her daughter's viciousness. After returning to her senses, it was distress. She knew best what kind of character her daughter was. Such a kind and pure child was forced to this point. Ren Hongru nodded in agreement, looking at his daughter dissatisfiedly. You should really learn from Ren Ran. You are not qualified as a mother at all, even worse than Ren Ran. Rensuya lowered her head and obediently listened to the scolding. Looking at mother and daughter, she was very relieved about her granddaughter, but worried about her daughter. It is said that mothers understand their daughters best. She naturally knew what kind of character she was. In front of an old fox like Kong Liji, it was easy for a daughter like her who couldn't hide her thoughts to reveal flaws. Move back home during this time. With them watching her, they could cover for her. Ren Hongru nodded. The branch needs people. I will transfer him away. You better see each other less. Rensuya had no human rights at all. Anyway, whatever her parents said, she would do. Whatever her daughter said, she would listen. She also knew her own temperament clearly. She could pretend for a period of time, but after a long time, she was afraid of revealing flaws, which would be detrimental to her parents' and daughter's plans once revealed. Call him now and say you hurt your leg. I asked you to live here. Grandma said. Rensuya was about to make the call when she was stopped by Ren Ran. Let me do it. On the other side, after Kong Liji and his wife and daughter finished dinner happily, they took a boat trip together. By the time they got off the boat, it was 11 o'clock at night. Dad, let's stay here tonight? Kong Lian said coquettishly. There was also anticipation in Wan Fengru's eyes. Just as he was about to agree, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Ren Ran, what's the matter? Mom is injured. Injured? What happened? Kong Liji's tone was anxious, but his face was very calm. She was bumped by someone on the way to dinner and hurt her leg. We are at Grandma's now. Dad, when will you come back? I'll be right back. After Kong Liji hung up the phone, he said to Wan Fengru mother and daughter, not today, something happened over there. Lian, next time Dad will accompany you. Kong Lian was still a little unhappy, but a look from her mother made her not dare to say another word. Wan Fengru walked over and thoughtfully tidied up his clothes for him, gently saying, go take care of things, don't keep her waiting anxiously. Well. Kong Liji leaned over and kissed her on the forehead before leaving in a hurry. The mother and daughter watched his departing figure with different expressions on their faces. Wan Fengru turned her head and saw that her daughter's face was not good. What's wrong, can't stand it? Mom, are you willing? Why should they have to hide like rats in a sewer? Why does Dad have to go over with just one call from those mother and daughter? She just couldn't stand it. Wan Fengru was not angry, her voice still calm. Even if you can't stand it, you have to hold it in. Wait until the day you ruin her reputation and make her unable to live in peace. That will be our day to prevail. Before that, no matter how much you can't stand it, endure it for me. Do you understand, young lady? I understand. Hearing the threat in her mother's words, Kong Lian shrank her neck and obediently agreed. When Kong Liji arrived at the Banshan villa, it was early morning. Grandpa and Grandma had already gone to rest. Ren Ran had been waiting for him. Ren Ran, how is your mother? Kong Liji asked concernedly. The doctor saw her. It's just a sprained ligament, nothing serious. She'll be fine with proper care and rest. Dad, don't worry too much either. Seeing that he was going to stay, Ren Ran quickly added, Mom is asleep now. Go sleep in the guest room. You kid. Kong Liji lightly tapped her on the forehead with his finger. Mom is most afraid of pain. If you wake her up now, she will be in pain and unable to sleep again. Won't you feel bad for her then? Okay, I got it, Kong Liji said with a face full of doting. Finally, Ren Ran pushed Kong Liji away. She didn't feel at ease leaving them alone together at this time. Give Mom some time, she believed she would get used to acting with the man in front of her. During the day, Grandma was watching and Grandpa was also there, so Ren Ran didn't need to worry. The next day, Ren Ran took Grandpa's Rolls-Royce Phantom to school. As she got out of the car, many people looked sideways. Among them was Kong Lian and her group. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? That's right, it is. Wow, that's a car worth tens of millions. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Kong Lian was in a bad mood. Watching Ren Ran walk into school like a little princess, under everyone's gaze, her eyes narrowed slightly. You won't be complacent for long. Soon all this will be mine. Kong Lian entered the classroom with a smile with her companions. Ren Ran had just sat down when Zhao Yi squeezed in next to her and gossipily took out her phone to show her the school website. Look at this post, it's really presumptuous. The post was anonymously posted last night. The main content was that the first place in next week's monthly exam would most likely be the newly transferred student Kong Lian. The content of this is implicit. It's almost directly saying that Kong Lian will be the first in the grade. Do you think she posted it herself? Don't know. TSK. Just coming and wanting to take first place in the grade and first in the year, really arrogant. For some reason, Zhao Yi disliked Kong Lian no matter how she looked at her, always feeling that she was very fake. It's normal for her to get first in the school as an external expert invited by the principal. Ren Ran smiled indifferently. Just as the two were talking, there was a dispute behind them. Guotengwen and Tanjia were arguing, their voices so loud that they attracted the attention of the whole class. Guotengwen, don't stand up for her all the time just because Ren Ran spoke for you last time. How am I standing up for her? I'm just telling the truth. Tanjia was so angry she didn't want to talk to her anymore. Okay, let's not talk about previous things for now. Just talking about the topic we were discussing earlier. I said Kong Lian could be the first in the class and the grade, and you were there being sarcastic. Could it be that she can't do it but Ren Ran can? Ch 34 The Quarrel and the Bet. Chapter 34. What did I say? I just said how can you be so sure, could it be that I was wrong? Or do you have some inside information that the top student of the grade has already been determined? As soon as these words came out of Guotengwen's mouth, the people around took a deep breath. Guotengwen, you shouldn't say such words. Someone reminded her. Tanjia was furious with her. You are just making trouble out of nothing. It is a fact that Ren Ran is not as good as Kong Lian. Let's just wait and see who is right, you or me. When did I say Ren Ran was the top student of the grade? Humph, why don't you dare to compare now? You used to boast about one and denigrate the other all the time, now why don't you dare say it? Seems you also know Ren Ran is not as good as Kong Lian. Tanjia mocked coldly. Comparing jewelry, comparing parents, these are all fake. We are students, what we should compare most is grades. If the grades are not as good, then what's the use? People who were on good terms with Kong Lian began to stir things up when they heard this. Previously, Guotengwen had always boasted about one and denigrated the other, always squeezing and making sarcastic remarks about Kong Lian. Kong Lian had always let it go without keeping score and told them not to keep score with each other. Now finally catching an opportunity, they must stand up for Kong Lian. After all, it takes two hands to clap. Kong Lian was very generous, often bringing them gifts, often taking them out for big meals. Just based on these things, they could not sit idly by. This is simple. The monthly exam is the real test. That's right. Why don't you just let Kong Lian and Ren Ran make a bet? Whoever is the top student of the grade wins. The loser treats the whole class to a weekend getaway. When the others heard about a weekend getaway, their eyes lit up. Haha, that's a good idea. Zhao Yi immediately stood up. What's with the stirring up? Their quarrel is their business. What does dragging the innocent Ren Ran and Kong Lian into it have to do with anything? But Kong Lian's lackey Husia did not agree. TSK, this is knowing you will definitely lose, so you don't dare. You were bragging so much before, now that it's come to real knives and guns, you don't dare say it. How cowardly. Kong Lian stood silently to the side, without any action, her eyes looking at Ren Ran, with a smile on her face. Ren Ran's eyes met hers, and the corners of her lips also turned up slightly, with the same hypocritical smile. Zhao Yi was about to say something when she felt a weight on her shoulder, and Ren Ran's voice sounded in her ear. It's just a competition, I agree, I can't say no, but it depends on what Kong Lian thinks. Ren Ran kicked the ball back to the other side. Facing the gazes projected at her, Kong Lian sighed softly, we are all classmates, we should help and support each other, not confront each other. Kong Lian, they've already said so much, if you don't dare agree, wouldn't that make them feel you are being evasive, not daring to compete with her? Your concession in the eyes of others is just weakness and bullyability. Not worthy. Kong Lian seemed to be persuaded by them, somewhat embarrassed. This. She glanced at Ren Ran, then looked around at the others, reluctantly agreeing okay. No matter if I win or lose, I hope it doesn't affect our feelings. Her voice was gentle, smiling at Ren Ran. Who doesn't know how to be hypocritical? Ren Ran nodded in agreement. You're right, no matter if you win or I win, I'll cover the cost of the weekend getaway. The other students all smiled. Many felt it was generous. Ren Ran, awesome. Some male classmates gave her a thumbs up. Seeing Ren Ran taking the upper hand, Kong Lian's other lackey Ji Qing was not happy. This is knowing you will lose, so preparing in advance. Zhao Yi's temper flared up. Ji Qing, did you eat shit this morning? Your mouth is so foul. Ji Qing was not easy to provoke either. Relying on having the wealthy Kong Lian as her backer, she was not afraid at all. As long as she curried favor with her, there would be many benefits in the future. I'm just telling the truth, why can't people speak nowadays? Ren Ran was not angry, smiling at Ji Qing. Since you said so, fine. Whoever loses pays. Classmates, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just fear of gossip. Alas, I was thinking of preparing a top standard, 5-star super luxury tour for everyone. She had a regretful expression. It's okay, we all understand. Don't worry about it. We all know what you mean. In any case, whether they win or lose, they get to play for free. Once the bet came out, Guotongwen realized she had been used as a gun by others and led into a pit with Ren Ran. Seeing Ren Ran say this now, she quickly remedied. Ren Ran, don't worry. If Kong Lian loses, the travel standard she sets definitely won't be lower than your 5-star one. After all, she is the daughter of the Haixiang Group Corporation, she definitely won't be petty. Ren Ran glanced at Guotongwen. This girl was clever. Zhao Yi also chimed in. Of course. The daughter of the Haixiang Group is exceptional. Kong Lian had a smile on her face, noticing the anticipatory looks in the classmates' eyes. She laughed and said, if I lose, I'll treat everyone to a 2-day stay at the Mingshan Island Resort, all expenses paid. She looked at Ren Ran. A 2-day trip to Mingshan Island all-inclusive, just thinking about the bill she would see at the end, Kong Lian couldn't help but feel happy inside. Those two fools thought they were setting a trap for her, but they didn't know they were digging a pit for that wretched Ren Ran. A seemingly random and meaningless bet between them had somehow grown wings and spread through the entire grade, even the lower grades had heard about it. The bet between Kong Lian and Ren Ran had become famous, leading all the students to look forward to this bet. Classmates from other classes would often come to see the two wealthy daughters daring to gamble. The school's infamous slacker, Fu Yan, stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the classroom door, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. It's just these two making a bet? His lackey beside him nodded. Yes, just the two of them. Hey, what's the point of treating your own class to a 2-day trip? If you want to treat someone, treat the whole grade, that would be exciting. Fu Yan was about to say the whole school, students and teachers, but thought better of it. The other passing senior students stopped in their tracks, looking expectantly at Ren Ran and Kong Lian. Ren Ran was stunned. Kong Lian was also stunned. The classmates were all dumbfounded, their eyes staring at Fu Yan in unison. Miss Ren, Miss Kong, can you afford it? They are the daughters of listed corporations. Treating the whole grade to a trip is nothing, you're looking down on them too much. The lackeys all stirred things up, while students from other classes watched curiously, waiting for the two to respond. If they agreed, it was a free ride for them too. Mingshan Island was a nationally famous 5-star luxury tourist resort near High City. It was just a half-hour ferry ride away. Over 100 billion had been spent to build the world's largest water world, the most beautiful aquarium. The island had everything needed for eating, living, transportation, and entertainment. Of course, the consumption was also very high, with per capita spending of 5,000 yuan. CH 35 by exam questions. Chapter 35. There were about 40 people in each class, with 5 classes in the whole grade. Calculating at the minimum per capita of 50,000 yuan, this trip would cost around 1 million. Ren Ran smiled and said, I'm fine with it. Students from other classes in the hallway were delighted. Expectant eyes looked towards Kong Lian. Kong Lian felt the pressure but shrugged nonchalantly. I'm also fine with it. Fu Yan's followers gave him a thumbs up. Boss, you're awesome. Boss is mighty. Many people's gazes towards Fu Yan became much more amiable. He had sought benefits for the entire grade after all. This news quickly spread throughout the grade and even the whole school. After this competition, both Ren Ran and Kong Lian became famous in school. Whoever lost would truly lose face badly. Zhao Yi elbowed Ren Ran. Are you serious? With this oral agreement, nearly 1 million would be gone. Of course. Zhao Yi wanted to chat more but seemed to recall something. I won't disturb your studies. Study hard. I'm not asking you to be the grade's top student, just do better than Kong Lian. She patted Ren Ran's shoulder. Go for it. In her previous life, Kong Lian had very good grades, consistently ranking in the top 3 of her grade, occasionally even taking first place. Her daring to make such a big fuss now naturally meant she was confident of firmly keeping first place. If you ask whether Ren Ran was confident she could defeat Kong Lian, of course she was. Her greatest reliance was rebirth. Logically speaking, memories would have long faded for a monthly exam after over a decade, but this monthly exam had questions different from usual. It was a past entrance exam paper from Z province 5 years ago, so the difficulty was high and she had a deep impression. After being reborn, Ren Ran spent time consolidating her past knowledge while doing entrance exam papers from various provinces in previous years and mass practicing questions daily. In the past, outsiders saw her grades as very good, and she also felt they were enough to get into her desired university, so she did not try her utmost and was in a very relaxed state of learning. After being reborn once, she no longer fooled around and gave it her all when studying. She had long been waiting for Kong Lian's arrival and wanted to shatter the learning results she prided herself on. In her previous life, even if she had the ability to surpass Kong Lian, every time she saw how much Kong Lian cared about her grades and ranking, she never dared to show that she was more outstanding. Back then, she was also afraid of losing this friend. She wanted to use the image of a white, rich, beautiful academic star to establish a foothold in school and win people's hearts, but things went against her wishes. She wanted to shatter everything Kong Lian prided herself on one by one. Just after coming out of the bathroom, the bell signaling the start of class was about to ring when her path was blocked by someone. What is it? Ren Ran looked at Tanjia. Tanjia said, "You need to be careful of Kong Lian." Leaving these words behind, she hurriedly left. Looking at Tanjia's departing back, Ren Ran smiled. Be careful of Kong Lian. She naturally had to be careful of her. In her previous life, she had stolen her fate and enjoyed the life of a winner which originally belonged to her. How could she let her guard down? This Tanjia was quite interesting. On the weekend, staying at the villa halfway up the mountain to review her schoolwork, Auntie Wang knocked on her door. Miss, a Mr. Lin is here looking for you. He said he's your English teacher. Mr. Lin? Ren Ran was a bit surprised. After thinking briefly, she said, let him in. Okay. Standing at the foot of the villa district halfway up the mountain, Lin Wenshan's eyes were full of envy. Even those with money might not necessarily be able to buy a place here. After receiving notice from the security office, a car was specially arranged to take Lin Wenshan up. All the way, Lin Wenshan's eyes roamed around as he marveled at the beautiful environment. Upon reaching the villa, there were people waiting specially to bring Lin Wenshan to the reception hall. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. Ren Ran held a teacup in hand and gestured for him to sit down. Seeing a familiar face, Lin Wenshan's earlier uneasiness dissipated by more than half. After Auntie Wang served tea and snacks, Ren Ran asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask if there's anything you're looking for me for? Glancing around once to confirm no one was paying attention, Lin Wenshan finally spoke, I know about the bet you made with your classmate Kong Lian. Ren Ran listened quietly, waiting for what would follow. Do you want to win? This bet was no longer simply about losing that bit of money, but a matter of face for both of them. Everyone in the school was watching. It would be awkward for whoever lost. Who wouldn't want to win when betting? Ren Ran replied with a smile. I have a way to make you win. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Ren Ran stared wide-eyed in surprise. Lin Wenshan smiled. I can tell you the questions for this monthly exam. You just need to give me a certain remuneration. How much do you want? Ren Ran asked. Lin Wenshan was delighted inside hearing her so readily agree. 3 million. Ren Ran shook her head. Too high, not worth it. He gritted his teeth. 2 million. Ren Ran still shook her head. 1.5 million. This is the lowest price. Compared to Kong Lian, your chances of beating her are small. Rather than lose the bet and lose face as well as money, why not just give me this sum? At least you can keep your dignity and make a big splash. 1.5 million is very worthwhile. Deal. The smile on Lin Wenshan's face became visibly brighter at a speed discernible to the naked eye. But I'll give you a post-dated check first. After the results of the competition come out, only then can that check be cashed. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Wenshan thought for a moment. That's fine. I still trust Miss Ren Ran. I'll go upstairs to get the check. Okay. 10 minutes later, Ren Ran came downstairs and handed over a brand new check to him. After carefully looking it over and confirming it was correct, Lin Wenshan handed a note to her. The exam questions are listed in detail above. Ren Ran, prepare well and aim for top of the grade. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your well wishes. Seeing her raise her teacup, Lin Wenshan very tactfully got up. Auntie Wang personally sent him off. After he left, Ren Ran took out her phone and called the principal. Principal Lee, this is Ren Ran. There is something I wanted to report to you. Principal Lee felt puzzled. What is it? Just now, Mr. Lin came to my house. Using the bet I made with my classmate Kong Lian, he took 1.5 million from me in exchange for this month's exam questions. I'm afraid he might do the same to others, so I suggest changing the questions for this monthly exam. Principal Lee was stunned. Is what you said true? Absolutely true. On Monday I'll hand over the materials Mr. Lin gave me to you. After ending the call with Principal Lee, Ren Ran leaned back on the sofa and turned off the camera. No matter whether Lin Wenshan was someone arranged by Kong Lian or not, they had to be careful at this critical juncture. Moreover, she would never believe Kong Lian would obediently have a fair competition. At the same time, in the chairman's office at the top floor of Yaxing Group headquarters. CH-36 transfer away from headquarters. Chapter 36. The secretary knocked on the door of the chairman's office and after a moment, she turned sideways and said to Kong Liji behind her, Chairman Kong. Kong Liji followed the secretary into the office. Ren Hongru was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window talking to someone on the phone. Seeing Kong Liji, he signaled him to sit down with his eyes. Kong Liji did not sit down but stood to one side waiting. A minute later, Ren Hongru finished his phone call. Have a seat. At this time, the secretary brought in tea. After she left, Ren Hongru spoke up. Liji, what do you think of our North City branch? After pondering for a while, Kong Liji said, the government provides great support there with good prospects for development. He watched his father-in-law's expression carefully. Seeing no objection, he went on to analyze the market conditions, national policies, and current international market trends in detail. Seeing a satisfied look on his father-in-law's face, Kong Liji became more eloquent. Have some tea. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. Kong Liji also felt thirsty, so he took a sip of tea. Liji, you and Suya have been married for 19 years now, right? Yes, Chairman Rin. Drop the formality in private. All right, Dad, Kong Liji readily called him. Liji, I'm getting old now and don't have the energy of you young people anymore. Ren Hongru sighed about the passing years aging him. Dad, don't say that. You are still young. Ren Hongru laughed and waved his hand. From now on, you'll need to pay more attention to the big and small affairs of the group. Kong Liji understood best what he meant by that. He suppressed his excitement and remained outwardly calm. I still have a lot to learn under you, Dad. Ren Hongru nodded in satisfaction. I've been watching your performance at the company over the years and haven't forgotten any of it. The branch needs someone to take charge. Kong Liji's heart skipped a beat. Being sent away meant he would lose control over some matters at the headquarters. Before he could object, he heard Ren Hongru continue. The branch concerns the direction of the company's development over the next decade. I don't feel assured letting anyone else go. Go keep an eye on things over there for Dad. Dad, North City is so far from Haishur. If I go Suai and... Ren Hongru waved his hand to interrupt him. I spoke to some of the directors last week about you joining the board. Hearing this, Kong Liji immediately perked up. He had already gotten news about this from his confidants. The board thinks you are still young. I'm getting old and this company will eventually be handed to you. But whether it can be smoothly handed to you depends on your ability. Go do well at the branch, produce results, and convince the board. Your mother and I can then comfortably retire. The implication was obvious. Good performance at the branch meant Ren Hongru's retirement and Kong Liji inheriting Asia Star Group. The branch's results were like a springboard for him to get on the board. With things said to this point, how could Kong Liji not agree? Although he didn't like going to the branch, it was a test. As long as he passed the test, Asia Star Group would be his. His years of planning would also succeed. He suppressed his excitement and readily agreed, Dad, I will work hard. Ren Hongru stood up and patted his shoulder. Work hard and don't let me down. I will strive to produce results and live up to your cultivation. Ren Hongru nodded in satisfaction. Go on and get busy. Kong Liji left the chairman's office in high spirits. Back in his office, Kong Liji couldn't wait to share the good news. He took out a spare phone from the depths of his drawer and dialed a number. A gentle female voice came from the receiver. Liji. Fengru, the old guy finally relented. Our plan will soon succeed, and then we could be together forever. Kong Liji tried to keep his tone calm, but the excitement in his voice was still apparent. Ruan Fengru was equally delighted on the other end of the phone. Really? They were finally going to clear the clouds to see the bright moon. I'll come see you tonight. Okay. In recent days, his wife and daughter had been staying at the villa halfway up the mountain. This made Kong Liji very uncomfortable. Every time he went to the villa, he felt ill at ease. It was just the right opportunity to take a breather in Suching under the guise of a business trip. I'll send you an address in a bit. Come over tonight. Wan Fengru shyly agreed, all right, I'll head over first. In a 5-star hotel in Suching, Wan Fengru wore sexy lingerie and opened the door barefoot. Seeing her clothing under the bathrobe, Kong Liji's eyes darkened. He threw down his luggage, closed the door and eagerly kissed her. That night, the two were like they had returned to their youth. However, unbeknownst to them, someone had clearly captured everything on camera. The monthly exam came as scheduled, and the high school seniors were not nervous at all about the test. All their attention was on Ren Ran and Kong Lian. Ren Ran, do your best, Zhao Yi cheered her on. Guotangwen chimed in, you must overtake that little green tea. Ren Ran smiled and nodded slightly. By chance, Ren Ran and Kong Lian were assigned to the same exam room. The exam format followed the Gaokao model with the whole grade mixed up in interleave seating. Ren Ran sat in the second row on the left, third seat. Kong Lian sat in the last second seat of the front row on the right. When the bell rang, everyone buried their heads to work on the test. Kong Lian glanced at the girl in front, brushing her pen quickly, and the corners of her lips turned up. Coming out of the exam room, Zhaoyi and Guotengwen crowded around. How was it? This immediately drew the attention of surrounding classmates, and many pricked up their ears to listen. Normal performance. Ah, not outstanding performance. Guotengwen was worried. If Kong Lian, that little troublemaker, won, it would be playing right into her hands. But thinking about how difficult the exam questions really were this time, the questions were pretty hard this time. Kong Lian probably didn't do too well either. After 2 consecutive days of exams, it was just the weekend when they finished. Ren Ran relaxed and unwound. The exam results would be announced next week. Before the release, everyone was guessing who between the two had won and lost. On Monday during the second English class, everyone was surprised to see the new face who entered the classroom. Huh, where did Teacher Lin go? Is Teacher Lin sick? Homeroom teacher Old Zhao lightly coughed for attention and signaled for quiet. Your Teacher Lin had a family matter. For now, Teacher Gao will be substituting. The students below understood. Teacher Gao also taught English for seniors, so they didn't have any objections. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Hearing the concern for Lin Wuxian from surrounding students, Kong Lian scorned in her heart. CH37 Recording Exposure. Chapter 37. On the day when the grades were announced, the sun was shining brightly. As soon as the grades were posted on the bulletin board, Zhaoyi grabbed Ren Ran and they ran towards the bulletin board. By the time they arrived, the area in front of the bulletin board was already crowded with people. Ren Ran and Kong Lian arrived one after the other, and as soon as they did, everyone automatically made way for them. Ren Ran and Kong Lian exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. If I lose, I'll fulfill my promise, Ren Ran said with a smile. Of course. You should do the same, Kong Lian replied. Naturally. The two of them walked forward together, their eyes fixed on the leftmost position of the first row. First place, LV Boyi. Second place, Ren Ran. Third place, Kong Lian. After seeing the results, Zhao Yi jumped up excitedly. Ah, Ren Ran, you won. You won. You're amazing. I didn't expect Ren Ran to win. They said Kong Lian was really good before, but it seems like she's not at the same level. We can go to Mingshan Island for a trip. I wonder if it's this week or next week. Kong Lian stepped forward and gracefully said to Ren Ran, congratulations. Congratulations to you too, Ren Ran replied politely. Both of them were courteous and there was no arguing or insults. They even had smiles on their faces. However, the people around them somehow felt a spark igniting around them, crackling in the air. A discordant voice sounded. How is this possible? With Ren Ran's level, how could she get second place? Ji Qing said and then covered her mouth. Immediately, she looked apologetically at Ren Ran. Sorry, I'm just surprised because your ranking is not usually that high. I was really amazed. This time, before Zhaoyi could retort, Ren Ran spoke up first. What level do you think I have? The level that crushes you every time? Or the level that consistently stays in the top 10? The last sentence successfully reminded everyone of their memories, preventing them from being led astray. Ren Ran has always been in the top 10, so it's normal for her to climb higher now. Absolutely. Are people not allowed to improve? Oh my, just now when I heard her, I almost thought Ren Ran was one of the top 100 contestants. Someone who can't even get into the top 10, actually mocking those who are close to the top 10. This world has become so restless. Someone spoke loudly, pretending to be indignant. Faced with the condemnation from those around her who see as face turned pale, she pushed through the crowd and hastily left. Ren Ran looked at Kong Lian and asked, on behalf of our classmates, when should we fulfill our promise? The other students immediately quieted down and pricked up their ears to listen. Facing the expectant gazes of everyone, Kong Lian smiled and said, why wait? Let's do it this weekend. The senior students cheered. Kong Lian continued with another big announcement. I will charter a cruise ship and take us directly to Mingshan Island. For the 2 days of the weekend, I will book the entire Mingshan Island exclusively for our grade. You can spend as much as you want on the island and I'll cover all the expenses. Her words were filled with a sense of grandeur and the surrounding students were filled with enthusiasm. Students from other grades were envious, some even shedding tears. Wow, this woman is trying to bankrupt herself. Chartering Mingshan Island, that's really something. Taking over all the expenses on the island without having to worry about the costs. It starts with millions. She had planned to make me suffer a crushing defeat, forcing me to spend millions and resort to extreme measures, but her malicious intentions were even worse than murder. Ren Ran raised her hands and applauded repeatedly, looking at Kong Lian. Miss Kong, you are so impressive. Let's applaud your audacity. Zhao Yi also joined in the applause and others followed suit, even whistling with joy. Those who had wanted to mock Kong Lian for not being worthy of the principal's attention were now too afraid to speak. After all, words can be soft while actions can be harsh. Amidst the joy of everyone preparing to depart for the vacation resort on Ming Mountain Island, a silent anonymous post appeared on the school's online forum. It exposed Ren Ran's cheating and included recorded evidence. Since it was late at night, not many people noticed it initially. When Ren Ran arrived at school, the post hadn't gained much traction. It wasn't until after the first class ended with a scream that it exploded completely. "What the hell?" someone in the class exclaimed. "Ding Chong, what's wrong?" Ding Chong looked at Ren Ran with a complex expression, then glanced sympathetically at Kong Lian. "You guys should check the school forum for yourselves." His words piqued the curiosity of many, and they took out their hidden phones to log into the school forum. "Oh my god! What the hell?" Accompanied by successive cries of surprise, even the students who were immersed in their studies couldn't resist their curiosity and gathered around the classmates with phones to see what was happening. Someone played the recording from the exposé post, the audio of Ren Ran's deal with teacher Lin Wanshan. "Damn, this is explosive. OMG, I never expected something like this behind the competition. This is so despicable. To win, they're willing to do anything. No wonder Ren Ran made such a huge improvement. Turns out she cheated." Setting aside the cheater, Kong Lian should be in second place. Kong Lian is amazing. She just arrived and hasn't even adapted to the environment yet, but she can already rank second. Once she adapts to our school's pace, she'll definitely reach the top. I never thought Ren Ran was this kind of person. To win, she's truly unscrupulous, so low and despicable. Various insults and malicious comments flooded Ren Ran's ears. Zhao and Guotongwen couldn't believe it, but the voices in the audio were undoubtedly Ren Ran's and teacher Lin's. "Ren Ran, what's going on?" Zhao Yi asked. Deep down, she didn't want to believe that Ren Ran was capable of such actions. "Do you believe me?" Ren Ran asked in return. Before Zhao Yi could answer, Guotongwen spoke first. "I believe you." Ren Ran was surprised once again. This person managed to astonish her once more. Guotongwen deliberately spoke loudly, saying, "There must be someone framing you. The recording doesn't necessarily represent the truth. Who knows if it was edited maliciously? Who knows if someone imitated Ren Ran's voice and created a fake recording? Nowadays, with technology so advanced, creating such audio is not difficult at all. As long as you have money and find skilled technicians, it can be done in minutes." Zhao Yi chimed in. "Yes, that's right. Who can guarantee that this audio is real? I believe in Ren Ran." She turned her head to look at the others in the class and continued. "We have been with Ren Ran for over 2 years. Don't you all know what kind of person she is?" Kong Lian noticed that the expressions on many people's faces changed, with furrowed brows. She signaled to Tan Jia, who immediately spoke up. "You can know someone's face but not their heart. Who knows if she's that kind of person?" Guotongwen glared fiercely at her and said, "Tan Jia, don't force me to reveal that matter." Tan Jia's face turned pale and she was so frightened that she closed her mouth. CH38 Who says I lose? Chapter 38. Guotongwen, you're quite impressive. Everyone knows you're threatening people. Kong Lian's followers immediately launched an attack. Ren Ran cheats and Kong Lian benefits. As supporters of Kong Lian, they naturally have to protect her interests. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just different perspectives. If you're innocent, why not confront Teacher Lin together? Oh, don't tell me you forgot that Teacher Lin is no longer here due to personal matters. Ha ha, Teacher Lin must have gotten rich and is ready to enjoy life. They taunted each other with veiled remarks. Don't say we don't believe in Ren Ran, but with Teacher Lin suddenly absent and your sudden improvement in grades, coupled with this audio recording, it's enough to explain the situation. Some people, don't deceive yourselves and let certain people's disguises deceive you. Kong Lian stood up. Everyone, let's not say another word. Justice lies in people's hearts. There's no need to argue. I believe the school will give everyone an explanation. Cheating not only harms me but also everyone. With a casual remark, Ren Ran was pushed to the opposite side of everyone. Suddenly Ren Ran raised his hand and applauded. Well said. What are you being sarcastic about? Ren Ran shrugged, a smirk on his lips. Should I say it's not good? You. Who are you? Didn't your parents teach you? Your middle school teacher didn't teach you? Don't just follow the crowd and go along with the flow? At least you're an adult, yet you don't even have the ability to judge for yourself. Ren Ran looked disdainfully at the other person. Although he seemed to be addressing her alone, he was actually speaking to everyone. Kong Lian's heart sank. Did she want to bribe the principal or find Lin Wenshan? If it was the former, then she could only rely on her father to resolve it. If it was the latter, it was absolutely impossible. Because Lin Wenshan had already taken the money she gave him and went on vacation abroad. How could she leave such leverage with Lin Wenshan in the country? As the bell rang, the dispute in the classroom came to a temporary halt. Teacher Zhao came over holding a stack of test papers. Today's in-class test. Pass the papers back. No whispering, no looking around. The next few classes were all in-class tests. Such a unified and intensive series of in-class tests made the students suspicious. When the lunch bell rang, a group of students headed towards the cafeteria, walking in pairs and discussing cheating and the in-class tests. These in-class tests are abnormal. Yeah, in the past we might have a couple of overlapping tests, but this time all at once, that's definitely not normal. What's even more abnormal is having the in-class tests right after the monthly exams. I suspect the school is testing Ren Ran's performance. Yeah, that's a possibility. Ren Ran, Zhao and Guotongwen walked in the hallway, attracting occasional glances from people, their eyes fixed on Ren Ran. It's her. She really has money, spending a fortune on a bet. Cheating, how shameless. How can she still show her face? Someone who can do such things must have a thick skin. Listening to these foul words, Ren Ran felt a sense of detachment as if he had traveled to another world. Once upon a time when Ren Ran was framed by Pei Ming, it was like this. No matter where she walked, people pointed and whispered, saying things that were 100 times more malicious than this. Zhao Yi glared fiercely at those gossiping people, and with concern, she looked at Ren Ran, only to see a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. It seemed like she was in a good mood. Ren Ran, are you okay? Zhao Yi asked, feeling a bit worried. I'm fine. Ren Ran smiled and said, I'll show you all a good show later. A good show? What kind of show? Both of them were curious. Aren't you hungry? Ren Ran took a step forward, and Zhao Yi and Guotongwen quickly followed. As they approached the cafeteria, the rumors, vulgar language, and disdainful looks increased. Ren Ran faced them calmly. She had experienced this in the previous generation, but this time it felt a bit different. How dare she come to the cafeteria? After such an incident, how can she still have an appetite? The senior sister is beautiful, but her heart is black. Cheating is so shameless. This kind of person may be beautiful, but lacks character. I've always said that these rich second-generation people are not good. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have money. Let's see how she handles this. Maybe her family will use money to solve it. The cafeteria was filled with noise and commotion. Ren Ran could be considered the center of attention. Wherever she went, everyone's gaze followed. Zhao Yi quickly found an empty table and asked Ren Ran to sit there while she and Guotongwen went to get food. Ren Ran had no objections. Kong Lian, Tanjia Jiqing, and Huxia had just finished getting their food and were looking for a place to sit. They immediately noticed the empty seat at Ren Ran's table. Tanjia and the others didn't plan to go, but Kong Lian went over, and naturally they followed. As Kong Lian approached, she knew that she had ill intentions. Before she could speak, Ren Ran preemptively stopped them. Someone is already sitting here. Find your own seats. Kong Lian smiled. Ren Ran, you lost the bet this time. So the cost of going to Ming Mountain Island this weekend should be covered by you. I just wanted to ask you what criteria you want to use. Do you need to lower it? If you need to lower it, I can arrange it in advance. As she approached, the gazes of the people around them converged. Many people's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eating their food and enjoying the gossip, there was nothing more enjoyable than this. Normally, some people would watch the TV drama playing on the cafeteria's big screen, but today, no one was watching. They were all focused on this spectacle. Kong Lian's question immediately caught the attention of the third-year students. They didn't want to lower the standards. Who likes lower standards? It was only natural. Ren Ran looked at her with surprise. Who told you I lost? This time Tanjia didn't speak and Huxia spoke first. Ren Ran, how shameless can you be? The facts are right in front of you. Facts? What facts? Seeing that she was still pretending to be ignorant, Huxia laughed in anger. You, a cheating scoundrel, what facts are you talking about? You cheated, so your grades are invalid. Kong Lian's grades moved up, she second. You got 0 points, she won, don't you see that? You say Ren Ran cheated, so she must have cheated? Did you witness the whole incident? Zhao Yi approached carrying food. Kong Lian smiled helplessly, seemingly tolerant of her unreasonable fuss, and sighed softly. Ren Ran, do you have any difficulties? If you do, let me cover the expenses this time. We are classmates, it's okay. Waiting for her to regain composure, Ren Ran kindly reminded, do you want to take a look at what's happening behind? She was slightly puzzled and didn't understand. The other onlookers were also confused. Everyone followed the direction she pointed and looked at the large screen in front of the cafeteria. CH39 Inversion and Inversion. Chapter 39. The large television screen, which usually played TV dramas, was now replaced by a surveillance video. In the video, there was a luxurious living room with a high ceiling, adorned with a crystal chandelier worth millions of dollars. Sitting on a custom-made leather sofa was a young girl, instantly recognizable to everyone. Soon, a young man entered the video, someone well known to all the high school students. It was none other than Mr. Lin, the teacher who had taken a leave of absence. Lin Wuxian and Ren Ran appeared together in the same frame, and everyone realized what this video was about. Is this a new exposé? It doesn't seem like it. This house is so nice. Is it Ren Ran's home? Since everyone is there, it must be her place. Whispers spread from all directions, but soon the conversation between the two people in the video echoed through the cafeteria via the loudspeakers. Their clear conversation matched the audio from the previous expose. Zhaoyi was shocked and couldn't help but look at Ren Ran. Seeing her calm demeanor, she suppressed her doubts and continued watching. The conversation between the two ended, and Lin Wunshan left. Just when many people thought the video would end there, as they believed it was a definitive piece of evidence, the content did not end as easily as they had anticipated. In the video, the girl made a call to the principal. Her voice was crystal clear, and every word she spoke reached the ears of everyone present. Just now, Mr. Lin came to my house and took away 150,000 yuan from me using the wager I made with Kong Lian regarding this month's exam questions. I'm afraid he will do the same thing again, so I suggest changing the exam questions for this month. It's absolutely true. On Monday, I will give you the information Mr. Lin gave me and hand it over to you. The video content ended there, and the sound ceased as well. The cafeteria fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into exclamations and discussions. Oh my goodness! The situation has taken a turn. Oh my gosh. I had a strange feeling earlier. Why didn't the teacher talk to Ren Ran? Turns out they all knew. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Ren Ran didn't cheat. Oh my gosh. It's a shocking reversal. I apologize for my ignorance earlier. We misunderstood her. Miss Ren is amazing. She sets a great example of integrity. Praise flooded in like a tidal wave. Many of those who had vehemently criticized her before now had their faces thoroughly slapped. Zhaoyi and Guotengwen stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at her. This was quite a spectacle. It was truly exciting. No wonder she remained so composed. She feared nothing. Ren Ran's gaze was fixed on Kong Lian, watching her expression gradually contort. Especially after hearing her classmates' praises, the smile on her face completely disappeared, replaced by a dark and ominous look. Was it all over like this? Of course not. Ren Ran stood on a chair, raised her hand and clapped. The onlookers in the cafeteria stopped eating and stared at her, eagerly waiting for the show. Upon seeing this scene, Kong Lian's eyelid twitched violently. I believe that after watching this video, not only you, but I also have some doubts, she said, addressing her classmates. I originally intended to use this 1.5 million yuan to clean up the rotten elements in the education sector, so as to prevent them from further polluting the campus environment. Unexpectedly, it has brought me such a big surprise. I believe everyone has seen it. At that time, there were only 2 people present, me and Teacher Lin. But how did this audio leak out? Ren Ran didn't explicitly state it, leaving them to ponder on their own. Guotengwen, quick-witted as she is, immediately said, it must have been Teacher Lin who leaked it. The video was leaked right after the results came out. It's really strange, Ren Ran said, puzzled. What benefit does he gain from releasing this video? Ren Ran raised the question again. They are high school students, children, but not fools. With Ren Ran's prelude and the fatal question thrown out, the answer was already on everyone's mind. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Kong Lian. Given the chance to kick Kong Lian, how could Guotengwen miss it? She sneered, as mentioned in palace intrigue, home intrigue, and detective novels, whoever gains the greatest benefit from this matter is the mastermind behind it. She was just one step away from mentioning Kong Lian by name. In ancient times, people used to say, the pure will be pure, and the impure will be impure. But in this era, it seems not to apply. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras in my house that could retrieve the video, even if the school stepped forward to clarify for me, many people would think that the school received benefits, which is why they did it. The person behind the scenes calculated this point accurately, which is why they dared to do it. She planned everything except for the fact that there would be surveillance cameras in my house. It's her mistake, but it's my luck. I want to say something to the person who targeted me. Ren Ran's gaze turned towards Kong Lian and the others. Their faces turned pale, especially Kong Lian, who looked like she could collapse at any moment. She chuckled and shifted her gaze away, addressing everyone. Those who commit unjust acts will perish in the end. I hope you take care of yourselves. With that, her gaze locked onto Kong Lian, only Kong Lian. Ren Ran got up from the chair, walked up to Kong Lian, and patted her shoulder, smiling, I'm really sorry, but you'll have to foot the bill for this meal. Kong Lian's expression was exceptionally unpleasant. She hurriedly left the cafeteria, but the voices insulting her seemed to follow her wherever she went. I thought Kong Lian was a good person, but I didn't expect her to be the most venomous. To ruin someone's innocence for a bet, that's truly malicious. What she said to Miss Ren just now sounds like a hypocrite's quotes. No, it sounds more like idle gossip. How disgusting. Thank goodness Miss Ren's house has surveillance cameras. Otherwise, she would be labeled a cheater and she would have to pay for everyone to go to Mingshan Island. That's a definite scapegoat and the kind that can't speak up. Damn it, thinking about it this way, the other side's intentions are so malicious. Oh my god, if she succeeds, I can't even imagine. Ren Ran leisurely enjoyed her meal while the 2 people across from her had flushed faces full of excitement. Ren Ran, this performance is truly magnificent. Zhaoyi exclaimed with excitement, feeling like dancing with joy. Guotungwen felt a sense of satisfaction, as if she had finally avenged herself for that previous plot against her. Although she wasn't the one orchestrating it, seeing Kong Lian in a miserable state brought her immense pleasure. The more plays like this, the better. You're like a silent killer, striking with a single blow. Both of them raised their thumbs in admiration. From the bottom of their hearts, they truly admired her. Ladies, your praise is too kind. Ch40 break down and cry. Chapter 40. Throughout the afternoon, Kong Lian endured the whispers and judgments of her classmates, trying hard to remain calm and ignore the disdainful gazes around her. Even though she kept telling herself that she shouldn't care about the opinions of these irrelevant people, she still felt suffocated and miserable inside. She waited until the end of school and left hurriedly without waiting for Hosea and the others. Zhao Yi and Guotungwen watched her retreating figure and made a few derisive remarks. I don't think she realizes how terrible she looks, Zhao Yi commented lightly. Guotungwen chuckled, definitely not. She tried to maintain a smile all afternoon, but it just looked ridiculous. When Kong Lian reached the school gate, she got into a sedan and waved goodbye to the two of them. The driver, Uncle Wang, couldn't help but ask when he noticed her good mood. Miss, you seem very happy today. Did something good happen? I was praised by a teacher, Kong Lian replied with a smile. Miss, you are so excellent. It's only natural to be praised, Uncle Wang praised. Some people rejoice while others worry. As soon as Kong Lian returned home, her face drooped, and a gloomy look appeared in her eyes. What's wrong? Wan Fengru approached and handed her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Kong Lian threw herself into her mother's embrace and cried loudly. She quietly waited, crying out all her frustration and grievances without receiving any comfort. After venting all her pent-up emotions, Kong Lian raised her head and wiped away her tears. Now can you tell me what happened? Her mother asked. She had been so happy just a couple of days ago, but today she looked like this. Kong Lian explained the whole story from the cause to the consequences. I really didn't expect her to inform the principal in advance. And I never imagined that they had surveillance cameras in their house. Why didn't Dad tell me? If I had known, I wouldn't have lost so badly. Actually, that wasn't the main point. The crucial part was the sentence that followed. Mom, I lost. I dug a pit for her and now I have to fill it myself. What should I do now? Just thinking about the cost of renting Mingshan Island for the weekend made Kong Lian panic. Just renting the island for 2 days would cost nearly 10 million, not to mention leasing the cruise ship and other expenses on the island. Initially, she had deliberately quoted high prices to set a trap for Ren Ran, but now she had to bear the consequences herself. How foolish. Kong Lian lowered her head, not daring to argue. They couldn't come up with millions, so they would have to rely on Dad. Wan Fengru stood up. You need to reflect on yourself. She walked into the study and dialed Kong Liji's private number. Normally, she rarely called that number as he was the one who usually contacted her. Kong Liji answered the call while on his way home. What's up? Wan Fengru's gentle voice sounded. Liji, our daughter made a bet with Ren Ran and lost. We need 3 million for the expenses. If it had been before, asking him for 3 million wouldn't have been a problem. But ever since the end of the auction, a considerable amount of their private funds had been spent, not to mention Ren Suya using his supplementary card for those 2 old men and Ren Ran buying many things. The money in the account was almost depleted. I don't have that much money on hand right now, Kong Liji refused. Wan Fengru frowned. She knew that he had spent a lot of money buying gifts for that mother and daughter last time, but she was certain that he still had plenty of funds and securities for investment. Even though she understood that he could provide it but chose not to, Wan Fengru wasn't angry. Instead, she kindly said, I'll figure it out myself. Her words made Kong Liji feel guilty. But when he thought about how he had used up most of his liquid assets and couldn't touch the remaining funds, he could only suppress that guilt. When things stabilize here, I'll bring you over for a few days. Wan Fengru was delighted by the sweet promise he gave. Okay. Detecting her happiness, Kong Liji felt satisfied. If he were standing in front of Wan Fengru right now, he would see that her excitement was only surface level and hadn't reached her heart. Liji, I feel so sorry for you. Over there, you're constantly under surveillance and can't be yourself for a moment, Wan Fengru said with sympathy. Surveillance? What surveillance? Kong Liji seized the key point. Wan Fengru was surprised. You don't know? They installed surveillance cameras at home. What? Kong Liji's composed expression shattered. Liji, you really didn't know? There's surveillance over there. Wan Fengru asked in astonishment. Tell me what's going on. Softly, Wan Fengru recounted the situation between their daughter and Ren Ran, emphasizing the matter of surveillance. Finally, she sighed lightly. Liji, do you think they might know something? Kong Liji narrowed his eyes. Tell Lingling not to take any action and wait for my message. Okay. Thinking about the money he had been swindled out of, Kong Liji said, I'll transfer 10 million to you. That's the money I can currently get my hands on. The rest of the money is tied up in investments and can't be withdrawn for now. Liji, you don't have to do that. I'll figure it out myself. be good, take it from me. After hanging up the phone, he squinted his eyes and pondered carefully about the recent period, but everything seemed normal. After contemplating for a while, he finally decided to go back and take a look to put his mind at ease. Returning to Highshore City, he didn't notify anyone. He was prepared to launch a surprise attack. Arriving at Shishan Villa, neither Ren Suya nor Ren Ran were there. Only a few servants, including Aunt Lee, were at home. Sir, you're back. The madam and miss haven't come back yet? No, they're still at Mr. Ren's place. Kong Liji nodded lightly and walked towards the living room, scanning his gaze back and forth, but he didn't find any surveillance equipment in the living room. Aunt Lee found it strange. Sir, what are you looking for? The surveillance that was here before, where is it? Surveillance? There's no surveillance here. Aunt Lee was puzzled. Sir, where did you put it before? Let me ask the others if they've seen it. No need, I probably made a mistake. Kong Liji returned to his study and immediately checked the room but didn't find any surveillance equipment. Could it be a pinhole camera? Kong Liji dialed Wan Fenru's number. Send me that video. Okay, I'll have Ling Ling send it to you. Within 5 minutes, Kong Liji received the video. At first glance, he recognized that the location where the video took place was at the Mid-Mountain Villa, not their current Creekside Villa. What a misunderstanding. Kong Liji was somewhat relieved that he didn't inquire about Ren Suya. It wasn't surprising that the old man had installed surveillance cameras. Things weren't going well on their side, and it even affected his judgment, almost ruining his plan. He used to think that the clever Ling Ling would be more than enough to deal with Ren Ran, but now it seemed that Ling Ling couldn't compare to Ren Ran. Despite his careful calculations, he couldn't outsmart the other party. How foolish. He wasn't foolish, he must have inherited his mother's genes. CH41 Master's Message. Chapter 41. After confirming that everything was a misunderstanding, Kong Lian left the villa with some documents. In the villa halfway up the mountain, Ren Ran received a message from Aunt Lee that Kong Lian had gone home. Aunt Lee, rest early. I've already asked someone to handle your grandson's transfer. Aunt Lee thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Mississippi. You rest early too. The matter with Wan Fenru made him uneasy as expected. Just as she hung up the phone, Qing Xian's call came in. Taoist Qing Xian, did you get any news about your master? Yes. These days, Qing Xian stayed in the city every day, which was not habitual for him. The urban air was polluted and not suitable for cultivation, but to fulfill his promise, he endured it. He prayed every day to receive news about his master. Today he finally got some news from a friend. Ren Ran was overjoyed. Where's he? Until the fate was undone, her heart would not be at ease for a day. Something as invisible and intangible as fortune. Once it starts to take effect, even if you do your best, it can still make you fail. My friend encountered my master in southeast Guizhou. He is cultivating in a countryside temple there. I plan to go get him to come over. Good. Ren Ran thought for a moment. I'll send Su Zhaoyun to go with you. It's better for you two to look out for each other. Su Zhaoyun had a nimble mind. With him around, the worldly inexperienced young Taoist Qing Xian wouldn't suffer losses. Okay. With one good news after another, Ren Ran was in an even better mood. She took out a piece of cake from the fridge to reward herself. The next day, contrary to everyone's expectation that Kong Lian wouldn't show up, she came to school dressed beautifully as usual, as if nothing around could affect her. She really can take it. Zhao Yi admired with TSKS. If she didn't come, it would seem like she has a guilty conscience. Guo Tangwen pointed out the crux directly. Aha, that's true. Lin Xiaoyi chimed in. Hearing the discussions around her, Kong Lian clenched her fists tightly until she didn't feel the pain of her nails digging into her palms. She couldn't let others laugh at her, especially that wretch Ren Ran. Don't hear it, don't hear it. She chanted to herself inwardly, brainwashing herself. Early Saturday morning, Ren Ran arrived at the meeting point early. She thought she was the first one there, but the buses were already nearly full. Ren Ran, over here. Zhao Yi waved at Ren Ran. On the bus, the students all had smiles on their faces, excitedly discussing what attractions to visit on Mingshan Island. As the sponsor, Kong Lian dressed up beautifully and made a grand entrance at the end. Kong Lian took her mother's advice to try to win people's hearts. Although she suffered a loss in secret, the money would have to be spent anyway, so she might as well spend it to gain some goodwill to offset the trouble Ren Ran caused her this time. With tens of millions to spend, she had to make everyone remember her kindness to counteract Ren Ran's blow. After everyone arrived, the buses took them to the pier. On the luxury cruise ship, Kong Lian went up on stage, took the mic, smiled graciously and said, being new to the school, there are many things I don't understand. If I did anything inappropriate or insufficient in this process, please tell me directly. I'm a straight-thinking person who can't wrap my head around twists and turns. This made many below scoff inwardly. But no one would show it openly at this time. Today I'm honored and delighted to have the opportunity to travel and learn together with everyone. These 2 days, all expenses on the island are covered. Everyone can have fun as you like, just let the private butlers on the island know if you need anything. I hope everyone eats, drinks and plays well. Kong Lian observed the expressions of the students below, but didn't see gratitude in their eyes, just a whatever, matter-of-course attitude. CH42 A Trip to Mingshan Island. Chapter 42. A group of people who eat and drink for free, yet do not understand gratitude. She was angry but told herself in her heart not to care about these poor people. Lucia was a comic foil. Seeing the atmosphere on stage was not enthusiastic, she took the lead to stand up and applaud. The others followed suit and applauded as well, but the applause was sparse and scattered. This made Kong Lian very upset. This was not applause at all, it was clearly a slap in her face. Kong Lian glanced at Lucia with dissatisfaction. Such applause was unnecessary. Kong Lian took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. Oh right. I've also prepared a gift for everyone here. Everyone became alert, with 90% of eyes focused on her. Seeing the effect, Kong Lian did not keep them in suspense and continued. I've prepared a lottery game for everyone. Each person can scan the code to enter the lottery program. Everyone's avatar will appear on the screen. When I press the switch, whoever's avatar the system stops on will win the prize. The prize this time is a 1-year VIP free experience card for Mingshan Island. For the next year you can come to Mingshan Island for free without spending a penny. Wow! That's so awesome! Someone exclaimed below the stage. Ah, I must win this prize. Miss Kong is so generous. Miss Kong, you're the best. Some shouted at her from below the stage. Kong Lian finally showed a comfortable smile on her face. The atmosphere was lively again, and the previous awkwardness seemed to have never happened. This lottery will draw 10 lucky winners. You can now scan the code to participate. The QR code was projected on the big screen. Everyone took out their phones and started scanning the code. Zhao Yi saw that Ren Ran still did not move. Ren Ran, aren't you going to scan? I'm afraid it's malicious. As soon as she said this, Zhao Yi immediately put down her phone. Guotongwen also put down her phone. A few classmates sitting next to them, who were about to scan the code, also stopped their actions, not knowing whether to scan or not. Mao Zhen sat behind them, and naturally heard their conversation. He quietly leaned forward and asked in a low voice, Ren Ran, did you hear any rumors? A few people around pricked up their ears. I didn't hear any rumors, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. After all. Ren Ran's voice trailed off. They understood in seconds. Zhao Yi and the others silently put away their phones. Mao Zhen looked at the QR code on stage, then at Ren Ran. He was reluctant to give up such a generous prize, but in the end he also silently put away his phone. Hundreds of people, drawing 10 spots, might not even get drawn. Oh well, better safe than sorry. Kong Lian glanced at the screen from time to time but did not see Ren Ran's account. She did not participate after all. Kong Lian regretted it in her heart. Has everyone scanned? I'll give you another 5 minutes. We'll start the lottery after 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the number of participants was still less than expected, with over a dozen missing. Under urging from below, Kong Lian started the lottery. After all 10 lucky winners were drawn, the cruise ship successfully docked at the Mingshan Island Cruise Center Pier. A group of people happily disembarked. The butlers on the island handled luggage storage and check-in for everyone and introduced the island's offerings in detail, thoughtfully providing maps, travel guides, etc. The service was great, leaving everyone very satisfied. After arriving on the island, Ren Ran followed Zhao Yi and her friends to play several water sports. When it was time for dinner, Ren Ran directly asked the private butler, I remember the island offers seafood dining on the ocean, right? Yes. CH43 Deluxe Package. Chapter 43. Then arrange this project. Also, get me a steak, I only want Kobe beef. And get me a bottle of Lafite. For dessert, just arrange the signature one from your hotel. Landscape of mountains and rivers. You have all this right. Yes, we do. The butler smiled and nodded. Ren Ran looked towards Zhao Yi and the others. What do you want to eat? Ren Ran, order for me. Zhao Yi hadn't been here before, so she wasn't sure what they had. For things like this, it was better to leave it to the experts. Guotongwen and Lin Xiaoyi also nodded along. None of them had been to Mingshan Island before. What do you like to eat? I'll take a look. I like hot pot, but I also want seafood. Zhao Yi. I like seafood. Guotongwen. I like delicacies from the mountains. Lin Xiaoyi. Ren Ran nodded knowingly, get her the spider crab feast. Also get her bluefin tuna, blue lobster, and yellow sweet lips. Will this be enough for you? Ren Ran looked at Guotongwen. Guotongwen blankly nodded. She had heard of tuna before. But blue lobster and yellow sweet lips, she hadn't even heard of them. When Zhao Yi heard the dishes Ren Ran ordered for Guotongwen, she was immediately tempted. Can I switch to that? Ren Ran smiled. No need, that spider crab feast you have is quite good. If you really want it, I can order another set to add to yours. Then add another set. Zhao Yi said excitedly. When someone was treating, she wouldn't miss out. When it was Lin Xiaoyi's turn to order, Ren Ran again listed a bunch of exotic delicacies, emphasizing luxury and extravagance. While Ren Ran was ordering, Mao Zhan and the others happened to be nearby. Hearing the dishes they ordered, their eyes shone brightly. We want the exact same. The butler responsible for them was slightly surprised. Seeing that he didn't respond, Mao Zhan felt puzzled. Ren Ran noticed this. Could it be that your huge Mingshan Island hotel only has one portion of ingredients? I remember Mingshan Island Hotel has a policy that ingredients like these are prepared in multiple portions. That butler didn't say anything, but the butler responsible for Ren Ran smiled and said, "Of course not. I will arrange for it to be prepared right away." The group got on the boat, and when the gourmet delicacies were brought out one by one, Zhao Yi and the others were shocked. This is crab meat steamed in tea bowls. This is crab meat salad. This is crab meat and sea urchin jelly. These are crab leg tempura. As dish after dish was served, Zhao Yi's little mouth was wide open. This is the spider crab feast? Don't just look, eat. Ren Ran smiled. No way, I have to take photos first. The three of them took photos of their luxurious lunches and even took photos of Ren Ran's dishes. Lin Xiaoyi couldn't wait to post on Moments to share the delicious food. Guo Tangwen sent the photos to their class WeChat group. Zhao Yi went even further, not only posting on Moments and the class group, but even on the school forums. Students who were eating the buffet at the hotel saw the colorful array of dishes and were extremely excited. Wow, Australian lobster. Salmon. Are these grapes? So expensive. Seeing the lavish offerings, many students took out their phones and started taking pictures to post on Moments. Kong Lian didn't go downstairs, but stood in the private room overlooking everything below, smiling. These country bumpkins were so easy to fool, the only one difficult to fool was Ren Ran. Luckily Ren Ran went for the boat dining. Although the dishes ordered were expensive, they were still within her controllable range. Ch 44 Prelude to Thunder. Chapter 44. Kong Lian looked at the hotel manager. Follow this standard for the next few meals. A bunch of country bumpkins, just easy to deal with. Alright. The manager heard the report from his earpiece. Miss Kong, there are some who want to order. If they want to order, let them. No need to tell me about such trivial matters. Kong Lian waved her hand dismissively. After spending a large amount of money, it had better be worth it. She had to make sure everyone remembered her kindness. The restaurant manager got permission and immediately instructed his staff. Miss Kong, your meal is ready. Please come with me. Kong Lian followed the manager out. At the self-service dining area, some people had just sat down with plates full of food when they heard cries of surprise from the next table. What's going on? Quick, look at Mao Zhan and Guo Tangwen's Moments. Acquaintances all checked, and upon seeing the dishes they posted, their eyes turned red. Damn. How are they eating so well? Why is their food different from ours? Students from other classes saw the news on the school network and through word of mouth from classmates, gradually found out about the extremely luxurious cuisine. Boss, come take a look. Fu Yan looked at the pictures of food and glanced at his companions. You guys want this? Of course. Fu Yan immediately called his personal butler, get us a set according to their standards. The private butler already had his orders and smiled with a nod. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Seeing this, others also went to find the person in charge and demanded their meals be changed. Some students who saw classmates still eating at the self-service counter quickly went over to tip them off. Don't take any more, there's better food over there. After seeing it, they instantly lost appetite for the self-service offerings. Those with full stomachs regretted they couldn't eat more, while those who hadn't eaten yet looked forward to it anxiously. With everyone stuffed, they started exploring the island. Kong Lian was also pulled along by Hu Xinyue and company to walk around the island. Miss Kong, where are you headed? Miss Kong. Kong Lian. No matter who they met, everyone smiled and greeted Kong Lian. Kong Lian could feel the change in their attitude, making her feel great inside. Mother was right after all, if you're going to spend money it had better be worth it. Class monitor Mao Zhan and his gang went to find Ren Ran and whispered, Ren Ran, what are you guys eating tonight? Seeing their expressions, it was obvious what they were scheming. You guys are here to get tips from Ren Ran. Mao Zhan grinned, Ren Ran is worldly wise, of course we should get advice from her. Ren Ran looked to Zhao Yi and the others. Zhao Yi and gang indicated they would follow her lead in everything. Since they were listening to her arrangements, Ren Ran directly sent them a menu. I've sent the menu to you. Mao Zhan took out his phone and upon seeing that menu, he almost drooled. Dishes like Moonlight over Lotus Pond, Crane's Grace, Siberian Sturgeon Caviar artfully presented in Journey to Spring, using top-grade Wagyu beef to create a boat amidst prosperous spring, and so on. In less than 10 minutes, this menu had spread among the students. Boss, there's a new menu. Fu Yan took a look. Not bad. Big bro, shall we follow this menu for dinner? Fu Yan beckoned his personal butler over, bring me a menu. Before the private butler left, Fu Yan reminded him again, don't try to fool me, bring the menu you should have. The butler was taken aback but could only nod. The others were totally confused by this. Boss, what does this mean? Could it be the menus here are also tiered? CH45 something's wrong. Chapter 45. Fu Yin glanced at him and said, what do you think? Although he had never been to this resort before, the lunch and dinner menus had already revealed the issue. Damn. This is the legendary Yin-Yang menu. Wang Hu stared with tiger eyes. What's going on here? Old Kong said everything would be of the highest standard. Turns out they're trying to fool us here. Fu Yan leaned back, hands behind his head and spoke lazily. That girl is no naive fool. Wang Hu let out a cold snort. That woman doesn't do things openly. It's good enough that there's food to eat. Fu Yan didn't elaborate. That night, many people went to order food with the menus passed down from Mao Zhen, following this standard. Yes, just go by this. The server was about to say okay, but a prompt tone came from the headset indicating the kitchen had run out of the ingredients for those dishes. The server smiled apologetically. Sorry, the ingredients for the dishes on this menu are all out. You can go to the buffet, or choose something else from the menu. A few girls let out groans but didn't make a fuss over it. The menu. Just scan the code. The girls scanned the code to order. One girl asked in puzzlement. Hey, why don't you guys have those dishes on your menus? The server was taken aback for a moment before explaining with a smile. Any dishes that can't be ordered, we take them off the menu right away. The girls nodded, feeling regret that they couldn't try the food but didn't say anything more. The same situation occurred at another table. What though, why doesn't a huge resort like this prepare enough ingredients? Those ingredients need to be ordered in advance. The hotel only prepares a dozen or so portions regularly. What do you mean? Didn't you say you would provide us the highest standard? Wang Hu happened to walk by their table and threw out a line. If you still don't get it, they were just saying it for show. Anything you can eat now is already good. The server kept a smile on her face and tried her best to explain, sorry, we didn't consider things thoroughly. We'll improve on this in the future. Similar incidents played out at various corners of the dining hall regarding whether it was really the highest standard. Different opinions spread among the students, each with their own perspective. Some servers were also grumbling in a corner. Some of these high schoolers really have no class. They know nothing but keep criticizing the resort for being all talk. Don't compare yourself to these kids. How could they know these were all orders from above to serve just this much? Of course. What do they understand? If the host who paid really wanted the highest standard, would she not know about these things? Would she not prepare them? She just wants the reputation but also wants to save money. We see through it but don't say it. Just don't let anything slip to the students. Ugh, why do they have to make us take the fall? It's only 2 days. Bear with it and it'll pass. I'm not saying the standards aren't the best, but they're still pretty good. Yet they're still nitpicking and unappreciative. Don't say that. Everyone wants to try tasty new things when they see them. It's normal. Or do you not want to either? Humph. The two left, but some high schoolers had heard their conversation clearly. Ren Ran, Mao Zhen and the others were dining on the top floor at the Sky Restaurant. Someone let out excited cries of wow. Guotungwen took out her phone excitedly and turned it towards Ren Ran. Ren Ran, it's lively downstairs at the restaurant. CH46 aroused discontent. Chapter 46. What happened? The menu we ordered, didn't everyone else know about it already? Just order according to what's on it tonight. The people in front got their share, but the people a little later didn't get any. Then someone overheard the waiters complaining that Kong Lian didn't even prepare things for them at the highest standard, but just an ordinary level. They also heard the waiters grumbling behind their backs that they were ungrateful and country bumpkins who didn't know anything. Now a lot of people are furious. Since the teacher came out to maintain order and speaking up for Kong Lian didn't work either. With this commotion to watch, Ren Ran would of course not miss it and watch the excitement unfold in the big group chat. Good heavens, the messages kept surging up rapidly, not stopping for even a minute, 99 plus messages in no time. If you can't deliver what you said, then don't make promises. Just be honest with us, we won't say anything. How can you play us like this? They probably just thought we were easy to fool. You don't know how the waiters were talking about us. Ah. Everyone stop fussing. It's good enough that we got something to eat. That's right, let's all say less. After all, we didn't spend a cent. You people are really laughable. Someone spent money and you're scolding them. Isn't that going too far? Why did she spend money? Poster above, don't you know? She spent money because she lost. If you want to talk about gratitude, it should be to Ren Ran. I don't accept Kong Lian's favor, I accept Ren Ran's. The two of them bet, and by rights the fruits of victory should go to Ren Ran, but Ren Ran shared the fruits with everyone, so the thanks should also go to Ren Ran, not Kong Lian. Lucia and a few others were naturally eating the best stuff, remaining close to Kong Lian's side. But now everyone had lost their appetites. Kong Lian naturally also saw the messages in the big group chat, especially seeing so many people saying thanks to Ren Ran instead of her, and her blood pressure kept rising. You guys eat. Kong Lian got up. Lucia wanted to say something, but seeing her unpleasant expression, obediently kept her mouth shut. Kong Lian went straight to find the general manager of the resort. Manager Wang, because of your hotel's inadequate food preparation, my reputation has been damaged. How does your hotel plan to handle this? She asked coldly. Manager Wang smiled apologetically. Miss Kong, I told you about the situation beforehand. Preparing those ingredients, we can source them, but because it was urgent, the costs would be higher than normal. You didn't agree because you felt it wasn't cost-effective. Also, you yourself said back then that preparing those would be enough to placate them. So it's not reasonable to come and blame us now. I've come to find you to resolve this issue, not for you to raise doubts. Manager Wang said with a smile. We can source from other suppliers and hotels now, but the price will be higher than what I mentioned before. When can you get it? It'll definitely be ready for everyone to eat by noon tomorrow. Fine, source it then. Okay. Manager Wang agreed with a smile. Kong Lian said, you need to explain to everyone that the inadequate food preparation this time was because your hotel didn't consider things thoroughly. Understand what you need to do. Understand. Kong Lian left satisfied. After she left, the door behind opened. Ren Ran walked out from the room and sat down on the sofa. Manager Wang respectfully called out, Mississippi. You've really gone out of your way. Manager Wang smiled and said, this is what I should do. Page 47 remedies are useless. Chapter 47. If it hadn't been for Gao Ying's reminder, she still wouldn't have known that Mingshan Island was opened by her grandmother's best friend. Her grandmother still had shares in it, and now those shares were in her hands, which made her one of the shareholders of Mingshan Island. Thinking of a way to scam Kong Lian without affecting Mingshan Island's reputation took a lot of hard work. You need to be prepared for this in case they bite back at you, Ren Ran reminded them. Don't worry, miss, our group's legal department isn't vegetarian. Not just anyone could take a bite out of them, let alone when they were fully prepared for this matter. After getting what she wanted, Ren Ran quietly left the office. The next day at breakfast, every server dutifully told them that due to inadequate food preparation yesterday, it was their fault. The ingredients had been rushed in from out of town overnight, so they could eat to their heart's content today. The hotel took full responsibility as to whether the students would believe this reason. That was up to them to decide. Everyone ordered the prepared ingredients for lunch and ate happily. Kong Lian went to the restaurant on purpose and gently explained yesterday's situation to everyone. Some listened carefully, nodding continually. Some spoke up to comfort her, telling her not to mind and that they hadn't taken offense. Most kept their heads down, silently eating, not taking a stance and pretending not to notice when Kong Lian looked at them. Kong Lian observed everyone's expressions, trying hard to maintain a smile, but the smile seemed somewhat forced no matter how you looked at it. Kong Lian, aren't you eating? Seeing her leave, Huxia asked. She turned around, you guys eat. I'm full, I'm just going to get some fresh air outside. All right. Tianjia glanced at Huxia, you just eat. Bang. Kong Lian pushed open the door to the general manager's office again, anger on her face, her tone a few degrees colder. How did you do PR? Why didn't you satisfy them? Manager Wang didn't get angry, patiently saying, Miss Kong, don't get anxious. We've already got people doing surveys to find out soon. If it's because of our hotel that customers are dissatisfied, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. What do you mean? Are you saying they are dissatisfied with me and not your hotel? Miss Kong, calm down first. Getting angry won't solve anything. Kong Lian didn't even look at the tea he offered. I'm telling you, if you don't satisfy me this time, don't expect me to pay the rest. Manager Wang's smile faded a little. Miss Kong, if that's what you're saying, then we have no need to continue this discussion. I will have our group's legal department chat with you. Are you threatening me? Manager Wang smiled wryly. No, you misunderstand. What you just said about subsequent issues already exceeds my scope of duties. The legal department is in charge of this business. After all, Kong Lian was just a girl in her teens. How could she be a match for these old foxes in the workplace? After being stifled at Manager Wang's, her mood hadn't been vented at all. On the contrary, she felt even more suppressed. She returned to her room and called Wan Fenru. Mom. Her voice choked, just short of crying out. Things not going well? Kong Lian recounted what had happened and at the end said angrily, it's all because of that bitch Ren Ran. If it wasn't for the menu she provided, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Mom, she and I are incompatible. Ch 48 penny wise pound foolish. Chapter 48. Mom, what do you think I should do? Now only a few people believe in me, but most don't buy it, and many even think it's Ren Ran's achievement. After she finished speaking, she found that her mother had not responded yet, and couldn't help urging her. Mom, why don't you say anything? What do you want me to say, that you are foolish or that you are petty? What did I tell you before? I said to spend money, so spend it to the end. But what did you do? In order to save that little money, you left the handle for others to operate. Wan Fenru suddenly realized that her daughter had too little experience. At that time, you should have asked the hotel to seal all the reserved top-grade ingredients. If you couldn't do that, you should have told everyone in advance or prepared enough to deal with emergencies. Or you could have used other means, such as lottery, etc., to put those top-grade ingredients out in the open. Look at yourself, see what you did? You had a good hand, but you played it into this kind of situation. There was anger in Wan Fengru's voice. It had been many years since Kong Lian had felt her mother's anger. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to save money and put myself in a passive position. Foolish. Wan Fengru was very angry. Lose big because of small things. In order to fill the pit of this gamble, she put all her savings in it. She thought she had contacted people well, settled things, and let her take care of some small matters to train her abilities, but she didn't expect that she was not up to the task. If she didn't look like herself, she would almost suspect that she had held the wrong child back then. Not only did they waste this money in vain, but also fell foul of gossip. They became scapegoats without any benefit at all. Mom, what should we do now? How can we turn the situation around? Don't do anything now, let's talk when you get back. Okay. In the afternoon, everyone happily took the cruise back to the city. Only one had a smile on her face, but her mouth was like she had eaten aconite, hard to express the bitterness. At the dock exit, a Koenigsegg was parked at the edge of the pier, with an old butler standing in front of the car, his eyes looking at the exit. Kong Lian and her party walked at the forefront. Lucia saw the Koenigsegg and pulled at her sleeve. Kong Lian, isn't that your family's butler coming to pick you up? Oh, the car is different this time. Tanjia's eyes were better than Husia's and she noticed the difference. Just as Kong Lian was about to say no, she heard Bao Yi's voice from behind. That Koenigsegg is awesome. I wonder what it feels like to get in. Let me take you for a ride. The four of them walked directly past them and headed for the Koenigsegg. Husia realized she had made a mistake and glanced timidly at Kong Lian. Seeing that she was not angry, she breathed a sigh of relief. As if by coincidence, the nanny car arranged by Wan Fengru was parked next to the Koenigsegg. Miss Kong. The driver saw Kong Lian and greeted her enthusiastically. Kong Lian looked at the Lexus nanny car. Although it was priced at over 2 million yuan, it was not in the same class as the Koenigsegg when compared. The driver is here to pick me up. I have to go first. Okay, bye. A few people waved goodbye to her. As soon as Kong Lian got in the car, her face sank instantly, especially when she saw the others get into the Koenigsegg happily next door. She felt aggrieved and shouted at the driver. Drive! The driver was startled, not knowing what he had done to offend her. But adhering to the principle that the customer is God, he didn't say anything and drove away. A few minutes later, the Koenigsegg drove past them. Through the half-open car window, she didn't know if it was her illusion, but she seemed to see Ren Ran smile at her. That smile contained a hint of provocation. No, it was more like mockery. Ch49 laugh it out. Chapter 49. Qinghe. Kong Lian lowered her head and stood to the side, not daring to look at her mother. Wan Fengru casually arranged the flowers, silent, with a suppressed atmosphere filling the air. Sit down. Kong Lian carefully sat down across from her mother, watching as she mercilessly snipped the blossoming flower. Her body involuntarily shivered. Have you decided what to do next? I've decided. Speak. The first attempt at cultivating a white, rich, beautiful persona had capsized. The second time helping a classmate to build good reputation had not only failed, but capsized again. The third time digging a pit for the opponent and falling into it herself. The fourth time wanting to salvage her reputation and gain good favor, she again made things worse. Making move after move, each ending fruitlessly, and letting her reputation develop in an unfavorable direction. The people surrounding her were all there to gain benefit from her. She could take advantage of such people and so could others, so their value was not high, far less than the word of mouth and value of the general public. I plan to surpass her in studying. She had neglected much study time recently in order to cultivate her image and trample Ren Ran underfoot. Relying on her own grades, she would surely be able to crush Ren Ran. Other things might capsize, but the knowledge she had learned would not. Wan Fengru nodded in approval. Seeing her mother nod, Kong Lian breathed a long sigh of relief. Go on. Kong Lian was startled, silent, pondering bitterly again. After a long while she timidly spoke, Mother, I can't think of anything else. Wan Fengru put down the scissors in her hand, her red lips lightly uttering two words, hold up. She was stunned, taking a good long while to understand her mother's intention. The enemy is strong, you are weak. Charging blindly forward will only lead to degradation. Show weakness, hold your opponent up high, then suppress them with absolute advantage. The reputation and glory she had previously accumulated will all transfer to you. Remember, she is your stepping stone. The higher the status of the stepping stone, the richer the fruits you will finally reap. As Wan Fengru's words faded, Kong Lian's eyes grew wider and wider, filled with worship in the gaze toward her. Wan Fengru grasped her hand. Whether you can reap the final fruits of victory depends on if you can trample her underfoot. Mother knows you are very clever, my daughter will definitely not disappoint me, right? In academics, Kong Lian was still very confident. Last monthly exam she had just performed normally without using her full strength. Once exerting all her effort, the first place would surely be hers. Don't worry, mother, this time I definitely can do it. Wan Fengru nodded satisfactorily. I've gotten you a spot in the Olympiad competition. Seize this opportunity. Don't disappoint me again. Yes, mother. I will go do practice questions. Go on then. Sitting at her desk, Kong Lian took Olympiad practice questions from the bookshelf, gaze firm. Ren Ran, this time I will definitely trample you under my feet. Collecting her mind, she started engrossing herself in the practice questions. In a villa halfway up the hill, Ren Ran got out of the car and received a call from Su Xiaoyin. Miss Ren, we've arrived in Southeast Guizhou. Did you find the person? Su Xiaoyin hesitated. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Ren Ran's footsteps halted. What's the bad news? When we arrived at the Taoist temple, Grandmaster Taishu went wandering again half a month ago. Ren Ran. Somewhat speechless. The corners of her mouth twitched. What's the good news? Ch50 Don T ask why. Chapter 50. Taishu Taoist left the address of the next stop. Where is the next stop? Ren Ran asked anxiously, not knowing whether to go up or down. The Tibetan area. We don't know where he has gone now. We plan to wait for him in Tibet. Ren Ran heard the thick helplessness in their voices. Perhaps this was fate. She took a deep breath to adjust her mindset. Has the master's phone been turned on? Yeah. You keep following him. I'm worried about leaving him alone. She didn't dare leave Qingxian alone in Tibet. She was really afraid that if the master wasn't found, he would get lost too. Do you have enough money? Enough. After ending the call with Su Xiaoyin, Ren Ran couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows. Who are you talking to? Suddenly, her father's voice came from behind, scaring her whole body to shudder, and her phone fell to the ground. What's wrong? Kong Liji asked in surprise and doubt. Ren Ran quickly recalled the content of her conversation with Su Xiaoyin, confirming that she had not revealed any information about Qingxian Taoist and others, before slowly putting down her heart that had been lifted up. Seeing him squat down to pick up her phone, Ren Ran quickly squatted down and picked it up before he could grab the phone. She took the initiative to ask, Dad, do you know that scaring people can scare someone to death? Are you doing something wrong you're so scared? Kong Liji joked. These words made Ren Ran's heart jump instantly, but she pouted dissatisfiedly at him. Dad, you're falsely accusing someone. I'm going to tell Mom and let her stand up for me. Little ancestor, can Dad be wrong? Kong Liji smiled and pleaded for mercy. Ren Ran raised her chin and gave him a cold snort. That's more like it. Dad, did you bring me any gifts when you came back from Beicheng? As the two walked into the house, Dad was too busy to bring any. Dad, you must not love me anymore. Ren Ran grumbled and left him, going upstairs. This child. Ren Suya came over and took the briefcase from his hand. Why does she suddenly want gifts? She didn't used to be like this before. Kong Liji asked in confusion. A hint of ridicule flashed through Ren Suya's eyes. Smiling, she said, don't blame her. A transfer student with a well-off family background has joined their class. Her dad often brings her gifts when he comes back from business trips. When did my daughter learn to keep up with the Joneses? This is not a good habit. Kong Liji frowned. I have to go upstairs and talk to her to get rid of this bad habit. Ren Suya's heart ached for her daughter, and even more for her own years of devotion. What's there to change? There was an involuntary anger in her voice that she really couldn't hold back or control. Kong Liji's footsteps halted in surprise as he looked at her. Wife, what's wrong with you? You didn't ask about what happened but directly assumed our daughter was wrong. Do you think she's so unworthy in your eyes? Ren Suya stared dead at this man whom she had loved for more than 20 years. At this moment, she felt very unfamiliar with him, as if she had never really understood him. Although similar situations had occurred before, why had she never noticed anything wrong? Or maybe, like her daughter said, when the loving filter was removed, everything would revert to its original form. Kong Liji was stunned. He stepped forward to take her hand, but she shook him off angrily. Wife, I was wrong. He began to plead for mercy, lowering himself. I was inconsiderate and didn't ask about what happened. Don't be angry, it will hurt your health if you get angry, and I will feel heartache. If you feel wronged, hit me. Just don't get angry and hurt yourself. Ch51 participate in the Olympic Math Games. Chapter 51. Kong Liji comforted his wife and saw that she gradually calmed down, heaving a long sigh of relief. Wife, what exactly happened? Ren Suya pressed down on the urge to strangle the man in front of her and sighed lightly. Some time ago, there was a new transfer student in Ren Ran's class. That transfer student, how should I put it? Saying this, she deliberately paused, keeping her eyes fixed on him, watching for his reaction. Kong Liji's expression was normal, waiting patiently for the follow-up with a patient face. On his face, there was not the slightest sign of any different emotional fluctuation, no matter how small, regarding the person who was about to be mentioned, and any relationship with him. What happened? He asked. Ren Suya went on, that girl seems to like comparing with Ren Ran. Some time ago she even made a bet with Ren Ran, using their test scores as the bet. He knew the general idea of what Wonfumru and her daughter had done, although not in detail. He was very clear about the matter of the bet. Then what? Ren Ran barely won. But that girl seems to resent Ren Ran. Ren Ran has been fine all these years at school. Since this girl came, she's been causing trouble and seems to target Ren Ran everywhere. Now everyone is watching the two of them. You tell me, you as the father don't even help your daughter, but go lecturing her instead. Are you competent? I was wrong. Spare me, wife. In the past when you went on business trips without bringing gifts I didn't mind, but from now on you must bring them, and they must be the best and can't be outdone. I don't want my precious daughter to be bullied at school. Ren Suya warned sternly. Yes, I will definitely bring my daughter the best. What's the best? Ren old lady walked into the living room. Kong Liji immediately shouted, Mom, how have you been recently? Does your leg still hurt? Ren old lady smiled and said, It doesn't hurt anymore. You work hard outside, pay attention to your health too. I will. The three chatted downstairs while Ren Ran did practice questions upstairs. Her phone on the desk vibrated. It was a call from Zhao teacher, the class advisor. Zhao teacher. Ren Ran, the city is holding a math Olympiad competition. Are you interested in participating? Ren Ran was about to decline when she suddenly thought of something. In her previous life, Kong Lijia participated in the Math Olympiad and won the championship in the city competition, then represented Haishur in the provincial level competition where she got 3rd place. Finally she represented the province in the National Math Olympiad, stopping there. But her results of surmounting difficulties all the way qualified her to look down on most of her peers. It's just that 2 very interesting things happened in this process. The first thing was, during the city level competition, a super genius, champion candidate, got food poisoning the day before the test, which affected his performance, and he missed out on subsequent competitions. The second thing was, during the provincial competition, 3 seeded players from a neighboring city got into a car accident on the way over. The 3 suffered varying degrees of injury, with one still advancing to the finals, but the other 2 missed out. When the first thing happened, it only spread within a small circle, and not many people knew. When the second thing happened, only a few people in Haishur knew about it. The reason she knew so clearly was because when her mother took her to the hospital to treat her depression, they happened to run into the group of 3 who got into the accident. Participate. Ren Ran replied without any hesitation. How could she possibly let slip any chance to hinder her shine? Ch 52 on the eve of the game. Chapter 52. Teacher Zhao. Who from our school will be participating in this competition? Ren Ran asked. You Kong Lian, LV Boyi, and Fu Yan, the 4 of you, he replied. Fu Yan. Ren Ran said in surprise. Teacher Zhao knew what she was shocked about and laughed. Fu Yan is useless at everything except math. He's extremely unbalanced. If his other subjects were even at an average level, he could get a guaranteed admission. Oh, I see. Ren Ran didn't know much about Fu Yan. She had only heard of girls confessing to him or getting beaten up by him. She hadn't heard anything related to grades. When Ren Ran and Kong Lian returned to class, the news that they would participate in the Math Olympiad spread. Guo Tunwen grabbed Ren Ran's hand. Ren Ran, I'm rooting for you. You must crush her. Zhaoyi glanced at Kong Lian. She wondered if it was her imagination, but Kong Lian seemed different today. Don't you think Kong Lian has changed? No, she's the same as always, just oddly behaved, Guo Tunwen said with a look. Ren Ran observed her. Indeed, many changes. She had become silent, as if the gossip around her was unrelated. She was wholly focused on studying, completely unlike her previous flirtatious self. LV Boyi came to class 2's door. Ren Ran, Kong Lian, the teacher is looking for you. Kong Lian closed her workbook and got up to leave. Ren Ran also stood up to follow. The 3 of them arrived at the teacher's office together. Fu Yan had come earlier than them. The vice principal looked at the 4 and solemnly instructed, You 4 will represent our school in the upcoming Municipal Math Olympiad. Bring out your best abilities for the glory of our school and your own honors. In the next few days, Teacher Zhao will be your team leader and coach you for the competition. Use your evening self-study time here for training and preparation. Yes, the 4 responded. In the training classroom. The other 3 were diligently doing practice questions except Fu Yan, who was casually slacking off. If you assumed he was poor at academics from this, you would be completely wrong. Only Fu Yan solved the final difficult question, Teacher Zhao announced after grading their test papers. The other 3 looked towards Fu Yan, still nonchalantly relaxed, as if he had just done something trivial. Fu Yan, explain to them your thought process for the last question. Fu Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He lazily straightened up and started explaining seriously and meticulously in a clear, cold voice that was pleasing to listen to. Understand? Fu Yan asked plainly, then immediately sat to the side, showing he wouldn't tolerate pestering if they didn't understand. LV Boyi spoke up, the concepts you used are university level. Fu Yan, up to what year of college curriculum have you self-studied? He had only just started second-year material. Second year, Fu Yan casually replied. LV Boy's gaze towards him changed. Previously somewhat dismissive, he now looked at Fu Yan with admiration. Ren Ran also admired this unassuming math genius. Kong Lian's eyes shifted between them. She would glance at Fu Yan from time to time with an inscrutable darkness in her eyes. She clenched her teeth tightly and took her test paper back. On the eve of the competition, Teacher Zhao brought the four to the stadium. When Ren Ran returned from the bathroom, she saw each of them holding a bottle of water. LV Boy handed a bottle to her. Thanks, Ren Ran said as she accepted it. Just as she was about to open it, she asked, LV Boy, did you buy this water? Let me know how much and I'll pay you back. It wasn't me. Kong Lian treated us. Ren Ran immediately looked at LV Boy and Fu Yan's water bottles. Stage 53 Loose Bowels. Chapter 53. Fu Yan noticed her gaze and lowered his eyes to look at the bottle in his hand. The bottle cap was already opened and he had already taken a sip. Not just him, LV Boy had also drank some. How much? Ren Ran looked at Kong Lian. Kong Lian waved her hand. No need to stand on ceremony between classmates. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ren Ran stopped twisting the bottle cap. In her previous life, the only person who obtained the qualification to participate was Kong Lian. As for whether Fu Yan was among them in her previous life, she didn't know. If Fu Yan was there with his ability, it was impossible for Kong Lian to get it. She didn't believe there was nothing going on here. During the days of this training camp, she had been watching Kong Lian the whole time. The other party had been very quiet, without any sign of making trouble. Just now when she went to the bathroom, that was when the loophole was exploited. Teacher Zhao came over with the cards and distributed them to the four people. You can go on stage now. Ren Ran walked behind, side by side with Fu Yan. She took out a pill from her pocket, elbowed his arm for you. Fu Yan looked at the pill in her palm. She lowered her voice and said, take one if you have stomach discomfort. Fu Yan didn't move. Just when she thought he wouldn't take it, he accepted the pill. She took out another one, gestured at him with her eyes. Fu Yan took the pill and walked to LV Boy's side, silently slipping it into his hand. What is this? To prevent physical discomfort. Thanks. LV Boy felt like he wouldn't need it. Kong Lian looked back and only saw Ren Ran blocking those two. The four were in different corners. LV Boy and Kong Lian were in the front row, Fu Yan was in the middle and she was sitting in the last row on the far right, the most remote position, but it allowed her to see the whole scene. After the exam papers were handed out, Ren Ran had no mind to pay attention to anything else and seriously started answering. When she was halfway through, she stretched her neck and relaxed her muscles and bones, her gaze going in the direction where Fu Yan and LV Boy were. She just happened to see Fu Yan clutching his stomach. Her gaze shifted to the other side. LV Boy had no reaction at all. It looked like she was planning to get rid of Fu Yan. Between LV Boy and Fu Yan, naturally Fu Yan was the bigger threat. Of course, it was also possible that they both had diarrhea at the same time, which would raise suspicions. Perhaps she had been staring ahead for too long. The proctor walked over to her desk and lightly tapped the desktop twice with his finger. Ren Ran regained her concentration and continued answering the questions. After answering all the questions, she checked through it carefully one more time before putting down her pen. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, everyone put down their pens, and the exam papers were collected uniformly by the proctors. Only after the papers were collected could the students get up and leave the classroom. Teacher Zhao hurriedly went up. What happened? Fu Yan didn't respond. He directly pushed through the crowd towards the bathroom. What's going on here? Teacher Zhao watched Fu Yan's departing back, somewhat worried. LV Boy frowned. Could it be food poisoning? Teacher Zhao hurriedly walked towards the bathroom. The three of them followed along. Ren Ran's peripheral vision kept an eye on Kong Lian's every move, and saw the delight in her eyes. Her guess was right. Kong Lian had made her move. 20 minutes later, Fu Yan came out of the bathroom. Fu Yan, how are you feeling? Fu Yan didn't respond. His gaze went past Teacher Zhao and landed on Kong Lian behind. Before Kong Lian grew suspicious, his gaze shifted again to Ren Ran. Ch 54 The Wind Rises. Chapter 54. I'm fine. Fu Yan perfunctorily responded. Old Zhao looked at him with his face not looking too good. Full of worried about his grades but didn't dare to ask. He could only keep it in his heart. After leaving the convention center, old Zhao was going to send the four people back. However, Kong Lian said her family had come to pick her up, so she separated from the large group. My family's car has arrived too, Ren Ran said. Old Zhao looked towards Fu Yan and LV Boy. Fu Yan looked at Ren Ran. I'll go with you. Ren Ran shrugged indifferently. Let's go. In the end, only LV Boy was left to go back with old Zhao. In the car, Fu Yan's deep and cold eyes stared at her closely. Why do you have these things with you? Why would you think I could use them? I'm the kind of person who likes to plan for the worst. As for the second question, it's probably because I know someone too well. There's a saying that goes, the person who knows you best is often your enemy. Ren Ran replied. Fu Yan's eyes darkened. You're more interesting than I imagined. You're smarter than I imagined. Ren Ran retorted. Likewise. Fu Yan's expression was cheerful, his eyebrows raised. I owe you a favor this time. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. The difficulties I encounter may not be something you can solve. Fu Yan laughed lightly. We won't know until we try. I'd rather hope that day never comes. Ren Ran changed the topic. Where do you live? Fu Yan reported an ordinary mid-high-end residential address in Haishur, nothing too famous. My promise is always valid. Ren Ran waved at him, the car started, and their distance grew further and further apart. Fu Yan quietly watched the direction the car was leaving. After it completely disappeared from his sight, he turned around and walked to the nearby residential area. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Help me check on someone. Haishur number 1 middle school, senior year class 1, Kong Lian. After a few people returned to school, Zhao Yi rushed over to gossip with Ren Ran. Ren Ran, how was the exam? It was okay. Lin Xiaoyi lowered her voice and said, everyone in the class is guessing now who will make it. Is it you or her? Who has more guesses? Of course it's you. Not only in the class, now everyone in the school is saying that you are very powerful and are the most powerful of the 4 people participating this year. You will definitely win the championship. Some have even started betting on snacks. Many people have bet on you winning. Previously someone even dared to say they were invited by the principal, but now their monthly exam results are worse than you and LV Boyi. Guotengwen took the opportunity to mock Kong Lian. Her disgust for her was completely unconcealed. When did this happen? Ren Ran frowned. These past few days when you guys were competing, many people have been talking. Where did these come from? The school forum and the gossip wall. Zhao Yi replied. Ren Ran logged into the school website and found the person who first started this topic all the way, jotted down his ID, and took screenshots to save his post. She left the classroom and went to a secluded corner to call Gao Ying. Pay attention to all the news about me on campus. Having heard the task, Gao Ying did not hesitate at all and immediately accepted. From interacting with the young miss these days, she knew one thing, the young miss would never do meaningless things. Ren Ran hung up the phone. Hope this is just her overreacting. Sage 55 come clean. Chapter 55. In the evening, Fu Yan leaned against the door of Class 3 Grade 2 and yelled at Ren Ran, hey. The curious glances of the other students darted back and forth between Fu Yan and Ren Ran. Lin Xiaoyi elbowed Ren Ran. Bewildered, Ren Ran looked up at Lin Xiaoyi's urging and saw the person at the door. What's up? Fu Yan was laconic. Ren Ran got up and followed him outside. What's the matter? Come with me. He strode forward as he tossed out the 3 words, not bothering to check if the person behind was following. The 2 walked one after the other towards the junk area behind the school. The location got increasingly remote. When they arrived at the abandoned sports equipment storage area, Fu Yan pushed open the dilapidated wooden door. Ren Ran hesitated for 2 seconds before following him in. The room was chaotic. It was filled with all kinds of discarded sports equipment. The most eye-catching thing was the 3 people in the room. One pockmarked male student was being held by 2 slackers and forced to sit in the middle. He looked frightened. What are you trying to do? The boy yelled at Fu Yan, what are you trying to do? Fu Yan casually brought over a chair from the side and sat down leisurely with his legs crossed. Tell me, what good things have you been up to recently? What have I done? The pockmarked boy's eyes shifted around. One of the men holding him gently patted his cheek, his voice cold. Kid, if you haven't done anything, would we look for you? Boss Fu is giving you a chance. Do you believe if we hand over the stuff to the police, you'll know the consequences? You'd better confess honestly and not waste everyone's time. I really didn't do anything. Seeing is believing. Fu Yan looked at Liu Yu. Liu Yu understood. He punched the pockmarked boy in the stomach. The other party's face turned red in pain. Last chance to tell me. Liu Yu raised his fist again. The pockmarked boy was afraid. I just praised Ren Ran on the school gossip forum. What's wrong with that? Just praised her. Yeah, you guys can check. The pockmarked boy feigned ignorance. Ren Ran walked up and waved her hand. Liu Yu and the others looked at Fu Yan, and upon seeing his nod, they let go. The newly freed pockmarked boy didn't dare run away. He watched around Ren warily as she approached step by step. Let me guess, you don't really think I'm great, let alone want to praise me sincerely. Someone told you to do it, right? The pockmarked boy said nothing. The person who asked you to do this, it's Kong Lian or Kong Lian's relatives and friends, right? The pockmarked boy still did not speak. If you don't say it, don't admit it, it doesn't matter. I'll have professionals check your whereabouts these past few days and easily obtain surveillance footage of your transactions with others. By then you won't have a chance to cry. As fellow schoolmates, I'm giving you one last chance. It's up to you whether you can seize it. Of course, you can also cling to wishful thinking, hoping that we can't find anything. You can also hope that we will be very kind and won't resort to other means against you or the people around you. Ren Ran crossed her arms and looked down condescendingly at him, exerting invisible pressure. Do you want to gamble on this? Think about it yourself. The pockmarked boy hesitated as his expression kept changing. Finally, he chose to confess. He didn't dare gamble. He didn't dare gamble his future or his family. If he lost, it would really be over. I'll talk. A few days ago, a strange man found me, gave me some money, and asked me to blindly praise you on the school forum. Ch 56 Fu Yen is not simple. Chapter 56. After thinking about it, it's just praising you, not anything bad, so I agreed. The other party gave me 30,000 yuan. I can give all of this money to you. Please let me go. The boy with acne pleaded anxiously. Where did you meet? Was the money the other person gave you cash or transfer? What did the other person look like? In a small alley near my home. He gave me cash. The person was wearing a baseball cap, mask, sunglasses, so I didn't see his appearance clearly. But he wasn't a local, and was about 175 centimeters tall. That's all I know. He looked at Ren Ran timidly. I didn't do anything else, just posted on the forum to make everyone pay attention to you. As for why the post became so popular so quickly, why there were so many people who agreed, he didn't know at all. Actually, he did know, but pretended not to. He was also aware that something was wrong with this seemingly praising but actually framing behavior, but he wouldn't admit that he knew. Ren Ran didn't care whether he had a conscience or not. In the face of money, even one's own parents could erase their conscience towards their children, let alone an irrelevant person. Keep today's matter confidential. Keep the money yourself. In the future, whatever the other party asks you to do, you can agree, but on the condition that you notify me. Can you do that? He nodded repeatedly. Let him go. Fu Yen waved his hand, and the boy with acne hurriedly ran away. Lu Yu and the others also left, with only Ren Ran and Fu Yen remaining in the room. How did you know? By chance. While investigating Kong Lian, he happened to run into this incident and was curious, so he checked it out on a whim. He didn't expect an unexpected gain. Here, this is for you. Fu Yen placed some information in front of her. A thank you gift? Ren Ran unwrapped it and saw that it contained information about Kong Lian and Wanfengru. After quickly looking through it, she was shocked. In such a short time, he had investigated these mother and daughter so thoroughly, and there was also information related to Kong Liji. Ren Ran had to reevaluate the young man before her eyes. Just who was he? It's not really a thank you gift, Fu Yen stood up. I'll leave her to you. Don't disappoint me. I won't. Fu Yen smiled and waved to her before leaving breezily. That night, Gowing brought the investigation results to her. Glancing over them briefly, they weren't much different from the information Fu Yen had given her. Seeing that Miss Ren Ran's mood didn't change at all, it seemed she already knew. Miss, do you need me to handle this? The people behind deliberately spreading this information didn't have good intentions. When Miss achieved success, others would think it was only natural. But when Miss failed, others would think she was all talk and no action. At that time, the backlash would be even greater. No need. She knew what kind of tricks that mother and daughter were playing. Might as well put on an act and play along. Have someone keep an eye on Wanfengru and her daughter closely. According to the trajectory of her previous life, Kong Lian wouldn't have been able to destroy the competition participants midway. The only ones capable of doing so were Wanfengru or Kong Liji. Kong Liji was in Beijing, so the possibility was small. Okay. The excellent posts about Ren Ran were still topping the charts. Within just a few days, Ren Ran had become the school belle genius of High City No. 1 Middle School. If not for her intervention, this title would have belonged to Kong Lian. A week later, the math competition results were announced. Holy cow! Zhao Yi exclaimed when she saw the rankings. A group of people crowded around to check eyes wide. Wow! Ch 57 out on the list. Chapter 57. High City will select 5 candidates to represent the city in the provincial competition. High School No. 1 directly took 4 spots, breaking the school's record. Awesome! Quick, look at the rankings. Fu Yen is actually ranked first, Ren Ran second, then someone from High School No. 2, fourth is LV Bo, and finally Kong Lian. Kong Lian is actually ranked last. Wasn't it said before that she was very capable? This level. Do you think she was lying before about being invited by the principal? Hard to say about that. Hey, don't think too badly of her. Maybe she's just a bit vain and wanted to make herself look good. Zhao Yi said with a smile. Guotongwen was taken aback. Oh my, I was just about to unsheath my great sword. Fu Yen taking first is really unexpected. I heard from old Zhao that he's really good at math. Our Ren Ran is even more capable. Not biased towards any subject, excellent at everything. Morals, wisdom, physique, aesthetics, all-round development. Whether it was because of the previous Mingshan Island incident, or the recent efforts to promote Ren Ran and denigrate Kong Lian's image, Kong Lian's reputation had plummeted. Everyone looked down on her. Even after advancing, no one had any hope for her. Kong Lian, this dead weight probably has no chance at the provincial competition. Fu Yan and Ren Ran at least have some hope of making the finals. Wu Xia, Ji Qing, and Tan Jiao gathered around Kong Lian to congratulate her, but the discussions around them made their congratulations seem miserable. Kong Lian, you have to work hard and surpass them at the provincial competition. See how arrogant they remain. Kong Lian smiled gently. It's fine, their mouths are on their faces, let them say as they wish. I have a clear conscience. Kong Lian, you really are too kind. If it were me, I would have fought them already. Wu Xia fawned over her, deliberately currying favor. She just smiled back. I want to do more practice questions. Alright, we'll leave you be. The few tactfully left. Kong Lian lowered her head and continued doing questions. Her previously gentle, smiling eyes flashed with bizarre light. Humph, gloat while you can. You just keep on gloating. If you don't gloat now, you won't have a chance to gloat later. Guotengwen glanced at Kong Lian. Seeing her quietly doing questions, she felt something was off. She nudged Zhao Yi with her elbow. Do you feel like Kong Lian is a bit different? Zhao Yi looked and didn't notice anything different. What's different? Ren Ran also glanced over and noticed what was different. Too quiet. Right. Guotengwen's eyes lit up. That's it. Kong Lian has been too quiet lately. After everything that happened, she still acted like nothing was wrong, showing off and laughing away. But recently, if she's not doing questions, she's reviewing material. I got it, she's preparing to surpass you on the next monthly exam. Guotengwen seemed to have found the truth. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. While not completely right, this reasoning was at least half true. Ren Ran, hurry and do more practice questions. We won't disturb you, just don't let her overwhelm you. The people gathered around Ren Ran were shooed away by Zhao Yi and Guotengwen. For the provincial competition, they would arrive at the provincial capital 3 days in advance to get familiar with the environment and perform better. Arriving at the meeting point, Ren Ran only saw Kong Lian and LV Bo. There was no sign of Fu Yan. The teacher leading the team was still Old Zhao. As soon as Old Zhao arrived, he glanced at the three and gestured for them to get on the bus. Teacher Zhao, where's Fu Yan? CH 58 Catch Big Fish. Chapter 58. Fu Yan's family has something going on, so he is unable to participate in the competition. His spot has already been given to a student from the 3rd middle school, LVE boss said with regret. That's too bad. With Fu Yan's abilities, he would definitely be able to advance and obtain a spot for the finals. Teacher Zhao was just as regretful inside, but there was nothing that could be done about the situation. Out of the 3 of them, the only one with hope of advancing was Ren Ran. The other 2 were questionable. Among the students selected from each city this time, there were several good candidates. Let's go. The 3 arrived at the hotel. Since the school had sufficient funds, each person was given a room. After eating dinner at the buffet, they each returned to their rooms to rest. When Kong Lian entered her room and shut the door, she did not seem to want to interact much with them. LV Ba had just opened his door when he heard Ren Ran call out, LV Ba. He looked at her questioningly. Ren Ran walked over. Do you take this math Olympiad competition seriously? Of course. LV Ba thought it was strange she even needed to ask this. The competition is coming right up. You need to pay attention to your diet. Don't eat any food or drink given to you by anyone. Remember that it's anyone. What's wrong? I'm thinking about how Fu Yan got food poisoning last competition, so I wanted to give you a reminder. LV Ba smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Okay. Get some rest early. You too. Back in his room, he called Gao Ying. Any news over there? Miss, those contestants you mentioned are all safe and sound. Safe and sound? No, according to how things went in the previous life, a genius from the neighboring city and his teammates got into a car accident this afternoon. And now it was already night, yet there was no movement over there. Could it be that Wanfenru and her daughter changed their strategy? Or did something come up that delayed them? Keep an eye on that side. Send more people to watch Wanfenru's side. Pay extra attention to the people she contacted and places she went to these past few days. Okay. In the middle of the night, Ren Ran was woken up by her ringtone. It was a call from Gao Ying. If it wasn't an urgent matter, she would never call at this time. Ren Ran turned on the bedside lamp. What happened? Those contestants from the city got food poisoning. They're being sent to the hospital right now. In the previous life it was a car accident, but in this life it was poisoning. Explain in detail. They went to eat night snacks at a restaurant. Not long after they returned, they started having diarrhea and vomiting. The doctor's examination showed it was food poisoning. They won't get better for 3 to 5 days at least. Once 3 to 5 days passed, the exam time would also pass. According to the police, the food at the restaurant didn't have any issues. The problematic food was brought by the students themselves. I've already sent someone to look into the student who brought the food. Good, you did well. Gao Ying continued her report. Also, Secretary Ruan's secretary is staying at the same hotel as you, Mississippi. That secretary went to room 1808. That room belongs to Director Lin, who is here for the Math Olympiad. Now this was interesting. Whether something like this happened in the previous life or not, she didn't know. But no matter what they tried to do this life, things would not go as they wished. This is a big fish. Keep a close eye on it, don't let it get away. I will. Do you have enough activity funds? Enough. The money given by Ren's president was enough for the young miss to splurge for 10-something years. Remember to tell me if it's not enough. Ch 59 The Unexpected. Chapter 59. The next day, Ren Ran went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast as usual. As soon as she arrived, Lveba rushed over. Ren Ran, have you heard? 5 contestants from the UN city were collectively poisoned and they have to withdraw from the competition. How did they suddenly get poisoned? Didn't their team teachers remind them not to eat random things? They were definitely reminded. I heard the food they ate was brought by one of the contestants from home. Who knew it would be poisonous? Lveba patted his chest, feeling lingering fear. Be careful these few days, don't eat anything from outside. Okay. Ren Ran nodded. The news that 5 contestants from the UN city were poisoned spread among the participating contestants. Old Zhao didn't dare let the 5 of them eat at the buffet alone either. He watched them eat together every day and strictly forbade them from going out, for fear that they would eat contaminated food outside. 3 days later, Old Zhao sent the 3 of them to the exam room safe and sound. After the exam ended, the 5 returned to Highshore City the same day and went home separately. The next round after this competition is the national finals, which will be held in the capital in December. Whether they can get the admission ticket will be announced in a week. During the wait for the competition results, the topic of praising and denigrating continued, and it became more and more intense. The one praised was naturally Ren Ran, and the one denigrated was naturally Kong Lian. After all, the 2 made a century bet that brought them great fame in the school. Now both of them participated in the Math Olympiad, so comparing them was natural. A week's time passed in the blink of an eye. Teacher Zhao entered the classroom with a smiling face. Someone joked, Teacher Zhao, what good thing happened? Teacher Zhao, did the Math Olympiad results come out? Did Ren Ran advance? Facing the students' enthusiasm, Teacher Zhao wasn't annoyed at all. He smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. After the students quieted down, he finally spoke. The Math Olympiad results are out. Everyone looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to announce it. Kong Lian unconsciously clenched her fists and glanced at Ren Ran from the corner of her eyes, wanting to see her lost in shocked expression. However, she didn't see anything on her face. Humph. Just pretend. Someone couldn't help but ask, Teacher Zhao, did you get it wrong? How's it, Kong Lian? Kong Lian's follower Ji Qing elbowed Ren Ran and congratulated her prematurely. Many students' gazes fell on Ren Ran. Under the students' urging, Teacher Zhao stopped selling off the announcement. The provincial champion this time is Kong Lian. Damn. What? Everyone was shocked. The students looked at Ren Ran, then at Kong Lian. Kong Lian had a smile on her face and looked at Ren Ran intentionally, wanting to see her disappointed and shocked expression. However, she didn't see anything on her face. Humph. Just pretend. Someone couldn't help but ask, Teacher Zhao, did you get it wrong? How's it, Kong Lian? Kong Lian's follower Ji Qing said, what's impossible? Last time, Kong Lian was physically uncomfortable. Even when she was unwell, she could still get a spot. It shows her ability. We didn't hear about this before. Someone muttered softly. Another follower Husia also said, Kong Lian is not all talk. What's there to say? If you really want to talk about it, you're afraid people will say she's making excuses for her lower ranking. Kong Lian, isn't this just like what they say online? When you were unknown, you worked hard quietly, then shocked everyone. A classmate joked. Ch 60 ready for unveiling. Chapter 60. Kong Lian just smiled faintly. After class, the news that Kong Lian had won the Math Olympiad championship spread quickly across the campus, as if it had grown wings. It was said that Ren Ran would get the admission ticket before. How did it become Kong Lian? Not only did Ren Ran not win the championship, she was also eliminated directly. Who was it that said she was great before? This is obviously a lie. Those who posted to boast about Ren Ran were probably bought dogs of Ren Ran. Haha. Kong Lian, Ji Qing, Husie, and Tan Jia walked on the road, listening to the discussions around them. Kong Lian, who had been holding back her anger, finally experienced what it felt like to be smug. The smile on her face was a little more sincere. The higher Ren Ran had been praised before, the harder she fell now. Ren Ran, Zhao Yi Guotungwen, and Lin Xiaoyi walked in the direction of the cafeteria, and naturally heard the discussions around them. Ren Ran, don't take it to heart. Failure is the mother of success. That's right, we'll work harder next time. Nobody's perfect, there are always times when we slip up. The 3 took turns comforting her. Ren Ran smiled indifferently, don't worry, I'm not bothered by this little thing. Hearing her words, Kong Lian and the others walking ahead couldn't help but sneer. Suddenly, Kong Lian stopped and turned to look at Ren Ran. It's good that you can think like this, Ren Ran. I was really afraid you couldn't accept it. Just keep working hard in the future. I believe you can definitely do it, Jiao. Her voice was gentle, with a sweet smile on her face. Although she was smiling, it made Zhao Yi and the others want to hit her. Hee hee. Ren Ran meaningfully responded twice. Seeing her reaction, Kong Lian thought she had angered Ren Ran and walked away happily with the others after swaying her waist. This green tea. Choked to death by tea. I thought Tungwen was sly enough. Didn't expect there's another expert here. Lin Xiaoi clicked her tongue twice. What are you talking about? Gua Tungwen glared at her, dissatisfied, and lightly kicked her. In the afternoon, Zhao Yi hurried into the classroom and whispered in Ren Ran's ear. I just heard the news from the teacher counselor. At next week's school anniversary celebration, Kong Lian will give a speech as the student representative. School anniversary celebration, these 5 words were like a switch that triggered her memories. Ren Ran thought of her past life. In her past life at the school anniversary celebration, some students in 11th grade performed a skit adapted from her chasing after Pei Hung. This performance directly tore open her barely healed wound and rubbed salt in it mercilessly. She later looked for those people to settle scores, but they were extremely arrogant. At that time, Kong Lian stood up to condemn them, and the two sides almost got into a fight before the teachers intervened and stopped them. But within half a month, the families of the students who performed the skit encountered problems one after another. One set of parents even died in a car accident. Everyone spread rumors that it was Ren Ran's parents getting back at them by using connections to cause trouble for their families. At that time, rumors also spread that Ren Ran's family had triad backgrounds. Because of this incident, Ren Ran was increasingly ostracized. They didn't dare provoke her again, but isolation, ostracism, and being ignored were invisible mental harm. That was like an invisible knife that made her depression increasingly severe. Later, after the falling out with Kong Lian, Ren Ran realized that the skit was specially prepared for her by Kong Lian. It allowed her to be socially dead again, while also causing her condition to relapse and become more severe. Finally, it could also deepen everyone's hatred and isolation towards her, and force her to get close to Kong Lian to curry favor. The ringing of her phone brought Ren Ran's thoughts back. She looked at it, got up and walked to a deserted corner to call Gao Ying back. Miss, it's done and ready to be revealed at any time. Gao Ying had been keeping an eye on developments at the school, and knew Mrs. situation wasn't great at the moment. No rush, wait a little longer. Ren Ran's voice was calm and cold. What do you think about giving it to her at the anniversary celebration? Gao Ying's lips curled up. This gift will definitely surprise her. CH 61 million watch. Chapter 61. As soon as she walked back to the classroom, Kong Lian could hear praises for her. Ah, Yan Lian, you are so amazing. As the student representative giving a speech on stage, that's so awesome. I heard that there will be TV stations coming this time, and the school also invited some young entrepreneurs who graduated from our school. The fact that Lian can represent all the students means what? It means our Lian is awesome and will definitely become an outstanding entrepreneur in the future. Kong Lian quietly listened to the flattery around her, with a faint smile on her face all along, giving people a comfortable feeling of being not arrogant. Compared to her liveliness, Ren Ran's side was much quieter. As the school anniversary celebration approached, the atmosphere on campus became more and more warm. Decorations were everywhere, and the focus of students' discussions was no longer on study or celebrities, but more on what kind of performance each class would put on for the anniversary celebration, which class's performance was more worth looking forward to, and interesting stories from past anniversary celebrations. After morning self-study ended, Kong Lian came in late today. She looked radiant today, which was probably what people call being in high spirits when something joyful happens. Kong Lian, what are you wearing on your wrist? Huxia's eyes were sharp and she noticed the watch on her wrist at a glance. Kong Lian very casually said, My dad brought me a little gift when he came back from overseas recently. Ren Ran glanced at it and couldn't see it clearly but roughly knew what kind of watch it was. A Patek Philippe diamond watch, worth at least over 2 million yuan. This was her good father, easily giving expensive gifts worth millions to his illegitimate daughter. In contrast, her own father was extremely stingy. In recent times, her mother had been bleeding her father Kong Liqui dry. Now it seemed he still had a lot of private assets. She couldn't let him take it away. She had to find a way to make him cough up all of that money. At this moment, Kong Lian was oblivious that her deliberate showing off would plant a bomb for her father. I just searched online, this watch costs over 2 million yuan. With this price revealed, classmates who were previously buried in their schoolwork universally lifted their heads to look at Kong Lian's wrist. Oh my god, that's like wearing a whole apartment on your wrist. Over 2 million yuan for just a watch. Lucia looked at the watch, her eyes shining. Can I try it on? Kong Lian directly took it off and gave it to her. You can try wearing it. Lucia was overjoyed and carefully accepted it. Does it look good? Hosea deliberately showed off to the surrounding classmates. Given the price, even if it didn't look good, it would look good. Zhaoi couldn't stand to see Kong Lian's smug manner, because it hurt her eyes. It's just a watch, what's there to show off about? Guo Tongwen chimed in, next time, Ren Ran can also wear an even more expensive one. Before Ren Ran could speak, Lin Xiaoi smilingly said, if Ren Ran really wore one, it would be lowering herself and people would say she is following the trend. Lin Xiaoi's words spoke her mind. Wearing a watch didn't represent anything. Watches of that level were common in her mother's room. Hosea deliberately walked over to Ren Ran's side with the watch on, deliberately sticking out her hand, and asking Lin Xiaoi, does it look good? These words were clearly aimed at Ren Ran rather than Lin Xiaoi. Ren Ran really wanted to laugh, a smile already curling her lips, but when she noticed a flaw flash by the side of the watch, so quick that she thought her eyes were playing tricks, she held it in. Fish 62 The Lost Table. Chapter 62. Ren Ran suppressed the urge to grab her hand and press down the doubts in her heart. That night, Ren Ran didn't go back to the semi-mountain villa and went directly back to the Creek Mountain villa where they used to live before. She went upstairs directly and headed for her mother's dressing room. She opened one of the drawers and rummaged through it but did not find the watch. She continued to rummage through other drawers which contained all kinds of expensive watches and jewelry, but still did not find the one she was looking for. She called Ren Sua and asked, Mom, what's the password for your safe deposit box? Although Ren Sua felt puzzled, she did not hesitate and told her the password directly. She opened the safe deposit box, but it was not there either. Mom, do you remember that full diamond Patek Philippe diamond watch of yours? I accidentally scratched it and you still remember that watch, don't you? Ren Sua didn't think of it at first, but after being reminded by her, she immediately remembered. I know. What's wrong? Do you know where that watch is? It should be in the drawer, look for it carefully. I've looked through everything already and didn't see it. Ren Ran looked around the dressing room, but the watch was nowhere to be found at all. How could this be? Ren Suya wondered. After a long pause, she suddenly thought of something. Oh, I remember now. Your dad took that watch to give it to a client. I remember your dad said that client really liked that watch, so he just gave it to him. As she spoke, Ren Suya's voice got lower and lower, and she slowly realized something. Ren Ran, isn't that watch in the hands of those mother and daughter? Yes. Upon receiving confirmation from her daughter, Ren Sua unconsciously clenched her hand holding the phone. She wore it to school. I saw the scratch and wanted to confirm it. Good, so good of them. Hearing the anger in her mother's voice, Ren Ran hurried to comfort her. Mom, don't get angry. It's just a watch, not worth it. We will make them spit out whatever they swallow. No, I will make them spit out double. When she returned to the semi-mountain villa, Aunt Lee came up to her and reminded her, young miss, your mother is in a very bad mood. I know. Ren Ran took some fruits from the fridge and squeezed her mother a glass of fruit juice and took it upstairs with her. Mom. Ren Sua turned around. Noticing her mother's red eyes, she knew she was heartbroken and sad about Kong Li Ji's betrayal again. Mom, everything will be fine. Ren Sua hugged her daughter. Ran Ran, your mom is not sad for him, but because I feel I'm not worth it and my 20 years of devotion is not worth it. I understand. She naturally knew this feeling well. Wasn't she like this in her previous life, unable to accept her father's betrayal of the family and his lack of love for them for a while? Her mother's feelings for over 20 years and her affection as a father and daughter for over 10 years really couldn't be abandoned just by saying so. If one could really abandon them so casually, then that person had no emotions at all. When disappointment accumulates too much, it will gradually wear away the love and affection from the past. And when it is completely worn away one day, it will no longer be able to hurt you one bit. Her experience in her previous life was enough to completely wear away her father-daughter affection of over 10 years. The various unspeakable things she had experienced had long since turned that affection into hatred. She only hated him without any familial affection left. After comforting her mother, Ren Ran pushed open her grandfather's study. Ren Ran. Rain Hungru greeted her to sit down and poured her a cup of light tea. Ch 63 Misappropriation of Assets. Chapter 63. Grandfather, I just remembered something we overlooked. When we look at someone with malice or a calm mind, many details from the past that were ignored or overlooked become clues. Ren Hungru remained silent, gesturing for her to continue. I remember when he first entered the company, he would often give gifts to people as a way to establish himself. I suspect that he used gift-giving as a cover to transfer assets. Perhaps in the beginning the gifts were genuine, but it's hard to say if that remained true. Ren Hungru smiled, satisfied with the look in her eyes. He took out a document from the drawer and handed it to her, indicating for her to take a look. Ren Ran took it and began flipping through it. Her pupils widened instantly and she looked up at her grandfather. This document was delivered to me half an hour ago. After carefully reading through it, Ren Ran felt her blood pressure rise in anger, but she quickly suppressed it. He truly is insatiable. Just as she had suspected at the beginning, Kong Lian worked honestly and didn't dare make any moves. After all, her grandfather was keeping a close eye on him. Even with hundreds of times more courage, he wouldn't dare defy her grandfather. It was only after her grandfather began to trust and accept him that he dared to transfer assets on a smaller scale. From the initial hundreds of thousands to millions, and even tens of millions of company resources, he dared to take them. He would put jewelry up for auction and then bid on them himself, transferring the Ren family's money into his own pocket. The items would go through legitimate channels and be delivered to clients he wanted to cozy up to. Just with this alone, he could enjoy several years of imprisonment. The snake's body is fully exposed now, but you must be careful of its final counterattack. Don't make any rash moves until you've completely neutralized the venom in its mouth. He's not worth mourning, but you are precious. It's better to spend a little more time and not give him any chance to resist, Ren Hungru said with great emphasis. Understood. Ren Ran made a note of her grandfather's words. Remember, no matter how much you hate or how uncomfortable you feel, you must endure. Small patience leads to great plans. Understood. Grandfather, please rest and don't work too late. I understand. After leaving the study, Ren Ran let out a sigh of relief. She knew her grandfather was even more deeply entrenched than she was, and that put her mind at ease. The anniversary celebration of High City No. 1 Middle School arrived as anticipated, with students eagerly looking forward to it. A row of spirited young pioneers stood at the school gate, and vehicles came and went in an endless stream. Ren Ran happened to run into Zhao Yi at the school gate, and they returned to school together. Just as they reached the entrance of the teaching building, they saw Kong Lian, dressed in formal attire, surrounded by a group of stars. Kong Lian stood on the steps, looking down at her with a smile on his face, a smug smile that placed her beneath him. Ren Ran approached him. Kong Lian, your father values you so much. He must be coming on such an important day, right? My father is busy with work and doesn't have time. Besides, it's just representing all the students and giving a speech. I've been on stage countless times since I was young, so it's nothing special to my father, Kong Lian boasted unabashedly. Ren Ran looked at her in astonishment. Your father came to Highshore City, didn't you know? In an instant, Kong Lian's face turned pale, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. Suddenly Ren Ran burst into laughter. Haha, I was just kidding you. You really can't take a joke. CH64 it's on. Chapter 64. You. Kong Lian's face turned pale and green, indicating that she was greatly angered. Zhao Yi followed up. Are you afraid your father will come, or do you just know deep down that he definitely won't come? Before Kong Lian could answer, Guo Tongwen provided the perfect response. There's no need to ask. Just by looking at her expression, we know for sure that her father won't come. If he truly valued her, how could he not come? Lin Xiaoyi chimed in. Sigh, can the treatment of a mistress's daughter and a legitimate daughter ever be the same? After all, mistresses' children are always kept in the dark. The four of them continued to taunt her in a chain-like manner, infuriating her to the point where her face contorted, and her gaze towards them was filled with venom. Lin Xiaoyi's final remark was like a dagger stabbing into the depths of her heart. Throughout her life, this was the thing she hated the most and cared about the most. Lucia stepped forward. You all have gone too far. Show some decency as human beings, Ji Qing chimed in. Just by observing the words of these people backing them up, it was clear that they didn't refute the matter of her being a mistress's daughter, and they didn't dare to confront their slander directly. This alone spoke volumes. In reality, everyone knew her true identity, but it was just that nobody had explicitly mentioned it. Kong Lian also realized this and paid them no mind as she left directly. Lucia and the others immediately followed. Lin Xiaoyi and the others dared not show any displeasure towards her. It wasn't because she gave them gifts on a regular basis so they didn't dare to. The real reason was that the jobs of their parents were all promoted by the company, and some of their parents' jobs were even helped by Kong Lian. The livelihoods of their parents and the economic resources of their families relied on Kong Lian. Unconsciously, they had gone from being mere lackeys to being unconditional bootlickers. In the school auditorium, the school leader sat in the front row, followed by outstanding graduating students, and the teachers of various subjects sat in the back. The students were seated according to their grades. Ren Ran's class happened to be seated in the middle and towards the front. Zhao Yi and the others sat with Ren Ran in the middle, which was the best spot for watching. The opening speech was as tedious as ever, making the students in the audience drowsy. When will this end? I can't wait to see the performances, Guo Tongwen grumbled discontentedly. It's still early. Kong Lian, that little green tea, hasn't taken the stage yet. After her speech is over, it'll be about time, Lin Xiaoyi replied. Oh my, that'll be at least another half an hour. I don't think I can last half an hour. Let's just wait slowly. Zhao Yi turned her head and noticed Ren Ran's keen interest. Ren Ran, why do you seem so interested in the speech? To be honest, speeches can be quite interesting. What she really wanted to say was that the speech later would be interesting. When the host called for the student representative, Kong Lian, to take the stage, the students in the audience suddenly became energized because after this, the performances would immediately begin. I hope she doesn't drag it out for too long. I believe she understands us. Underclassmen in the audience eagerly anticipated seeing Kong Lian. Kong Lian stood on the stage, looking at the numerous pairs of eyes focused on her from below. She straightened her chest, walked to the front of the podium, adjusted the microphone, and wore a confident smile on her face. Respected leaders, teachers, and dear classmates, hello. I am Kong Lian from class 3-1. Today I have the honor to stand here, representing not only myself but also our entire class. Suddenly the microphone went silent, and her voice disappeared from the speakers. Kong Lian's expression froze for a moment. What's going on? Ch 65 and Side Story. Chapter 65. The students below the stage looked at each other in surprise, looking at the stage in shock. What's going on? The microphone seems to have lost its voice. The microphone is useless. The students and teachers in charge backstage rushed to get a spare microphone and prepared to replace it. Before they could take action, a sound came from the loudspeaker, but it wasn't Kong Lian's voice. President Lin, I only need to take a look at the exam papers for this math Olympiad competition. I won't take it away or take any photos. I will give you 5 million. This deal you make steady profits without losing anything. There are 5 spots for the tickets, one less doesn't make any real difference to the finals, won't you consider it? Among the contestants this time there are 2 called and censored. I hope you can find a way to fail them. The other party gave me money so I gave them the food to eat. I didn't poison them, it's just that many of them have weak stomachs so they got a little diarrhea. I really didn't poison them. Principal Lee's face below the stage became gloomy. Kong Lian on the stage felt her mind explode, leaving her shocked and completely at a loss, standing still awkwardly. The students in the audience came back to their senses after the initial shock, and glared with wide eyes. Oh my god. Weren't those dialogues just now about the truth behind this math Olympiad? Definitely. I heard that several contestants from Diyuan City next door got food poisoning, which matches the recording just played. So that talk of buying people wasn't that. Everyone looked at Kong Lian on stage with a gloomy expression. Zhao Yi kept muttering damn, and damn, Kong Lian's math Olympiad champion was bought? I knew it, she was so bad in the previous round, how could she suddenly win the championship in the promotion round? The math Olympiad champion is fake. She didn't get promoted, was she sabotaged by someone? I found it strange earlier that Kong Lian got promoted but Ren Ran didn't realize there was something like this going on behind the scenes. Kong Lian looked at the eyes of the crowd projecting disdain towards her, as if she was stripped naked and tortured in public. The humiliation and indignation made her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She wanted to escape, but her feet were like glued down, unable to move. A student came over to replace the microphone, and the voices from the speakers disappeared. Senior sister Kong Lian, you can continue with your speech now. Kong Lian smiled slightly at him. She thought her smile was decent, but in the eyes of others, the smile was extremely stiff and awful. She took a few deep breaths and continued with her unfinished speech. The speech that was supposed to be fluent and confident now stumbled over words amidst the endless disdainful voices from below. The more anxious she got, the less her mouth listened to her. Finally, she finished reading the speech draft and left the stage in a hurry without bothering about anything else. The host quickly went on stage to continue with the next event. The much-anticipated performance segment now couldn't compete with the shocking news from earlier. Kong Lian had just walked backstage when she was met with everyone's probing gazes. Those gazes were like needles poking her all over, making her very uncomfortable. She was about to leave when 2 uniformed police officers came backstage. Excuse me, which one of you is Kong Lian? Everyone looked towards Kong Lian in unison. The few who were about to go on stage also stopped instinctively to watch the commotion. Kong Lian was left with nowhere to hide under everyone's stares. I am. Ch 66 under investigation. Chapter 66. One of the officers said, Kong Lian, don't be nervous. We just want to ask you to come with us for an investigation. Okay. Kong Lian followed the 2 officers and left. As soon as she was gone, backstage erupted. Everyone hurriedly took out their phones to share the news with their classmates. In the audience seats of the auditorium, many people's phones rang ding ding dong ding ding dong. The students took out their phones one after another. After seeing the information on them, they immediately shared it with the students around them. Ren Ran received the news at the first moment as well. Ren Ran, that little green tea Kong Lian has been taken away by the police. She was taken away as soon as the news came out. Ren Ran received a phone call. After the call ended, she got up and left the auditorium. Where are you going? Zhao Yi asked. Taking care of some things. As Ren Ran walked out of the auditorium, she happened to see LV Boy, Zhao teacher, and the others at the door. You got the notice too? Yeah. The 3 of them walked together towards the exit of the school, heading to the police station. What's going on, Teacher Zhao? LV Boy asked. I'm not very clear on the specifics. You guys saw that recording, all the school leaders and students participating in the competition received it. How come I didn't get it? LV Boy took out his phone to check. Yeah. It's really there. After arriving at the police station, from the information revealed by the other contestants, they pieced together what had happened. An hour ago, all participating members received the recording. At the same time, someone reported the math competition anonymously, saying there was something fishy about it. The whistleblower argued with the organizers, and in the end everyone was taken away. As for them, they were just brought in for routine questioning, with the aim of finding out who was behind the audio release. Ren Ran was questioned separately by a policewoman. From her, Ren Ran heard the original unedited recording. One of the two names bleeped out was hers. Has anyone approached you recently? No. Why would the other party revoke your eligibility? Do you know the reason? If I had to guess, it's probably because my classmate Kong Lian and I were too good, so they felt threatened. The policewoman smiled and said, if they already had the questions, why would they feel threatened by you? I don't know about that. Can you really not think of anyone you might have offended? Could it be? She paused, then shook her head. It couldn't be her. Who? I shouldn't say it. After all, I shouldn't make wild accusations about things like this. Let's just chat casually. Don't worry too much. The policewoman said gently. My classmate Kong Lian. She's pretty competitive. Everyone at school says I have a good chance of advancing while she doesn't. Maybe hearing those rumors too much made her feel bad. 10 minutes later, Ren Ran finished the questioning and left the police station. That night, Ren Ran received a message that the math competition results would not count. There would be a redo, this time with someone from the capital overseeing it, and the questions would be presented differently. On the other hand, Kong Lian, who had been personally escorted away by the police, was not released until nightfall. As soon as she walked out of the police station, she saw her mother's car waiting outside. Kong Lian hesitated for a moment before mustering her courage. The car window rolled down slowly. Wan Fengru didn't even glance at her. Her voice was icy cold. Get in the car. The car was deathly silent, making her heart race as cold sweat broke out on her palms. 267 The Great God Shenshu Banquet. Chapter 67. As soon as she got home, Wan Fengru waved her hand and a crisp slap rang out. Slap. Her cheeks turned red instantly. She didn't dare to fight back, let alone beg for mercy. Useless. Wan Fengru said angrily. Kong Lian really wanted to say that this wasn't her fault, it was because her subordinates had handled things improperly and left loopholes. I've already protected you in this matter, but if you want to completely clear your name, you must get first place in the re-examination. Remember, it's a must. If she didn't get first place, even without evidence proving that she was the one who bribed Director Lin, she would still face rumors. Kong Lian's heart shuddered. Getting first place in the Math Olympiad with those other top scorers still participating would be so difficult. Before, they had all been eliminated, and she had only won the championship after getting the questions in advance. But now they were all here, how could she expect it to be easy to win the championship? Mom, If you can't do it, you have to find a way. I've already hired a tutor for you. Stay home and train before the competition starts, said Wan Fengru coldly. If you don't win the championship, you know the consequences. Kong Lian's body trembled slightly. Mom. Wan Fengru ignored her and left directly. Back in her room, she felt extremely wronged. She took out her phone and dialed her father's number. One ring after another, no one picked up. If the person calling him now was Ren Ran, he would definitely have answered. Thinking of this possibility, she couldn't help feeling wronged, ashamed, hateful and jealous. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. Ren Ran, it's all because of you. Why don't you just die? She fiercely threw the pillow in her hands at the opposite wall. After the school's anniversary celebration, Kong Lian hadn't been to school. The rumors about her grew more outrageous, especially since she hadn't shown up, further confirming the facts that she was the behind-the-scenes villain and had bought the championship. 5 days later, the Math Olympiad held a new selection round. This time everyone was very careful and cautious, not daring to go out for strolls or eat random food. On the day of the competition, none of the faces of those who had advanced last time looked very good. After all, they were under the greatest suspicion. Among these 5 people, Kong Lian was directly ranked first in suspicion. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted countless eyes. That's the one from High City. She's the champion. Last time in the advancement competition, she ranked so low. How could the champion this time possibly be her? I'd say there's an 80% chance that she's the one who pulled strings behind the scenes. Sure, she's looking over here, stop talking. What's there to be afraid of? She dared to do it, surely she wouldn't be afraid of us talking about it. The bell rang and everyone quieted down. The previous provincial Math Olympiad champion Yan Kailing appeared on the scene, along with the national Math Olympiad champions of the past 2 sessions. One of them was Shin Shuyuan, a legend in the Math Olympiad world. Shin Shuyuan, someone recognized him. Wow, how did Shen Shuyuan get here? My god, I'm actually seeing the living Shen Shuyuan. The Grandmaster, it's Grandmaster Shen Shuyuan. The host teacher quietly maintained order. After everyone calmed down, he said, the major test questions this time will be prepared on the spot by these few. Everyone was dumbfounded. The previous excitement instantly turned into wails. Are you kidding me? Do you have to be so harsh? Having Grandmaster Shen Shuyuan make the big questions for me is just setting me up for failure. Not even the international competitions are this tough. I'm done for, they're all geniuses from previous years. Having them make the questions means my life is over. Ch 68 The result of the race is out. Chapter 68. The noise grew louder and louder. Quiet, quiet. Let's start the exam. The previous year's provincial math Olympiad champion smiled and projected the exam questions onto the big screen. Right after, another national champion projected his questions onto the screen as well. Finally, it was Shen Shuyuan's turn. He calmly displayed his questions on the screen. Upon seeing Shen Shuyuan's questions, Ren Ran was shocked because in her previous life she had seen them before when she was rummaging through the trash can. She had found a math workbook and thought it strange that someone would throw it away. While Ren Ran was astonished by the questions, the others were screaming internally because the questions were so difficult. Even the other two champion winners almost knelt before Shen Shuyuan when they saw his questions. After the questions were displayed, the three champions casually left the exam hall. Wasn't Shen Shuyuan a bit too harsh? Yin Kailang chimed in. Harsh? He didn't even leave a way out for my juniors. Faced with the teasing of his two friends, Shen Shuyuan expressionlessly said, since this is a talent recruitment exam, if they can't even solve these problems, it's better for them to leave early. This will also save them from wasting more time on it in the future. The two others looked at each other and stopped talking. After the exam ended, Ren Ran felt pretty good. But when she walked out and looked towards Kong Lian, she saw the other looking extremely pale. Upon seeing her, Kong Lian didn't chat with her as usual. Instead, she immediately turned and left. In the grading room, the teachers were scoring one paper after another. Many students got full marks on the basic questions in the beginning. For the last three difficult questions, quite a few managed to solve two of them. But for Shen Shuyuan's question, not a single person had solved it so far. This kid's pretty good, too bad they just missed the last question, one teacher regretfully said. The other grading teachers felt similarly. As the person appointed by the authorities to oversee this, Shen Shuyuan naturally heard the teacher's laments. But he was indifferent to it. Suddenly, a teacher let out a small exclamation. Wow! Someone solved Teacher Shen's question. Everyone curiously crowded over to see. While the others were still excited that someone had solved the question, one grading teacher noticed something off. He looked to the calm Shen Shuyuan and said, Teacher Shen, this student's thought process in solving the question is exactly the same as yours. Only then did Shen Shuyuan react, showing a bit of interest as he got up and walked over. The other teachers immediately made way for him. He picked up the exam paper. The corners of his lips tilted up slightly, and his ink-black eyes finally showed some emotion. He looked at the signature on the paper which neatly read two words, Ren Ran. Ren Ran, the low voice softly savored the two words. Today, the students of Class 1 Senior Year 3 at High City No. 1 Middle School were especially excited. Or rather, the whole grade was looking forward to something. That was the release of the results for the Provincial Math Olympiad. I just want to know if Kong Lian will be the Math Olympiad champion again this time. If it's her, then the cheater from last time definitely wasn't her. There's no need to say it. I heard the overseer and creator of the exam questions this time was the math god Shen Shuyuan. Anyone who cared about studying or math had heard of his famous name. After all, many math teachers would use him to motivate students. He was simply a legendary figure. When Teacher Zhao entered the classroom, all the students looked at him eagerly. Teacher Zhao's gaze swept past Ren Ran and Kong Lian. Teacher Zhao, the Math Olympiad results are out, right? What are the results? Ding Chong asked eagerly from below. Teacher Zhao pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. They're out. Ch 69 The Moisture of Champions. Chapter 69. Kong Lian's hands trembled uncontrollably as she struggled to keep a smile on her face. Ren Ran remained calm and composed. She would not feel embarrassed even if she did not qualify again this time, just like last time. Instead of announcing the results directly, Teacher Zhao said, I know you're all eager to know your scores, but I want to say this first. No matter how you did on this exam, I hope none of you will rashly judge others based solely on one set of scores. Competitions are but one aspect. The champion of this provincial math Olympiad is Ren Ran. Zhao Yi immediately asked Teacher, what about Kong Lian? What place did she get? Yeah, did she qualify for the finals? Guotengwen chimed in. Teacher Zhao sighed. Unfortunately, Kong Lian did not qualify for the national finals this time. He only said she did not qualify, omitting the specific ranking. There was no need to disclose it. Ideally, the results should have been announced privately to the participants first. But the vice principal had instructed him to declare them in front of the whole class, saying it would increase class cohesion and school spirit, letting students share in the glory together. In his opinion, those were just excuses. But since it came from the vice principal, he had no choice but to comply. Just then, someone had already posted the full rankings online. Whoa! Ding Chong whistled. I see the list of qualifiers here. Hearing this, others quickly checked their phones in secret. After seeing the results, they were shocked and turned to look at Kong Lian. Damn, only 7th place. Seems like her championship last time was inflated. Dropped from 1st directly to 7th. Falling from 1st to 7th is too dramatic. You think that's dramatic? How about Ren Ran rising from being disqualified to becoming the champion? That's even more interesting. Remember that audio clip played in the auditorium with 2 names muted out? Could one of them be Ren Ran? Looking at these results, it's probably her. I heard they still haven't found the culprit behind it all. Any guesses on who it might be? It must be whoever benefited last time, Guotungwen said loudly for all to hear. Their gazes turned subtly to Kong Lian, making her very uncomfortable. Lucia spoke up, a retest is an opportunity for those who didn't qualify, so they can be more relaxed. Good if you make it, no harm if you don't. But for those who already qualified, the pressure is doubled, which can mess with their mentality and affect their performance. Lucia's words slightly improved Kong Lian's mood. Ji Qin chimed in to defend her. Kong Lian wasn't the only one who didn't qualify this time. Don't go dumping crap on her. Zhao Yi scoffed. How come the mentality of the other 3 qualifiers didn't collapse? It just shows they have true skills. Give them a few more chances and they'd still keep their spots. As for certain people's championships, the inflation is bigger than the Pacific Ocean. Right, the other person who didn't qualify ranked just 6th, only dropping 1 spot from before. Seeing the classroom like a vegetable market, Teacher Zhao scowled. Quiet. Stage 70 Changing Strategy. Chapter 70. Teacher Zhao looked at the culprit Ding Chong. Ding Chong, hand over your phone. Teacher, I don't have a phone. Teacher Zhao didn't indulge him and went directly to his seat, finding the phone in the insert of his book. The rest of you take out your phones too. Anyone who was stared at by Teacher Zhao, whether willing or not, obediently handed over their phones. With Teacher Zhao's interruption, the matter regarding Kong Lian was temporarily put on hold and no one discussed it further. Those who were supposed to study, studied, and those who were supposed to do something, did that something. It was quiet during class, but after class everything was the same as usual. Rumors and gossip spread not only in Class 1 of Grade 3, but also among all the grades and teachers and students of the entire school. Kong Lian once again gained this kind of inglorious fame. She didn't dare to go home, and even if she really didn't want to go home, she would eventually have to face her mother's questioning. Mom. As soon as she got home, Kong Lian called out timidly. Wan Fengru didn't look up. There is bird's nest stew in the kitchen, go drink it. Okay. She drank the bird's nest anxiously and uneasily, glancing at her mother from time to time, feeling uneasy. 5 minutes later, Wan Fengru spoke. Are you done drinking? Before Wan Fengru could speak, she took the initiative to admit her mistake. Mom, I was wrong. It was because I was mentally unstable that led to this failure. Mom, I will never do it again next time. Seeing her daughter's fear, Wan Fengru's voice softened. It's not your fault, it's because I didn't arrange things well. If she said Kong Lian was immature and it was normal for her to fail, but her mother was smarter than her father in her eyes, yet her mother still failed when she acted. Kong Lian thought of a possibility. Mom, she is too lucky. I feel like no matter what we do, we can't succeed. Not only did they fail, but her reputation had become so undeserved. Not only Kong Lian thought of this, Wan Fengru also thought of this. If her daughter's fortune completely changed places with her, then the two of them would no longer have to rely on others to live. Far from being afraid, Wan Fengru became more determined to seize Ren Ran's fortune. What you said makes sense. Tomorrow I will go ask that expert how to resolve this matter. As long as her fortune does not decline sharply in a day, their actions will be hindered everywhere. Rest well and try to surpass her in the next monthly exam. Okay. Seeing that her mother didn't punish her, Kong Lian breathed a long sigh of relief. The next day, Wan Fengru called the expert, but no one answered the phone. From morning to afternoon, she would call once every period of time. Finally, at nightfall, there was a response from the other end of the phone. Obstructed. Without waiting for Wan Fengru to speak, a low voice came from the other end of the phone. The 3 words directly expressed the embarrassing situation they were facing. Master, the other party's fortune is too strong. No matter what we do on this side, it always turns bad luck into good luck for the other party. Have the talismans been placed? Placed already. The other end of the phone fell silent. Wan Fengru didn't dare make a sound. A few minutes later, there was finally a response from the phone. In a few days, I will have someone send a few more talisman papers. You find a way to place these talisman papers in places they live daily and privately, like bedrooms. It would be even more effective if you could get them to carry the talismans with them. Thank you, Master. Wan Fengru thanked him repeatedly. I'll transfer the fee to you later. The other side responded indifferently and directly hung up the phone. Far from being angry, Wan Fengru immediately transferred 5 million to the other party's account. 71 Two mothers and daughters. Chapter 71. On the weekend, Ren Suya dragged Ren Ran out of the house. Studying every day makes one stupid. Come on, today mom will accompany you to go shopping. Ren Ran looked at her mother helplessly. It wasn't that she was accompanying her, it was clearly that she wanted Ren Ran to accompany her shopping. Fine, fine. The driver sent them to the famous commercial district in High City. As soon as they entered the mall, Ren Suya took her to the store she often visited. The salesperson saw her and enthusiastically came up to receive them. Mrs. Ren, you're here. As soon as they sat down, the waiter immediately brought her favorite tea, snacks, and a bouquet of blue witch orchids that she liked. What new products do you have this season? There are some that are particularly suitable for you. Ren Suya waved her hand. The protagonist today is not me, it's my daughter. You guys pick out some clothes suitable for her. Just as she finished speaking, as if thinking of something, she said, forget it, just follow the usual rules. Bring out all the new products this season and let her choose for herself. Okay. We'll arrange it right away. One by one, the fitting models walked out of the back room and displayed the clothes in front of them, showcasing the effects from all 360-degree angles. As a guest, you can call for a stop at any time and have them showcase the parts you want to see. Ran Ran, what do you think of this outfit? Ren Ran shook her head. The logo is too big, no good. An oversized logo is absolutely satisfactory for people who like to buy them to show off. For Ren Ran, who is used to being low-key, an overly conspicuous logo is the biggest failure. Ren Suya knew her daughter's taste and instructed the salesperson, don't bring out the ones with huge logos. Got it. The salesperson immediately arranged it. Ren Ran was not interested in these clothes at all. She felt that shopping was just a waste of time. She would rather do a few more test papers than sit here bored. Just as she was feeling bored, a white dress with small floral prints, simple yet stylish, came into view. This one's not bad. Seeing that her daughter finally showed some interest, Ren Suya said, get all the size S of this series. The salesperson smiled and responded, okay. Ren Ran shook her head. How many colors does this dress come in? 3 colors, yellow, pink, and white. 3 size S, 1 size L. The L one in yellow. At the same time, in the next booth, Wan Fengru and her daughter Kong Lian were also picking out clothes and happened to pick the same dress. Let's go with this one. Just as the salesperson was about to go get the clothes, she informed them that the last few size S dresses had been taken by Mrs. Ren. The salesperson went to Wan Fengru and said, Mrs. Ruan, we're out of size S here in the store. We'll need to get it transferred from another store, which will take a day. I'll have someone deliver it to your door once the clothes arrive. Sold out? What are you showing us? Kong Lian had already been in a bad mood recently. Encountering this now made her even more dissatisfied, and she retorted. The salesperson could only tell the truth. Mrs. Ren from the Yaxing group just came by with her daughter and happened to take all the sizes of this dress. When Kong Lian heard it was that mother and daughter pair Ren Ran, she became even more upset. That mother and daughter came specifically to spite them. A flash of sly light flashed through Wan Fengru's eyes as she smiled and said, was that Ms. Ren Suya? Yes. She's still in the store? Yes. She and I were good friends in college. Go ask her if she has time, I'd like to catch up with her. CH72 each has his own pet peeve. Chapter 72. The salesperson acknowledged and informed the responsible and elegant colleague Miss Ron about the situation. After being informed of the situation, that salesperson went in front of Ren Suya, bent down, and softly asked, Mrs. Ren, a friend wants to see you. Who? Ms. Wan Fengru. Upon suddenly hearing this name, mother and daughter glanced at each other. You go out first. Okay. The salesperson left the room. Ren Ran, why does she suddenly want to see me? Ren Suya instinctively asked her daughter. Mom, no matter what she wants to do, just act like you two are meeting for the first time. Wan Fengru is not simple, a woman's mind is more subtle than a man's, so later just pretend it's the first reunion of good friends. Okay. Ren Suya kept nodding but was afraid of giving something away. Or let's just forget it? Ren Ran shook her head. Mom, if you refuse now, it will make her suspicious. You were close in college and haven't contacted each other for many years. If you suddenly meet and you don't see her, it will seem suspicious. She had one more thing she didn't say. She felt that Wan Fengru was even more difficult to deal with than her father. Seeing each other once, we don't need to stay too long. I will take you away at the right time. All right. At the same time, Wan Fengru and her daughter also dismissed the salesperson, leaving only the mother and daughter together. Mom, why do you suddenly want to see them? Seeing that her daughter didn't understand her intentions, Wan Fengru was a little frustrated by her low IQ and patiently said, you were on the wrong path before. Ha! Kong Lian was puzzled. Becoming good friends with Ren Ran, getting close to her, only then will you have more opportunities to make your move, understand? Kong Lian nodded. This time you must seize the opportunity and try to strangle her in one go. First send the daughter to her side, then make arrangements and take action. After they discussed it, they received news from the salesperson's side. The salesperson directly led them into the VVP room. As soon as they stepped into the VVP room, the mother and daughter felt the luxury here, much more extravagant than their VIP room. Wan Fengru's expression was normal, but the jealousy that flashed across Kong Lian's face was so clear. Although it was only for a moment, it was still noticed by Ren Suya and her daughter. After all, Kong Lian was still young. She couldn't compare with her mother's craftiness. Fengru, it really is you. When I heard the salesperson say it earlier, I thought I had misheard. I'm so happy to see you. Ren Suya eagerly went forward and embraced Wan Fengru. Seeing her mother's appearance, Ren Ran was both angry and amused. She had just been worried that her mother wouldn't be able to handle it. She didn't expect such a pleasant surprise from her. She worried for nothing. Wan Fengru enthusiastically responded, I also just heard that you were here. What a coincidence. We haven't seen each other for many years, right? That's right. Ever since graduating from college, you went abroad, and we never met again. When did you return to China? Ren Suya very naturally pulled her to sit down. I just returned to China recently, took care of some things domestically, finished up my busy schedule lately, and came to accompany my daughter. Speaking of this, Wan Fengru called Kong Lian over. Suya, this is my daughter, Lian Lian. Lian, call Auntie Ren. Auntie Ren. Kong Lian obediently called out. Ren Suya looked at Kong Lian with a smile in her eyes, sizing her up and down. This was the first time she had observed her husband's illegitimate daughter at such a close distance. She suppressed the disgust in her heart, smiled and said, So pretty. Fengru, I didn't expect your daughter has grown up too. Ren Ran, come over. Ren Ran walked over with a smile, her gaze falling on Wan Fengru. The hatred hidden in her body kept churning, but she was desperately controlling it. Ch. 73 Clash of the Two. Chapter 73. In the eyes of outsiders, they met for the first time, but only she herself knew how long she had known her, long enough to hate. Someone so much that she wanted to devour their flesh, drink their blood, pull out their tendons and crush their bones into ashes. If Kong Liji was a jackal, she was the snake hiding in the dark, never knowing when it would jump out and bite you, leaving you in unbearable pain. It was her who had learned about her mother's existence from others years ago, deliberately getting close, and then persuading her boyfriend Kong Liji to set up a grand scheme. She had found her before, wanting to ask clearly why she had to do this. Was there some bloody feud between them that made her so determined to ruin their family? At that time, Wan Fengru looked down at her condescendingly and said lightly with the tone of a victor, I just wanted to see what it was like to trample on people high above and play with them. You young people often say, why should your 10 years of hard study compare to someone else's 3 generations of efforts? You see, I did it. I'm just laughing at your Ren family. Wan Fengru squatted down and patted her face gently. Little girl, if there is a next life, remember to be smarter. You are useless despite being given a good family background. You and that love-obsessed mother are useless. You should abdicate and let capable people take over, don't you agree? Ren Ran came back to her senses, walked up, and looked at her long-absent opponent. No, more precisely, enemy with a smile. In her eyes, she and her mother were both delicate flowers in a greenhouse, ignorant of everything, very easy to deceive. Her mother was played around between her and her father, while she herself had been deceived and bewitched by her father, whom she had thought loved her deeply since she was young. It was only after they had completely taken control of everything that they bared their fangs and revealed their ugly true faces. Ren Ran regained her composure with a polite smile on her face. Aunt Wan, hello. So this is your senior's child? Can't believe she's grown so big in the blink of an eye. Wan Fengru looked at her affectionately. As she spoke, she took out a box from her bag and handed it to Ren Ran. I'm good friends with your mother. I didn't prepare anything for meeting you for the first time. Don't dislike it, Ren Ran. Ren Ran took a look at Ren Suya and only accepted the gift after getting her approval. Thank you. We are all family. Don't be polite with Auntie. You can ask me for anything you want. Wan Fengru was enthusiastic, treating her like her own daughter. Ren Suya looked at Kong Lian, choose whatever you like. She called over a salesperson and asked her to bring catalogs for Kong Lian to choose freely. Seeing the many pieces of jewelry in the catalog, Kong Lian's eyes lit up, but she suppressed her impulses and conservatively chose a $50,000 bracelet, the cheapest one. Pick some more, Ren Suya said generously. Auntie, no need. Kong Lian spoke gently, looking like a nice girl. How old are you this year? Ren Suya asked. 18 years old. Ren Suya exclaimed in pleasant surprise, oh my, the same age as our Ren Ran. When were you born? March. Then you're 2 months older than our Ren Ran, Ren Suya said, then seemed to think of something and looked at Wan Fengru in slight surprise. Page 74. Every sentence punctures the lung tube. Chapter 74. Fengru, when you suddenly went abroad all those years ago, was it because you got pregnant? Ren Suya was like an innocent fool, poking at her lung tube right in front of her. Wan Fengru's face betrayed no anger, only an embarrassed smile. Who is the father of the child? Is it your ex-boyfriend from before? Ren Suya eagerly pressed on, face full of concern. Are you married to him now? Does he treat you well? If he doesn't treat you well, I'll stand up for you. Ren Ran listened to her mother's incessant prying and wanted to laugh, but could only restrain herself. Seeing her mother being insulted, Kong Lian was furious, but didn't dare take any action. Suya, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to the club next door and have a good catch-up. Wan Fengru didn't want to discuss her private affairs in front of strangers, so she changed the subject directly. All right. Ren Suya nodded repeatedly. The two sides went to the neighboring club with their daughters in tow. As soon as they entered the club, the manager came up to greet them right away. Mrs. Ren, you've arrived. Would you like your usual private room? The manager led them to the private room. After everyone was seated in the room, Ren Suya handed the menu to Wan Fengru and her daughter. Order whatever you'd like. Wan Fengru simply ordered a pot of tea, while Kong Lian wanted a glass of milk. Seeing what the mother and daughter ordered, Ren Suya laughed and said, Fengru, you're still the same, always trying to save me money. Manager Wang, bring the usual spread and get them 2 bowls of bird's nest soup. Once the servers had brought everything, it was just the 2 mother-daughter pairs left in the room, each harboring their own thoughts. Fengru, is your husband Qin Xiao? Ren Suya persisted with her previous line of questioning. Before Wan Fengru could respond, Ren Ran jabbed her with her elbow. Mom. Ren Suya looked at her daughter puzzledly. What is it? Ren Ran was about to applaud her mother's acting. Mom, that's my classmate Kong Lian. She pointed at the person sitting next to Wan Fengru. Ren Suya looked at the mother and daughter in shock. Feru you. The word mistress almost slipped out, but she swallowed it back down. Still, her expression of shock and hesitation was even more hurtful than uttering those 2 syllables outright. Although Wan Fengru's face was still embarrassed, she managed to keep it together. But Kong Lian couldn't stand it, her expression dark as she glared coldly at Ren Suya. Oblivious to their reactions, Ren Suya enthusiastically moved forward and grasped Wan Fengru's hands, pained and regretful. Fengru, what exactly happened back then? How did you end up with Kong Mingcheng? He's a whole generation older than us, and his wife is not someone to be trifled with. All these years, AI, you've suffered. I know you're not that kind of person. What on earth happened back then? Seeing her relentless questioning, Wan Fengru lowered her head despondently, her voice mournful. Back then I was working to support myself through school. One time I met him when he was drunk and then he. Afterwards, when he sobered up, he apologized to me and gave me some money. 2 months later, I discovered I was pregnant. At that time my mind went completely blank. I only had one thought, to find him and figure something out. He told me to give birth. My relationship with him is not what you imagine. At best I'm just the woman who bore his child.